But now it seems this might not necessarily be the case. This made Rain feel a slight, vague worry. However, he was no longer alone, nor was he the small-time deputy chief of security in Flashgold Town that Lagare once knew. Now, he could completely leverage the vast organization of the Imperial Swordsmen to firstly obtain accurate intelligence and then make subsequent plans. Does Lady Olna have a way to gather information from the Frostwind Prairie? Rain thought for a moment and said, to be precise, it's the barbarian tribes over in Frostwind Prairie. Rain added another sentence. After all, the Frostwind Prairie spans several Empire provinces. Moreover, some parts of the prairie are too remote and extend beyond the Empire territory. So it was necessary to clarify this to Olna. As for Rain, what he cared about, naturally, was the barbarian tribe where Lagare lived. Barbarian tribes. Olna slightly opened her mouth, evidently surprised by Rain's request, because Rain's focus was indeed somewhat unique. Yet immediately, Olna seemed to realize something and quickly nodded, saying, "All right, Lord Rain, no problem. I will contact people to help investigate the situation of the barbarian tribes on Frostwind Prairie." "Thank you, Lady Olna, please expedite this matter." Rain nodded and said, "You're welcome, I'll take care of it once I return." Olna nodded and smiled slightly. At this moment, a sudden knock sounded on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in." A guard walked in, respectfully presenting a stack of papers in his hands, saying, "Lord Rain, the portraits of those attackers from last night have been drawn according to your instructions." "Good, put them on the table." Rain nodded slightly and said, "As you command, my lord." The guard bowed politely after placing the papers and slowly withdrew. However, the guard's words caused a sudden ripple in Olna's heart on the side. "What? Lord Rain was attacked again? Lord Rain, were you attacked last night?" Olna's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. She happened to be on a rare day off yesterday. And this morning, she went straight to Rain's place without stopping at the Sword Bearer's branch. She truly did not know about the attack on the Rain mansion last night. Of course, the main reason was also that Rain had resolved the battle much too quickly. At the moment, other than the large hole in the western wall of the mansion, everything else was almost intact, with barely any trace of battle upon closer inspection. "Yes, by the way, Lady Olna, while you're at it, please help me contact the headquarters like last time to investigate a few individuals." Rain handed Olna the stack of portraits. They were portraits of Sam and the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel. Among others, it's just that some among them had their heads smashed by Rain, causing the artist quite a bit of time and effort to complete. Since the matronly Jennifer became a shareholder of the Axon Auction House's Minster branch, although Rain could conduct some investigations through Jennifer's internal channels, Rain thought it would be better to have two lines running simultaneously. After all, when it comes to the people behind the Sam Group and clues about Anna's mother, relying solely on the matron's channels might lead to misinformation, or the information may lack accuracy. "All right, Lord Rain. I will contact the headquarters immediately. Also, this kind of audacious attack against you is a serious provocation to the Minster Swordsman Division, and I will report this situation to Admiral Edward right away." Olna's face turned solemn, filled with righteous indignation. No joke, this was not the first or second time, and the capable young woman decided to report it diligently to Admiral Edward to severely punish those behind the scenes. "Thanks for the trouble." Rain smiled slightly. After Olna left, Rain finally had time to review the combat records from last night. "Congratulations. You have defeated a formidable enemy and received 7 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades epic profession level has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades epic profession level has increased." After last night's battle, Rain's new epic level profession King of Thousand Blades leveled up 3 levels, reaching LV4, earning him 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Including the points he had left, his total remaining attribute points were now 4 with 5 skill points remaining, and 28 golden skill points. Rain crossed his arms and paced back and forth in the room pondering. Having top-level weapon mastery, aside from needing a warhammer when using Soul Shatter Strike, made wielding any weapon not much different in terms of power differences. Of course, when using secret technique, because the level of the secret technique differs, the power varies considerably. Rain glanced at the King of Thousand Blades profession panel, which was filled with dense amounts of extraordinary battle techniques, including dual-handed warhammer, dual-handed greatsword, shield, single-handed axe, dagger, finger tiger, iron skin staff, bow, riding spear, and throwing spear, covering different categories of weapons. Instantly, Rain felt somewhat dazzled by it. Upon closer inspection, one would further notice the differences. Extraordinary battle techniques, Rain had already raised to the level of top-secret technique, like the dual-handed warhammer, dual-handed greatsword, etc. Some were at the advanced secret skill level, and some remained at the intermediate secret technique level, having seen little improvement. Still, it's a bit messy with so many extraordinary battle techniques. It would be great if they could be integrated together. For instance, merging them all into one extraordinary battle technique, then deriving multiple secret techniques. That would be much simpler, Rain thought to himself. Just as this thought arose in Rain's mind, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Detected that the host possesses the special profession King of Thousand Blades, can merge all extraordinary battle techniques into one. Proceed with fusion. This fusion will consume 22 golden skill points. After fusion, all derived secret techniques will reach top level. Note: after the fusion, the names of all extraordinary battle techniques will no longer be displayed individually, except for secret techniques, but the host can still use the related extraordinary battle techniques. Note: after fusion, the new extraordinary battle technique will retain the essence, and the host's experience in each extraordinary battle technique will be converted at a certain ratio into the new extraordinary battle technique. It really works. Is it the uniqueness of the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades? Moreover, all derived secret techniques reach top secret technique. At the end, Rain's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Does it require the consumption of 22 golden skill points? Currently, there aren't many areas in witchcraft that need the use of golden skill points. Even if I use 22 points this time, I'll still have 6 left, which is 1 more than the number of ordinary skill points. Even for future research on puppetry technique, this amount is enough in the short term. After a brief contemplation, Rain decided to proceed with the fusion. After all, once fused, all secret techniques would be upgraded to top level, and with the top-level weapon mastery talent, it could be said that Rain could unleash top-level secret techniques with every gesture. It's practically a walking howitzer. Rain felt that this was the correct way to unlock the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. As Rain chose yes, instantly, a vast stream of memories regarding the 9 extraordinary battle techniques began to flood into Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain seemed to have arrived in a mysterious space, continuously practicing and comprehending the essence of these 9 extraordinary battle techniques, merging them into one. When Rain snapped out of it, it seemed as though he had been in the mysterious space for nearly a century, and for a moment, he was a bit dazed. At this moment, a system prompt also followed. Rename the new extraordinary battle technique. Name it. Let's call it Thousand Blade Combat Skill. Not wanting to think too much, Rain glanced at the 4 large words King of Thousand Blades on the profession panel and silently thought to himself. Just as Rain was about to head to the training room to try out the new combat skill, suddenly, he felt something and looked out the window. Pausing for a moment, Rain smiled. Is it finally entering the mature stage? After a while, a knocking sound was heard and a crisp child's voice called, "Brother, Sister Anna asked me to call you. She said Blood Feather is growing up." Rain quickly opened the door with a smile and ruffled his sister Bohi's hair, saying, "Let's go and have a look." Bohi happily held Rain's hand, leading the way. Soon, Rain and Bohi arrived by the woods at the back of the estate, where Blood Feather's nest was located. At that moment, Anna was calming Blood Feather. Although Anna's presence, whispers, and strokes calmed Blood Feather considerably, Rain could see that Blood Feather was still somewhat excited and restless. Blood Feather occasionally let out loud cries, while its ostrich-like thick talons constantly clawed at the ground, seemingly due to a major transformation happening within, causing it to behave restlessly. But this was clearly a good thing. "Anna, is Blood Feather entering the mature stage?" Rain asked with a smile. Last night, shortly after Delana left, Rain fed the thunderhead horned eagle beast's feather to Blood Feather. He initially thought Blood Feather would immediately break through some barrier and step into the mature stage. But to Rain's surprise, after eagerly gulping down the feather, Blood Feather quickly returned to its nest and curled up to sleep. Yes, although Blood Feather has just awakened, the energy from the feather has already spread throughout its body during its sleep. Its current state likely indicates it is about to break through some barrier and enter the mature stage. So it's behaving extremely restless. Anna, feeling reassured by Rain's arrival, nodded in response. Rain nodded. At this moment, he noticed a system prompt following. Host's pet blood-feathered horned eagle beast, influenced by thunderhead horned eagle beast's feather, has begun to grow rapidly. Rapid growth underway. Blood feather became even more restless. It occasionally flapped its massive wings, its whole body trembling as if thousands of ants were gnawing at it. At the same time, its blue-purple feathers emitted a misty sheen, and its talons became visibly longer and sharper. Several minutes passed. Suddenly, 2 bulges appeared on Bloodfeather's forehead. And soon, 2 horns broke through the surface from the bulges, continuing to arch and branch, quickly forming into a pair of antlers. Seeing this, Rain was slightly stunned, then smiled. Indeed, because it reminded him of something Vinica once told him, one of the significant traits of an adult blood-feathered horned eagle beast is the pair of antlers that grow atop its head. Several more minutes passed. With a loud and high-pitched eagle screech, the current blood-feather had transformed enormously in size. Its body, now as large as a fully grown warhorse, had a wingspan of over 4 meters, nearly 5, with well-developed muscles clearly visible on its body, and its talons and beak emanated a faint dark glow. From the body characteristics, you can tell it's extremely skilled in close combat. At this moment, the system prompt started to flood the screen. The pet under the host, blood-feather horned eagle, has successfully entered maturity. Your skill beast taming has been upgraded. Experience plus 1018. Your beast priest, legendary professional experience plus 399. The blood-feather horned eagle has awakened talent abilities Sharp Claw Strike, Iron Beak Piercing. Seeing Bloodfeather enter maturity early, Rain couldn't help but smile broadly. It's not that Bloodfeather could provide him much help in battle, but because he could finally try riding the horned owl beast, soaring through the sky like a griffin knight. 2 talent abilities. Sharp Claw, Iron Beak. As expected, it's a fierce species of close combat raptor. Rain thought to himself, looking at the awakened talents. Although it hadn't awakened any long-range attack abilities, Rain wasn't disappointed at all, as most of the time you can't have your cake and eat it too. Walking around Bloodfeather, Rain nodded continuously while looking at the magnificent creature. He reached out and stroked Bloodfeather's vividly colored blue-purple feathers, which was smooth and soft to the touch. At this moment, Bloodfeather gently butted Rain with the antlers on its forehead, as if it was expressing something. "Oh, you're even more eager than I am," Rain said with a smile. He naturally understood what Bloodfeather meant. It was inviting him to ride it for a spin. As a druid, Anna naturally understood too, and she immediately covered her mouth, giggling beside him. Only his sister Bo, he was still a bit puzzled, but soon she understood. Rain slightly tapped the ground with his toes, and the whole person leaped onto Bloodfeather's back. Bloodfeather spread its wings, flapping them a few times, and a strong wind rose. Instantly, Rain felt like riding a horse, his body bobbing up and down. Since it was his first ride and there were no saddles or reins, he could only gently grasp the neck feathers and tighten his legs. Suddenly, after taking off, Bloodfeather became surrounded by a faint azure airflow and then shot skyward. "Wow, brother is flying," Bo, he exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Rain. The sky. No one would not long to soar through the sky. At this moment, Rain felt the thrill of a roller coaster from his previous life. He only felt his whole body climbing steeply, and then Rain saw the ground scenery around him rapidly fade away. He rode Bloodfeather higher and higher, soon reaching the same level as the main peak of the Hoska mountain range. After some gliding, flipping, and accelerating, Rain gradually got used to the flying style of the Bloodfeather horned eagle. Rain naturally also felt the faint azure wind energy swirling around Bloodfeather. After all, his weight combined with the horse-sized body of Bloodfeather, according to the laws of physics, would require a wingspan of at least 10 meters to fly. But this is the extraordinary world. At this moment, seeing Bloodfeather's casual and relaxed demeanor, Rain knew that the current load was far from its limit. This instantly sparked an idea in Rain's mind. If that's the case, maybe it can. Rain's eyes lit up, and he had Bloodfeather descend slightly. At the same time, the hardened essence gold on his forearms began to spread like mercury, covering the surface of Bloodfeather's body. Initially, Bloodfeather cried out a few times, seeming to feel uncomfortable. But after Rain made some adjustments, avoiding some joints, Bloodfeather seemed to calm down significantly. Soon, a horned eagle beast donned with armor like covering presented itself majestically before Rain. With this, it's like wearing a layer of armor, making it harder to get injured in melee combat. It's just more expensive. For physical attack defense, you need more hardened essence gold. For defensive witchcraft against energy attacks, you need more enchanted silver, especially enchanted silver. That stuff is not cheap. Moreover, aside from covering blood feather, I need to keep some for weapon transformation. Rain quickly thought of the preparations needed for later. By the way, now I should test the power of the riding spear with the mount sprint bonus. How much can the top secret technique armor-breaking strike of the riding spear be amplified? Rain's eyes lit up immediately. He focused his gaze on the large white rock wall ahead of the Haska mountain range's main peak. Originally, Rain was riding on the blood feather, about 40 to 50 meters away from the rock wall. At this moment, he held the riding spear horizontally, squeezed his legs, and with a loud eagle screech from the blood feather. Instantly, the man and the eagle shot towards the rock wall like an arrow, reaching it almost instantaneously. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a circle of white airwaves suddenly exploded at the point of impact on the rock wall, spraying a large amount of rubble. As the dust cleared, a basin-sized dent appeared on the rock wall, and the nearly 4-meter-long riding spear in Rain's hand seemed to have vanished into thin air. Because at this moment, part of Rain's hand had also plunged into the rock wall, up to his forearm, naturally making the spear even harder to see. Fortunately, the blood feather managed to buffer the impact of the charge by gripping heavily into the rock wall with its strong claws, otherwise it might have crashed into the wall slightly. The rock wall is more brittle than I thought. No, it's probably because my strength has increased and I didn't control the force just right. Rain shook his head and said, clang. He slowly drew the dark riding spear from the rock wall, bringing out a lot of rubble, revealing a bowl-sized circular hole on the wall. At this moment, Rain suddenly lifted his head, looking to his left rear. From afar, he saw 4 black dots flying towards them. Rain squinted slightly and immediately recognized that they were 4 Griffin Knights. Apparently, the patrolling Griffin Knights had noticed the commotion here and had come to investigate. Hey, it's actually Lord Rain. As they got closer, Viscount Felk, the leader, exclaimed in a low voice. He shook the reins and immediately accelerated forward. Meanwhile, Fish also smiled and said to the other 2 Griffin Knights, "Did you say you wanted to meet Lord Rain earlier? Well, here he is." Viscount Felk, long time no see. Rain waved his hand and greeted with a smile. He had already noticed that the visitor was the vice-captain of the Griffin squad, Viscount Felk, an old acquaintance. "Lord Rain, the creature under you should be some kind of horned owl beast, right? It's quite a rare flying mount." The blonde-haired Felk looked at the majestic blood feather beneath Rain with amazement. "Yes, a blood-feathered horned eagle, which I acquired by chance." "Viscount Felk, I have always envied you Griffin Knights for being able to soar in the skies," Rain said with a smile. The 2 complimented each other briefly. At this moment, Fish inadvertently felt a ray of sunlight flash on his face, making him squint and look up naturally. He saw that the beam of light was actually coming through the rock wall of the main peak of the Haska mountain range. What's going on? He should be positioned on the north side of the main peak, with the sun blocked, so why is there light? Wait. His Fish rubbed his eyes, squinting to look more clearly, and instantly his eyes widened with a sharp intake of breath. Seeing Fish's stupefied expression, Felk and the other 2 Griffin Knights also turned to look out of curiosity. The next second, the 3 of them froze just like Fish, as if struck by lightning, their eyes bulging in disbelief. This made Rain curious as well, so he looked up. The spot where I struck the rock wall was it penetrated. At the mountain peak, 7 to 8 meters thick, a through hole was punched out in the rock wall. Even more strangely, it seemed that the sun was perfectly positioned so that a ray of sunlight penetrated through the hole, illuminating Mingster from the other side ahead of schedule. The original scenic view of the Haska mountain range's main peak Golden Summit might need a new name now, or rather, it gained a new landmark, native Fish murmured in a daze. Previously, on clear mornings, when the sun reached a certain position, it would bathe the main peak in radiant golden light, which had earned the view the name Golden Summit. Hearing Fish's words, even Felk fell silent momentarily, because they could hardly believe that Rain's strike just created a new scenery spot. Rain was slightly taken aback too. After all, when he attacked, he hadn't thought much, just found the rock wall of the Haska mountain range's main peak suitable. However, the effect in front of him genuinely surprised him. "Lord Rain, you've probably added a new scenic spot to Mingster. Soon, the administrative hall might ask you what name would be appropriate. Felk said in surprise with a smile. Well, I was just trying out a new secret technique, never expected this effect. Rain shook his head, smiling wryly. Lord Rain, I think it should be named after you and called Rain's Hole. What do you think? Fish suggested, flattering. Fish's intention was simple, wanting the world to know who made this hole. Yet upon hearing this, Rain was left stunned. What? Rain's Hole? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Even borrowing light through a wall would make more sense. He had thought Fish was a smart young man, but now it seemed he was just as bad at naming. Ahem. How about the luminescent hole? Perhaps it sounds better. Rain coughed once and said. Rain's words immediately made the four react. Lord Rain is right. The name luminescent hole has a much deeper meaning. Felk immediately smiled and echoed. As a descendant of great nobles from the imperial city, being able to observe and consider others is naturally one of his essential skills. Lord Rain, this name is truly splendid. The others immediately sang praises, but their gazes occasionally turned towards the hole. The powerful penetration power brought by such a concentrated force was truly astonishing. After a while, Rain and Felk slowly maneuvered their mounts to land on a slightly flat area of the mountain. Engaging in a private conversation. Lord Rain, you, as a knight with a flying mount, coupled with your identity as a sword-bearer, are almost equivalent to a Griffin Knight. You can skip the Royal Griffin Guard process and directly apply to the Imperial Dragon Knight Reserve, Felk said earnestly with a serious expression. Dragon Knight Reserve? Rain asked curiously. He only knew that the Guardians of the Empire, those Lord Dragon Knights, seemed to be selected piece by piece from the Royal Griffin Guard, but the rest he wasn't quite clear on. Yes, Lord Rain. Do you remember the token given to you by Prince Minia, that red dragon scale? Of course, Rain nodded. Actually, at the time, Prince Minia already had this intention, knowing you had the chance to participate in the Dragon Knight selection. However, considering you didn't have a flying mount and lacked related aerial combat experience, he gave you the red dragon scale to let you first join the Royal Griffin Guard. According to the usual process, the vast majority of Dragon Knight candidates first join the Royal Griffin Guard, contract a griffin, train for some time to familiarize themselves with flying, and then qualify for the Dragon Knight assessment. But now you have the blood-feathered horned eagle mount. You can skip this stage. Your identity as a Diamond Star Swordman and the token from Prince Minia in the background check of the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment should basically pose no problems. Felk broadly explained a bunch of things, and Rain, of course, could tell it was a goodwill gesture from him. On the other hand, Rain was indeed quite interested in the content he was talking about. Oh, and after passing this assessment, becoming a Dragon Knight Reserve, how long will it take to become a Dragon Knight? Hearing this, Rain's eyes shone as he asked. Previously, Rain was not very interested in joining the Royal Griffin Guard, mainly because the combat strength of griffins did not provide him much support. Besides, he already had the blood-feathered horned eagle. Contracting another griffin seemed even less meaningful. But if he could contract a giant dragon, that would be entirely different, almost like two different concepts. Not to mention the formidable combat strength of an adult giant dragon. The increase brought to Rain by being an epic-level Dragon Knight might not be lesser than the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. It's hard to say. Felk hesitated, seemingly organizing his language. This couldn't help but pique Rain's curiosity. Because the ultimate birth of a Dragon Knight is the product of a dual choice, the dragon chooses the person, and naturally, the person also chooses the dragon. Mainly it's the former, because the number of dragons is far less than the number of Dragon Knight candidates, Felk explained slowly. Oh, so that's how it is. Rain raised his eyebrows and nodded. The Dragon Knight selection basically happens every 5 years, unless there's been an extremely severe battle loss, then an additional test is conducted. This time, due to the great battle in the Imperial City, leading to the deaths of several Imperial Dragon Knights, the Empire decided to conduct an additional test. Rain finally understood. Are the mounts of the Dragon Knights the giant dragons? Inherited from the last deceased Dragon Knight? Rain couldn't help but ask. Yes, the growth cycle of dragons is too long, and dragons differ from other creatures because their growth is continuous. This means the longer a dragon lives, the larger its size and the richer its combat experience. Felk explained tirelessly. Although the formal Dragon Knight selection is set to take place during Frost Descent Month, If Lord Rain is interested, it would be best to head to the Imperial City quickly, as the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment will be on the first Sunday of Harvest Month. If you miss it, you might have to wait another 5 years. Thank you, Lord Felk, for the information. Rain slightly bent over, expressing gratitude. No need to be so formal, Lord Rain. I have some matters to attend to. Let's chat again next time. Felk also slightly bent over and spoke with a smile. All right, Lord Felk. After Felk and his party left, Rain once again jumped onto Bloodfeather's back and flew towards his residence. But along the way, Rain was digesting the information provided by Felk. It's already the Flowers Month, followed by Stag Moon, Midsummer Moon, and Flowing Fire Month, and then it's Harvest Month. Looking at it this way, if I want to participate in this Dragon Knight selection, then I only have about 3 months of preparation time. When Rain guided Bloodfeather to slowly land, his sister Bo he immediately came rushing over, pulling Rain and excitedly asking, "Brother, why did you take so long? By the way, how does it feel up there in the sky? I also really want to soar in the sky. Brother, can you take me for a flight in the sky too?" "That's simple. I'll take you for a flight right now." Rain patted Bohi's head and said with a smile, for his sister's little request, Rain naturally would fulfill it. However, Bohi's bright eyes rolled around, and then she turned her head and gave Anna a sweet smile. "Sister Anna, come with me, otherwise I'll be scared." This. Anna was about to refuse, but didn't expect Bohi to grab her hand and gently push her over. Anna was just wondering, would Bohi really be afraid? But with Rain being such a protective brother, why would Bohi, as his sister, be afraid? Before Anna could figure it out, she was pulled over by Bohi. At this moment, another problem was facing her. How would the three of them sit? However, before Anna could be stunned, Bohi had already arranged it. "Sister Anna, if you hold me, I won't be scared. Can you do that?" Facing Bohi's innocent big eyes, Anna really couldn't say anything to refuse or anything else. All she could do was nod. Yeah, that's great. Bohi laughed so her eyes turned into crescent moons. "Wait, something's not right. If I'm holding Bohi then, I can't let Bohi hold onto Rain, right? Otherwise, wouldn't that mean Rain has to hold?" Anna seemed to realize something, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of panic. "Brother, you should hold Sister Anna, otherwise she'll be scared too," Bohi said loudly at this moment. Swish, Anna's face turned red. Although her relationship with Rain had advanced significantly since they reunited, it was still on the sly. But this time being held in Rain's arms in front of the guards made her feel shy. I actually. Before Anna could say anything more, Bohi urged the two of them to hurry up. "Brother, let's get going." "All right," Rain nodded with a smile and said, and when Anna was held entirely in Rain's arms, she immediately lowered her head shyly, tightly holding Bohi. Before taking off, Rain used his innate wizardry metal morphing spell. In Rain's palm, a piece of slightly soft enchanted silver instantly transformed into a clasp resembling a roller coaster's safety bar from the previous life. It encircled all three of them and looped under and secured beneath Bloodfeather's belly. After all, when it involved his sister and Anna, safety naturally came first. However, because of this, Anna was now tightly pressed against Rain. As a close combat type blood-feathered horned owl beast, adding another Anna and the nearly negligible bow, he caused no weight pressure at all. As the blood-feathered horned owl beast took flight again, the three of them were bouncing up and down, and naturally, Bohi shouted in excitement. Anna and Rain couldn't help but be infected by this simple and pure joy. However, as Bloodfeather began to fly swiftly, Anna, sitting in front of Rain, had her hair fluttering in the wind. With the pleasant herbal fragrance brushing past Rain's nose along with her hair, Rain couldn't help but tighten his arms around Anna. The flying posture of the blood-feathered horned owl beast was rather special, not like typical eagles, but more like a horse. Each wing flap caused it to rise and fall. This made Rain a bit uncomfortable. It's challenging to remain unaffected when literally cheek to cheek, especially because of their close relationship. Not long after, Anna suddenly felt something hard pressing against her bottom. Initially, she wiggled her hips rather uncomfortably, trying to readjust her bottom to avoid it. But later on, she realized no matter how she adjusted, she couldn't avoid it. Hence, she attempted to apply more pressure on that thing with her bottom. As Rain let out a slight groan, Anna suddenly realized what that awkwardly hard object was. Immediately, Anna's face turned as red as a heated iron, nearly dripping blood. She felt her cheeks burning, her entire body went limp. Even her hands holding Bohi became slack. Fortunately, Rain had used the metal morphing spell in advance to bind all three together securely under Bloodfeather's belly. Even if Anna let go, there wouldn't be any safety issues for Bohi. And sitting in front, Bohi was waving her hands happily, occasionally letting out a cheer. In stark contrast to Bohi, Anna had her head down the entire time, nearly burying it in her chest, remaining silent. "Sister Anna, why is your body so hot? Sister Anna, why are you trembling all over? Are you scared?" "Brother, hold Sister Anna tightly, she's scared." With a slight twitch through Anna's body, she softened entirely in Rain's arms. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, barely aware of when Bloodfeather landed in the backyard. When she got off, her legs were weak. If not for Rain's support, she might have sat down right there. But once she snapped back to her senses, she quickly left like a startled rabbit. "Brother, what happened to Sister Anna? Doesn't she like flying in the sky?" Well. For a moment, Rain didn't know how to answer his sister's question. "You can't just say it's because your brother had a gun. Pointed at your sister Anna the whole time, so she was shy." However, Rain slightly recalled the situation in the sky just now. He found Anna to be of the kind that goes soft upon the slightest touch, seemingly extremely sensitive. "Maybe it's the first time, so she's nervous. But it's my first time too, why am I not nervous?" He continued to ask in confusion. But after the charming encounter, Rain quickly thought of one thing. "I have to hurry up and learn the floating technique, otherwise, if I fall from a high altitude, I'll either die or be severely injured. After all, once a battle begins, anything could happen. So it's better to be prepared in advance, just in case. This afternoon or early tomorrow morning, I have to make a trip to the exchange hall. Exchange the floating technique as well as some rare metals." When Rain returned to the study, he stopped by Jenny's room. Since Agatha's room is still being repaired, Agatha is now resting in Jenny's room. Regarding Agatha's unfortunate incident this time, Rain deemed it necessary to visit her. "Lord Rain, why have you come?" Agatha was delighted and sat up on the bed upon seeing Rain come to visit her. The feeling of being valued by a great figure made Agatha's heart warm. "Take a good rest, Agatha." Rain waved his hand, signaling Agatha to lie back down. "Thank you, Lord Rain, for your concern. Actually, it's nothing serious, I'm just a bit scared." "Lord Rain, Agatha was mainly frightened and has a few minor abrasions, but there's no need to worry that I'll take care of Agatha," Jenny explained. "Okay, feel free to let me know if you need anything." Rain nodded. "All right, thank you, Lord Rain." After returning to the study, Rain quickly called in the graceful Lady Jennifer and asked, "Jennifer, how are the guards you trained at the guild last time?" Regarding the attack that happened this time. Although the main cause was the strength of the attackers, which was immensely strong compared to the guards. It served as a warning to Rain. He's planning to beef up the overall defensive power of the estate. The time was too short, just half a year. Most are at the level of first level or second level knight attendants, and those who reached third level knight attendants are very few. The graceful lady frowned slightly, shook her head and said. Rain nodded. It was much as he expected. Nobles selecting servants or guards are generally cultivated from a young age and go through multiple rounds of selection. Although this can generally ensure loyalty, it is time-consuming and costly. This is also why it's difficult for emerging nobles to catch up with the deeply rooted great nobles in a short time. By the way, dear, the estate just received an invitation from the Goddess Church, signed by Brandel. Jennifer took an invitation from the side and handed it to Rain. Oh, a letter from Brandel. Rain took it and opened it, reading quickly through the lines. After reading, Rain couldn't help but laugh, saying, Jennifer, you wouldn't guess that Bishop Shin has been transferred to Munster Cathedral to preside over the work. Bishop Shin is coming to Munster. That's great. The graceful lady's eyes lit up and said, Tomorrow evening, accompany me to the welcome banquet. Rain nodded and said, Okay, dear. After Jennifer left, Rain took out for the first time the transparent prism-shaped crystal from the waist bag, a memory crystal from his mentor Megaro. Inside, it stored the most important advanced meditation method Steel Heart from the Bixu Mechanization School, the first layer. Previously, Rain was focused on transitioning to an epic-level profession, temporarily putting the study of the advanced meditation method aside. However, now, he could start learning it. As Rain grasped the crystal and directed his consciousness into it, a knowledge of advanced meditation method quickly flooded into his mind. Rain began carefully understanding the first layer of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method in his mind, and quickly gained knowledge that he hadn't grasped before. The primary purpose of the advanced meditation method is to further enhance and condense spiritual power. Moreover, every layer of this steel heart advanced meditation method also has an additional effect of enhancing mental manipulation. After successfully cultivating the first layer of the meditation method, besides the general effect of condensing spiritual power, which is common among advanced meditation methods, it will also further enhance the power of metal series witchcraft by about 20%. At this, Rain's eyes brightened. 20% is not a small amount. You must know there aren't many ways to enhance witchcraft power. That means, if the defensive power of the metal barrier I previously cast was around 40 degrees, successfully cultivating the first layer of the meditation method will increase it to 48 degrees of defensive power. This surpasses the attack limit of most first-level witchcraft. And for a peak knight, if they only mastered the advanced secret skill, they too wouldn't be able to break through my metal barrier's defenses. Not to mention, I also possess the top-level steel body talent. Learning prerequisites. First, it's recommended for wizards whose innate wizardry is metal series witchcraft, as every layer will somewhat enhance the innate wizardry. Second, it's recommended for wizards with a metal element affinity over 80 to study. Just as Master Meguro said, this is an advanced meditation method especially suited for specializing in metal series witchcraft, and it's indeed very suitable for me. Rain nodded and immediately began cultivating according to the requirements of the advanced meditation method. The cultivation process of the first layer of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method is simple and not simple at the same time. That is, you need to outline a complex three-dimensional pattern consisting of a total of 36 will runes in your mind at once. Since there are only 24 will runes in total, many of the aforementioned 36 will runes are repetitive. This is like the 26 English letters, but in a word like congratulation, the A repeats twice. It's like a Lego toy assembling multiple different shaped basic units into a large model. Therefore, in terms of difficulty, it's a step up compared to the previous basic meditation method. No wonder Master Meguro suggested I start cultivating earlier. I'm afraid that, for most wizards, getting started isn't something that can be accomplished in 2 or 3 months. Rain nodded. However, my spiritual power is much higher than that of an average first-level wizard, so the time should be significantly compressed. Rain glanced at his attribute panel, where his remarkably high spiritual attribute of 64 made him quite confident in learning the advanced meditation method. Soon, Rain started visualizing the first three-dimensional symbol incrementally in his mind, according to the advanced meditation method's cultivation process. Half an hour later, after trying more than 10 times, Rain quickly discovered that the difficulty of cultivating the advanced meditation method lies in the complexity of the 36 will runes combined into a three-dimensional model, and the further you go, the higher the difficulty. However, for him, with his spiritual power of 64 points, it wasn't that hard, because on the final attempt, Rain successfully visualized a complex model consisting of 34 will runes in one go. That is to say, he only needed 2 more to complete the first layer of cultivation. This speed surprised Rain, yet was somewhat expected. Which first-level wizard, before learning the advanced meditation method, could have 64 points of spiritual power? Most have a baseline of around 30 points of spiritual power. Rain's spiritual power is almost doubled. However, at this moment, Rain felt a rarely urgent sensation of a faint pulsing in his temples, clearly indicative of the advanced meditation method's cultivation time reaching his current limit. Suddenly, Rain noticed an additional bracket in the spiritual attribute on his attribute panel displayed as follows. Spirit, 64, fogging 1%. The effect is showing so quickly, there's already a percentage for fogging. Although during his transition to an official wizard, the system had indicated that spiritual power fogging was initiated. It seemed that the condensation effect of the basic meditation method was too poor and did not show a specific value. Probably it hadn't even reached 1% back then, so the system didn't show a specific value. Rain speculated. Now, even though he hadn't completed the first layer of the advanced meditation method, a 1% value had already appeared, demonstrating the vast difference in spiritual power condensation effects between the two. Rain faintly felt a difference. Indeed, his spiritual power had an unmistakable change, vaguely more pure. This excited Rain. He had originally intended to take it easy, resting a bit, completing the first layer over several days, but seeing such significant effects, he harbored other ideas. I still have 4 remaining attribute points. With 1 or 2 point consumption, it feels like I can break through. Then let's press on with full force. Having felt the effect of purifying spiritual power, Rain's desire quickly expanded. Almost without hesitation, Rain added 1 attribute point to his spiritual power, instantly raising it from 64 to 65 points. Rain immediately sensed a spring-like clear stream, suddenly emerging in his mind, sweeping away any sense of mental fatigue, and adding to his sharpness in hearing and sight. Immediately, Rain once again began outlining the complex 3-dimensional patterns of the first level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method in his mind. The first will rune, the second, the 35th will rune. Not bad, just 1 more to go. Rain's face lit up with joy. After trying over 10 times again, Rain felt his head was swelling and dizzy, but the effects was significant. Now he was trying the last one. It's like building a house, just left the final touch. Thus, Rain added points again. Half an hour later, Rain joyfully sensed the vision in his mind. At the bottom of the metal morphing spell innate wizardry model, there was an additional thin base composed of spirit power crystal rings. Clearly, the first layer of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method has been successfully cultivated. System prompts as follows. You have performed the cultivation of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, incomplete, related understanding enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, incomplete. Your skill Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, incomplete, has been enhanced, experience +1. Incomplete. Of course, I've only cultivated the first level. Rain quickly saw a new skill icon on the Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession panel, a person sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Below was a line of small text explaining. Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, incomplete, LV1, 1/100. Special effect Metal Control LV1. Metal Control LV1, passive effect. Your ability to manipulate metal energy particles is slightly enhanced. The LV of the meditation method depends on improving the operation cycle, allowing several more operations, enhancing fogging efficiency, max upgrade to 3. He didn't know how long other wizards within the Bixiu Mechanization School took to cultivate this first level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, but it couldn't possibly have taken just 1 day like him, right? Too bad Magaro is not here otherwise. He'd certainly be delighted. These 2 attribute points were worth adding. Rain felt a relaxed sense of satisfaction. This very important matter is finally accomplished. Moving forward, as long as I follow a daily routine of cultivation, it'll be fine. Rain once again focused his attention on the newly appeared base in the mental sea. This should be the unique aspect of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, the reason behind its ability to enhance the power of Metal Series Witchcraft. I can try the Witchcraft later and compare the changes. Meanwhile, Rain also noticed that the silver mist around this 3-dimensional structure had become much denser. The area occupied by the silver mist in the mental sea was significantly larger than when he first advanced as a wizard, before cultivating the advanced meditation method. Rain glanced at the system panel, slightly stunned. The spiritual power value on the attribute panel had actually decreased. Displayed as Spirit, 60, fogging 5%. Bear in mind, he remembered very clearly in the beginning his spiritual power value was 64, and after adding 2 points, it should be 66, but now it's only 60. However, the degree of fogging had increased significantly, from 1% to the current 5%. Could it be that this is the refining effect of the advanced meditation method on spiritual power, removing impurities, thereby reducing the total amount? That's probably it. But before Rain could contemplate further, his eyes suddenly brightened. This is. As he saw, the system had surprisingly refreshed with another prompt. The prerequisites for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary, are 1. Mutated Dragon Bloodline concentration is dense or higher. 2. 3rd-level Crystallized Wizard or higher. 3. The prerequisite for the second has been clarified. Wow, Crystallized Wizard, this requirement is too high. Rain couldn't help but gasp. He was no longer a novice wizard, aware that the stages from 1st-level wizard to 3rd-level wizard corresponded to the fogging, liquefaction, and crystallization of spiritual power. Yet he had only fogged 5% so far, with the liquefaction process coming next, followed by crystallization. If it were an ordinary 1st-level wizard, Who knows how many years it would take to reach crystallization? 100 years. Maybe 200. Moreover, wizard advancement doesn't always go smoothly, and it's quite possible to get stuck at a certain stage. But thinking about it, it seems normal. A legendary profession. The prerequisites demanding the strength to reach crystallized wizard doesn't seem too unreasonable. I can add points through attributes, enhancing spiritual power several times over what a regular wizard can achieve, potentially greatly compressing this process. Rain was very confident in this respect. Additionally, this also verifies that the Dragon Vein wizard is still a wizard and has a certain association with the advanced meditation method. I've just learned the first level of the advanced meditation method, which now reveals its requirements for wizard level. Looking at the prerequisites for Dragon Vein wizard, Rain had a sudden realization. After pondering for a while, Rain intended to try out the changes before and after learning the advanced meditation method. First, naturally, would be the innate wizardry metal morphing spell. However, Rain didn't transform a dagger, as the total metal content of a dagger is too small, almost instantaneous before. To compare effectively, the metal content has to be relatively large. With a subtle thought, the hardened essence gold in his hand immediately started transforming into the shape of a pig-head hammer. The entire process was extremely fast. Rain tested several times, slightly recorded the time. It took approximately 0.16 seconds, less than 0.2 seconds. Compared to the previous 0.25 seconds. It's more than 20% faster. This made Rain quite pleased. He watched as the pig-head hammer quickly transformed into a thick tower shield, and immediately afterward, swiftly changed into a dual-handed greatsword. Indeed, no matter what shape it transformed into, it was significantly faster than before. Don't underestimate the fact that the time was only reduced by such a small amount. But many times, battle is a matter of split seconds. Additionally, from another perspective, in the same amount of time, the total amount of metal Rain can transform is higher than before. Looks like I need to go to the branch office and exchange more rare metals. Oh, and there's also the floating technique. Thinking of it, Rain didn't delay, putting away the hardened essence gold in his hand, and walked outside. Sitting in the carriage, Rain was still pondering the previous changes. It seems that the mere first layer special effect of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method is not enough to achieve the current effect. Rain carefully felt this change. That part of the fogged spiritual power is noticeably stronger than the unfogged spiritual power in activating metal series energy particles. I see. The reason for the speed increase indeed includes the additive effect of spiritual power. Fogging, although the additive effect is not large, it's also because the fogging level is not high. Rain nodded and thought to himself. The old man from Angus's military department comes to seek refuge. The Duke hires Rain as the chief security consultant for Mingster. Movements on the church's side. The beautiful lady catches the auction house's purchase of dragon blood items. Viscount Fabian's shock. Shin's bishop is transferred to preside over the Munster Cathedral and is about to be appointed archbishop. Rudolph takes over as Meister Bishop. The revival of the Mother Tree sect. Banquet. Exchange hall, exchange of metal ingots, exchange floating technique. New career choice. North of the Mingster province, Dragon Tooth Pass. Deep inside the Attache mine. An elite team of 5 was slowly progressing deep into the mine tunnel. They were the Black Sword, the Diamond Star Swordman team from afar in Mingster. Strange, do you smell it? I always feel there's a stench like that of rotting food. I smell it too. It wasn't noticeable at the entrance of the mine before, but now it's getting stronger. Yes, I feel it too. Suddenly, the Wizard Roman 20 at the front, who was casting the light technique, stopped in his tracks. The other team members also looked up, instantly showing shock at the scene not far away. In the depths of the tunnel, over 20 meters away, a massive bronze-colored metal gate, dozens of meters high, was open on both sides, its interior deep and dark. And at the gate's entrance, there was a huge sacrificial witch array, emitting a faint green light, but strangely, such an array should logically have someone operating it. But now, no one was there. Captain, this is the sealing gate, right? Yes, it is. Black Sword, Greylow nodded solemnly, eyes still gravely fixed on the depth of the gate. As though trying to see through it. Already opened. The Wizard Roman 20 at the forefront stepped a few steps forward to the array, squatted down to examine it carefully, then turned and said, Captain, the operation of this witch array ended less than 24 hours ago. some kind of blood sacrifice which array, and if I'm not mistaken, the one who set up this blood sacrifice array opened the sealing gate. Retreat! Black sword, Greylow gestured towards Wizard Roman 20. He had just been staring into the gate and felt a chill down his spine. As a peak knight with top-secret technique mastery, Greylow very much trusted his instincts not to deceive him. Captain, aren't we going inside to explore?" Another team member asked in confusion. After all, they had come from afar and now had no idea what was inside the open sealing gate. To hastily retreat seemed not quite right. "Yes, Captain, I'll go in and take a look," a lean leather-armored team member, agilely flipping 2 daggers, said. Roman 20, what's that on your face? Why does it look white?" Roman 20 touched his face, indeed felt something white and soft, and immediately, with a bit of force, he pulled it down, feeling a slight sting in the process. Is this a fungus?" Another curious team member looked over, seeing the white fungal plant like a ginkgo leaf. But as he leaned closer under the light technique, the other two suddenly looked wide-eyed, their fingers trembling as they pointed at him, a look of utter shock on their faces. "What's up? You both look like you've seen a ghost." He casually touched his face. But the next second he froze in place, because his hand felt a large patch of soft matter on his face, and with a firm yank, he pulled down a white oyster mushroom-like object from his face. "Ah, my face! There's some on my neck too." At this moment, everyone began to frantically search themselves with fear on their faces. Soon, the members of the Black Sword team discovered that, except for the vice-captain Wizard Ankh, who seemed to be protected constantly by his innate witchcraft, no one else was immune to this mysterious spore infection. Even the strongest member, Captain Greylow of the Black Sword, a peak knight, now had many white willow-like spores on his body. The other 3 members, whose strength was not as high as Greylow's, had even weaker resistance. At this time, white, matured mushrooms like oyster mushrooms were already growing from their bodies. "Quick, let's get out of here first," Greylow commanded immediately, while the sense of unease in his heart grew even stronger, just as the team quickly turned around, planning to leave. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground of the tunnel shake violently. Immediately after, a low roar, unlike anything they had heard before and filled with intense intimidation, emanated from the sealing gate. In an instant, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even moving their legs felt much clumsier than usual. Instinctively, the members of the Black Sword team stiffly turned their necks to look at the sealing gate behind them. They saw 2 brown lights unexpectedly appear within the sealing gate. Boom, boom, and as the ground trembled rhythmically, the 2 lights grew closer. The stench grew more intense. When the opponent approached the area illuminated by the light technique, the members of the Black Sword team finally saw clearly. These were not lamps, but a pair of dragon eyes. This dragon was extremely hideous, without the sleek scales that a normal dragon should have on its skin. The body was covered with wrinkled, pitted skin that was even oozing pus, as if some strong, corrosive energy emanated from within its body. "Run!" Greylow finally understood the source of the strong unease in his heart. The corrosive dragon before them must be the ancient monster that was originally sealed inside the sealing gate. Even though it was sealed for thousands of years, the residual aura was still incredibly powerful. Greylow immediately felt that this was a monster only the Imperial Guardian could handle, not something the Black Sword team could resist. Although they heard their captain's almost desperate shout, at that moment, everyone seemed to be stuck in a swamp, their running speed only a third of normal. "Ang!" The corrupted giant dragon let out a roar. Immediately, a pillar-like yellow-green misty breath spewed violently from its mouth. The narrow tunnel, this was nearly impossible to avoid. The last member of the team was the first to be hit by the misty breath, and the mushrooms on his body began to grow wildly. Within just a few seconds, colorful fungi of gray and green covered his entire body and face. Although he continued running, in others' eyes, perhaps staggering would be more appropriate. Second, third. Even Wizard Ankh's protection innate witchcraft broke instantly, and mushrooms began rapid growth on his body. Black Sword Greylow was naturally no exception. Seeing the whole team on the brink of annihilation, Greylow suddenly halted his steps and turned back to swing his black greatsword with full force. At the breath, meanwhile, a low growl transmitted to his companions. "Ankh, try to get the message out." As soon as he spoke, he emanated a glow of original force mixed with a trace of will, raising the black dual-handed greatsword, like an arrow off the string, charging straight at the pursuing corrupted giant dragon. Black radiance. A black arc flashed, and the corrupted giant dragon's forepaw, as thick as a stone pillar, was immediately sliced open by Black Sword Greylo with a cut several tens of centimeters long. Yellow-green pus sprayed out, just when Black Sword Greylo thought he might hold off for a while longer, or perhaps even had a slim chance of escaping alive. But the next second, boom, a huge and sharp claw came down from above, crushing Black Sword Greylo directly into minced meat. Captain. At this moment, Wizard Ant, who had just completed his chanting and casting, found himself cloaked in a pale blue whirlwind propelling him rapidly forward, only to see his captain die a tragic death in front of him. Faster, faster, I must survive. I must get the message out. For the first time as a wizard, Ant was so lost, his eyes filled with rage. But it was too late. It wasn't the corrupt giant dragon chasing him. Rather, the spores from the breath had contaminated him, and now various fungi on his body started growing rapidly. Meanwhile, near the entrance of a Tachi mine, a third-level wizard apprentice in a gray robe, along with another great knight wielding a sword and shield, were chatting idly with nothing to do. Both were new members who had just joined the Black Sword team, thus were assigned by Greylo at the mine's entrance for vigilance and communication. It's been 2 hours and 10 minutes. Why hasn't the captain contacted us yet? Could something have gone wrong? The great knight with the sword and shield opened a pocket watch, checked the time, and frowned. According to the pre-departure agreement, the team inside the cave should contact them every 2 hours. This was also the standard procedure for the sword holder team when conducting exploration missions. Impossible. Captain Greylo's strength has reached the quasi-legendary level. Plus, with Vice Captain Ant an official wizard, it's just an investigation task. How could there be any accident? The gray-robed apprentice shook his head and said, "Wait, Medros, did you hear a sound? It seems to be coming from the mine." Sword and shield Great Knight Ruka alertly turned around, signaling his companion to listen, and said, "I heard it, but could it be the wind?" Medros, holding a short stick, listened carefully for a moment, unable to discern where this sound might be originating from. Because at this moment they were located at Dragon's Tooth Pass, where strong winds blew year-round, which was why they chose to ride short-legged horses suited for mountainous travel rather than the Empire's small airship. At this moment, a distinctly human scream echoed from inside the mine. This made the two exchange glances and immediately become alert. "Quick, hide behind the hillside," Medros immediately urged. The two quickly hid behind the hillside, a few dozen meters away from the mine, concealing themselves. Their task was to warn and communicate, not to engage in combat. This was an explicit order from Captain Greylo before their departure. A few minutes later, a humanoid monster staggered to the cave entrance, roared once, then turned back into the depths of the mine. What is that monster? As a great knight, Ruka had never seen such a bizarre humanoid monster covered in fungi. Medros, however, was staring blankly ahead, motionless. Medros. This made Ruka feel strange, as logically Medros had plenty of combat experience. He had been an official member of a gold-level team and wouldn't be so scared by a monster. "It's over," Medros said, utterly lost. "It's over, the captain, they're all done for." Ruka. That wasn't a monster just now, it was Vice Captain Ant Wizard. Medros's words were like a thunderbolt in Ruka's mind. "What? How is this possible? Really, did you notice? The amulet on its neck, I'm very familiar with that amulet. It's a witchcraft tool that seals the water membrane technique." Ruka was momentarily stunned, recalling that the humanoid monster's neck did indeed have a reflective object. "I have this tool too. I got it from the exchange hall at the branch." Medros pulled out the rhombus-shaped crystal amulet from his chest and showed it to Ruka. This made Ruka instantly believe Medros's words. Medros, after a moment of daze, began mumbling something while quickly taking a note sheet from his pocket and scribbling with a quill. "We must report to the branch immediately." Less than half a minute later, a blood falcon shot straight into the sky. The next morning, Mingster Rain's new residence's study room. At that moment, Rain was slightly organizing the 3 rare metals: demonized silver, hardened essence gold, and radiant bar, which he had brought back from the branch. However, as Rain's gaze fell on the demonized silver, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, seemingly thinking of something. He set aside a portion to morph 2 kite shields from it first, then quickly started morphing the remaining demonized silver into components of plate armor, following the style of the secret silver engraved plate armor he was wearing. With the armor casting specialization, passive, of an armor forger, plus the engraving specialization, passive, of a great armor forger, Rain took less than half an hour to complete a whole set of demonized silver plate armor engraved with basic defense inscription. Looking at the slightly matte silver plate armor set before him, Rain couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This set is equivalent to a witchcraft-resistant armor. The demonized silver with basic defense inscription can weaken the damage of enemy witchcraft by at least half. The only inconvenience is carrying it. However, Rain quickly thought of the blood-feathered horned eagle, which had just entered its maturity stage. It can't be carried around, but it can be placed on blood feather. Before a battle, it can be replaced anytime with the plate armor set. Although Rain possessed the innate wizardry metal morphing spell, if it were just a chest armor, it could still be managed, covering the chest in an extremely short time. But to morph into a knight plate armor set with engraving and composed of complex components wasn't something that could be achieved in an instant. After completing these tasks, Rain focused his attention on the newly exchanged sheepskin scroll floating technique. Being a first-level witchcraft that wasn't particularly difficult, learning the floating technique wasn't challenging. Before long, a system notification appeared. You have learned floating technique. Relevant comprehension improved. You have comprehended a new skill floating technique. Your skill floating technique has improved. Experience +1. Simultaneously, below the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel next to the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, a brand new icon appeared. The icon's pattern depicted a person floating in mid-air, stepping on a cloud like white cloud, seemingly symbolizing the support of a cloud. The small text below the icon read, Floating Technique LV1, 1/100, Floating Technique LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to evoke surrounding wind energy particles, allowing the host to float in the air for a duration of 1 minute. Note, casting time is 3 seconds. Great, now I don't have to worry about accidents when riding blood feather. Rain couldn't help but nod, feeling a sense of delight in his heart. However, a 3-second casting time is still a bit long. Just as Rain was considering whether to add points to the floating technique or practice on his own to improve it, he suddenly noticed the icon for the Advanced Meditation Method, Steel Heart. Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, incomplete, LV1, 1/100, with the special effect Metal Control LV1. I wonder what the effect is when adding points to this advanced meditation method. Rain recalled, realizing he didn't actually know. Because when he was learning the basic meditation method, he didn't need to consider this issue. Previously, he smoothly completed the cultivation of the basic meditation method through spiritual power allocation. This piqued Rain's curiosity. After thinking for a moment, Rain noticed he still had 5 remaining skill points. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he invested 1 point into the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. As the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method advanced from LV1 to LV2, an influx of memory about the cultivation of Steel Heart rushed into Rain's mind. Rain closed his eyes, stood in place, and carefully sensed these fragments of Advanced Meditation Method cultivation memories in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had undergone years of rigorous practice in the mysterious space of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. Immediately, Rain resumed operating the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. It wasn't long before he joyfully discovered that the process of visualizing and outlining the first layer model of Steel Heart in his mental sea was remarkably smoother than before, with an efficiency nearly doubled. What concept is this? This means that in the same daily meditation time limit of about half an hour, where he could previously only outline twice with spiritual power, can now visualize and outline 4 times. What does this signify? This signifies that Rain's spiritual power fogging process can be greatly accelerated. Rain also knew a thing or two about the time consumption of spiritual power fogging. For other first-level wizards, no matter how exceptional they are, achieving a fogging degree of over 90% requires year-span advancements. For most wizards, even if they smoothly overcome bottlenecks without any setbacks from the start of the spiritual power fogging process, it nearly takes 2 to 3 decades. Within 10 years, achieving the completion of this spiritual power fogging process makes one a genius wizard. Within 5 years, probably rarely seen throughout the Dragon Empire, this immediately excited Rain's heart. Now it's double speed, but clearly it can be even faster. After pacing back and forth in the room while thinking for a moment, Rain decided to continue adding points to the advanced meditation method. With added points, the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method advanced from LV2 to LV3. Minutes later, when Rain again attempted to operate the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, indeed, his visualization and outlining process accelerated once more, about completing 6 visualization and outlining cycles in a half hour. Originally 2 times, now 6 times. That's 3 times the original speed. LV3 is threefold, then wouldn't LV4 be fourfold? Suddenly, Rain's eyes sparkled. Right away, he tried again to add points to the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Addition failed. Maximum limit of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method incomplete reached. Rain frowned slightly. Does this mean with the first layer of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, I can only achieve triple speed at the fastest myself? All right, with triple speed, that means others take 3 years, while I take 1 year. Although it still feels a bit slow. It's barely acceptable. Somewhat greedy, Rain pondered. No, I can still allocate points to the spiritual attribute, which has previously proven that strong spiritual power will further accelerate this fogging process. Rain's eyes lit up as something instantly occurred to him. This is also why, for most wizards, any drug that can enhance spiritual power is extremely precious. A drug capable of speeding up the spiritual power fogging process, perhaps, but Rain hasn't heard of one yet. Maybe, searching for spiritual power enhancement drugs should be put on the agenda. Through the auction house channel, managed by Jennifer, or through the Royal Alchemist Association's Munster branch, Rain immediately thought of 2 paths. After all, for Rain, who possesses the Deadly Poison Master Profession panel, he himself is a top-notch pharmacist. Previously, he didn't consider making potions himself because, for him, it was obviously more worthwhile to spend time enhancing transcendent combat skills. But now, if it's a potion related to spiritual power enhancement, it might be worth considering making it himself. Right, when I killed the 3rd-level wizard apprentice Adams in Flashgold Town earlier, I acquired a spiritual textbook, which detailed the method for creating something called Mystical Potion, which enhances spiritual power. But the materials are quite hard to find. Maybe Jennifer could try searching through the auction house channel. Rain recalled. As for why he didn't make it at the time, it was also because the materials were hard to find. But there's no urgency now. Perhaps I should first research the puppetry technique. For Rain, because he has the advantage of adding points for spiritual power enhancement, he isn't in a rush. Instead, he's quite interested in the puppetry technique given by mentor Magaro. Rain took out the heavy tome on puppetry technique given to him by Magaro from the drawer and began to read it carefully. As he opened the title page, Rain saw on the next page that almost the entire page was filled with revision numbers, dates, and contents. It seems the school places great importance on the contents of this book on puppetry technique. It has undergone many revisions. Indeed, for the school, this book is probably as significant as those new dictionaries were in my previous life. Although a foundational piece, its meaning is far-reaching. For Rain, the metal series puppet's compatibility with him was quite high. His high affinity for metal elements could also fully maximize the combat power of metal series puppets. As for those other types of puppets like clay series puppets, rock system puppets, and flesh series puppets, etc., he could learn more about them later after mastering the creation of metal series puppets. After all, as a beginner, he should avoid biting off more than he can chew. For puppets not demanding a high degree of wisdom, activation technique can suffice. If higher wisdom is required for intermediate and advanced puppets, one must incorporate a control core. Looking at this segment, Rain fell into contemplation. Degree of wisdom. Activation technique. Control core. Control core pertains to intermediate and advanced puppets. Let's not worry about it now. Let's focus on activation technique. Rain quickly decided. It didn't take long for Rain to find records about activation technique in the last few pages of puppetry technique. As first-level witchcraft, activation technique was not simple to master. However, for a wizard like Rain, with spiritual power reaching 60 points and resembling late first level, it wasn't difficult. Just like when learning the floating technique, it wasn't long before system prompts sounded. You've learned activation technique, understanding improved. You've gained a new skill activation technique, your skill activation technique enhanced. Experience +1. Simultaneously, a brand new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel beside the Witchcraft metal barrier. The icon depicted a staff gently tapping the head of a clay figurine, seemingly imbuing it with some form of wisdom. Rain focused on the new icon, seeing a line of small text below. Activation Technique LV1, 1/100, Activation Technique LV1 Effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to invoke mysterious side energy particles, granting a humanoid or beast-shaped inanimate object vitality, providing it with basic wisdom and simple mobility, lasting for half an hour. Note: this witchcraft is guidance-based, with casting time and spiritual power consumption determined by the complexity and size of the casting target's form. Succeeded. Rain's face lit up with joy. A humanoid or beast-like shape. Duration half an hour. Guidance-based witchcraft. Rain immediately noticed several key phrases. Thinking it over, Rain referred to the principle of metal puppets, the simplest introductory level puppet. No, not quite a puppet yet. According to the book, it's called an active metal dummy. Simply transforming any metal ingot like iron or copper into a humanoid-shaped metal block suffices. For other metal series wizards, this is also a very simple task, taking a maximum of 1 minute to accomplish. Rain, who counts metal morphing spell as innate wizardry, it's a matter of 1 second. In an instant, a metal figure half the height of a person appeared in Rain's hand. Placing it on the ground, Rain began to cast the newly acquired witchcraft activation technique. As the spell sounded, Rain gently pointed, casting a finger-thick earthy yellow light beam onto the metal figure. Roughly 3 seconds later, Rain noticed a tiny light spot appeared in his mental sea. With the command "Rise," the metal figure surprisingly began to rise, automatically walking forward. "It's interesting," Rain raised an eyebrow and said. Moreover, possibly due to his high metal element affinity, didn't feel much consumption of spiritual power. This means he can indeed attempt to activate even larger active metal dummies. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door sounded. This made Rain smile slightly, perhaps having realized something, and he instructed the active metal dummy to open the door. But what made Rain a bit helpless was that perhaps due to the wisdom of the metal automaton not being high enough, it seemed rather bewildered. Not knowing what to do, is it really impossible? Rain shook his head and sighed, but suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed Rain's mind. Is it possible that it's because the command was too vague, not clear enough? Rotate the handle. Rain tried issuing a clearer command. The metal automaton seemed to find its target, walked toward the door, and placed its metal hand on it. With a click sound, the handle was chosen, and the door was opened. This made Rain unable to hold back a joyful expression. At this moment, Rain also saw the beautiful woman Jennifer standing outside the door. The beautiful woman glanced at Rain, who was far away at the desk, with her beautiful eyes, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Huh, who opened the door for me just now?" She looked down, and instantly she was nearly jumping with fright. With a scream, the beautiful woman retreated 2 steps in succession, tremblingly pointing at the half-person tall metal automaton in front of her, saying, This is. Rain quickly walked up and said with a slight apology, "Sorry to have startled you, Jennifer. This is the witchcraft I just learned." The beautiful woman patted her towering chest and cast a sidelong glance at Rain with her beautiful eyes, saying, "Dear, luckily it's daytime. If it were nighttime, I probably would have been scared to death." Rain chuckled, put away the metal automaton, and led the beautiful woman into the study. "Jennifer, is there something you need?" "Dear, it's almost lunchtime now. Everyone is waiting for you." The beautiful woman couldn't help but look at the wall clock and pout her cherry lips. Following the beautiful woman's pouting direction, Rain glanced at the wall clock in the study and suddenly understood. The whole morning, for several hours, he had been absorbed in learning new witchcraft. Noticed time had passed rapidly, almost reaching 12:30. "I guess this is what they call sacrificing sleep and meals for work, right?" Rain thought to himself. "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Let's go. We shall head out now." Not long after lunch, Rain got into the prepared carriage with the beautiful woman Jennifer, heading for the Munster Cathedral banquet. At the same time, Rain brought along the blue and white warhammer he had seized from the ancient strong monk. Originally, Rain planned to invite Anna to come along. But it seems due to her sensitivity when riding the blood-feathered horned eagle the other day. Anna now feels so bashful when seeing him, she politely declined the invitation to go together. Therefore, inside the carriage, there were only him and Jennifer. "By the way, dear, the information on that Earth Dragon Knight has already been investigated. His name is Hansel, and he is most famous for his Earth Dragon mount. It is said he consumed dragon blood fruit recently and is about to evolve. This time he was hired by the SAM group to come and help. Oh, the information was obtained so quickly. Rain raised his eyebrows, quite surprised by the efficiency on Jennifer's side. Ulna from the Sword Bearer's branch had yet to report to him, yet Jennifer's side already had the news. Although the Axon Auction House has unusual connections, Jennifer had only recently become a shareholder of the Axon Auction House's Munster branch, and she probably isn't familiar with many people and matters yet. Well, dear, you wouldn't believe how much more respectful Fabian and others have been since the SAM group was wiped out. A lot of information was voluntarily reported to me by them without me even asking. The beautiful woman gleefully said. She now truly understood what it meant to reap benefits under the shade of a big tree. With Rain as her big tree behind, she was now almost like the uncrowned king in the Munster branch of Axon Auction House. Fabian, the person visibly in charge of operations at the branch, was drawing closer to her wholeheartedly, and she seized the opportunity to suggest that Fabian strengthen the business exchanges between the auction house and the Hammer and Rose Chamber of Commerce. Within few days, the Chamber of Commerce profited handsomely. Well, you mentioned dragon blood fruit just now. Yes, I heard a few masters at the auction house chatting about it, saying it seemingly has special effects on the growth and evolution of dragon descendant creatures. The beautiful woman nodded. This led Rain to ponder. The intelligence just provided him a new thought. Since it's effective on dragon descendant creatures, what about me? Rain couldn't help but have this question arise in his mind. Can the system absorb, for example, beneficial components from dragon blood fruit? Of course, dragon blood or the body of a dragon and things that promote the growth of dragon descendants are not the same concept. Therefore, it might not work, but it's worth a try. Jennifer, next step, please focus on 2 types of items at the auction house for me. First, items related to dragons like dragon bones, dragon blood, or the dragon blood fruit you mentioned. Secondly, keep an eye on those potions that can enhance spiritual power, and if the price is right, purchase them for me. Oh, and also help me procure the ingredients for this mystical potion. Rain also thought about the mystical potion production and immediately took out a list of ingredients from his waist bag and handed it to the beautiful woman. All right, dear. The beautiful woman received it and put it away carefully, nodding in agreement, without asking Rain why he needed these things or mentioning that these things might be expensive. Because Jennifer clearly knows that Rain's powerful strength is the foundation of all she has now. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman's eyes, glistening with moisture, were gazing at Rain, and her voluptuous body leaned toward him. Although she has frequently met Rain recently, due to Anna's presence, Jennifer still adheres to her duties as a housekeeper within the mansion. But now, in this enclosed space of the carriage, and having been a long time since she last did it with Rain, and she was at an age when she very much needed it, the beautiful woman, with a slightly flushed face, lowered her lovely head, and after some rustling, Jennifer, this is inside the carriage. Rain grunted softly. Darling, aren't you learning witchcraft recently? You can even control metal puppets, but you still can't do a soundproofing technique or something. The beautiful woman said while casting a reproachful glance at Rain with her lovely eyes. Rain was speechless for a while. He wanted to say really can't, but at this moment he was already distracted. Over 10,000 words omitted here. After a long while the beautiful woman wiped her red lips, then slowly sat up, teasingly saying, Darling, who would have thought you really don't know the soundproofing technique? But suddenly, the beautiful woman's expression froze because she discovered that her light blue evening dress was lifted by Rain, revealing her large and snowy white voluptuous hips, and her slender waist was also firmly held by a large hand. Darling, this is in the carriage, and you haven't learned the soundproofing technique. The beautiful woman couldn't help but be both surprised and delighted. Another 10,000 words omitted here. After some time, the beautiful woman finally leaned against the seat inside the carriage to rest. She turned her head, brushed aside the slightly messy hair by her ear, and tiredly said to Rain, Darling, how can you expect me to go out and attend the banquet now? Soon, the carriage arrived in front of the majestic Munster Cathedral. At this moment, quite a few noble carriages had gathered in front of the cathedral. Polite gentlemen were escorting stylishly dressed noble ladies and wives up the steps, entering the interior of the cathedral. However, as they ascended the steps, they would occasionally glance at the top of the steps at the silver-armored knight standing there with his hands behind his back, holding a large hammer. Is some VIP coming today? Why is Lord Brandel personally waiting here? Many nobles whispered among themselves. It's known that Punishment Knight Brandel holds a high position within the Minster Goddess Church, and even in the entire Minster province's high society. His position is second only to the Duke of Minter and a few marquises, certainly above earls. Hey, who do you think Punishment Knight Brandel is waiting for? A noble young lady asked curiously. Not sure, I haven't heard that the Duke of Minter is coming, so it should be some marquis, I guess. A middle-aged nobleman beside her furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Yes, it should be. As the carriage with the crossed sword and hammer noble emblem came to a stop, Brandel immediately smiled and quickly descended the steps to greet them. At the same time, the tall and handsome Rain disembarked first, assisting the beautiful and radiant Jennifer out of the carriage despite her weak knees. Rain, seeing Brandel come to the entrance to greet him personally, couldn't help but smile and nod in acknowledgement. This scene naturally caught the eyes of many nobles, so it was him they were waiting for. Who is this young man? A noble lady couldn't help but curiously look at the handsome Rain, while casting a slightly envious glance at the gorgeous Jennifer beside Rain. You don't know him? That's Viscount Rain, the rising star of the Minster Swordsman Division. It's said that even the Duke of Minter speaks highly of him. A middle-aged nobleman, who seemed aware of the recent Minster cult attack situations, explained nearby. That impressive, noble ladies next to them covered their small mouths in astonishment. However, the noble lady's attention soon shifted from how impressive Rain was to Jennifer, the companion Rain brought along this time. So, who is that lady beside Viscount Rain? Judging by her age, she seems much older than him and doesn't look like a lover. A noble young lady asked in confusion. I think I've seen her once, seems like she's from a Chamber of Commerce. Let me think, it should be called the Hammer and Rose Chamber of Commerce's president. She should be Lord Rain's white glove. Another noble lady recalled seeing Jennifer once at a banquet about a month ago. I see, it seems we still have a chance to deeply interact with Viscount Rain. Not necessarily, maybe Viscount Rain prefers older beautiful women. Haha, haven't you heard the saying that men always love 18-year-olds? Several noble young ladies, after hearing Jennifer was just a white glove, seemed much more relaxed and began teasing each other. Although Rain was young, after several battles in Minster, he had already gained considerable fame. Pretty much all of Minster's high society knew of Rain, a very powerful young man who joined the Swordsman Division. Lord Rain, I should have visited you. But because of my brother's matters, I've been occupied recently. Truly sorry. Brandel slightly bowed while also nodding to Jennifer. Lord Brandel, you're too kind. Rain knew that the two cult attacks had caused severe losses to the Minster Goddess Church, even costing Brandel his own younger brother. Naturally, he wouldn't feel slighted because Brandel hadn't paid a visit. Lord Rain, although I would love to chat with you a bit longer, your old friend Bishop Shin is waiting inside for you, and he has prepared a surprise for you. Shall we? Brandel said with a smile. Of course, I haven't seen Bishop Shin in quite some time either. Rain indicated to Brandel to join him, pondering what the surprise might be that Brandel mentioned. Thus, Rain and the elegant Lady Jennifer, led by Punishment Knight Brandel, soon arrived at the prayer hall. By now, the hall was already filled with quite a few nobles. These were all well-informed individuals who understood the significance of Bishop Shin presiding over the event, with many of them requesting to visit voluntarily. After a discussion between Bishop Shin and Brandel, they decided to expand the scale of the gathering and hold an awarding ceremony. Just as Rain wondered why so many nobles would attend an informal banquet, an elder dressed in a water-blue robe trimmed with gold and holding a staff was walking in from the back of the hall. It was Bishop Shin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Bishop Shin, long time no see. Rain respectfully bowed slightly. Viscount Rain, long time no see, your growth has exceeded my expectations. Bishop Shin reciprocated and spoke with a hearty smile. Rain was no longer the Baron from Mace County, and even Bishop Shin had to observe proper etiquette, refraining from referring to Rain as a child. Half an hour later, after awarding several knights with the gold shell medals, the ceremony reached its climax in multiple battles against the Black Flame cult. Viscount Rain has made outstanding contributions, especially in these last two instances, not only repelling the dark creature's attacks, but also joining forces with the Duke and others to kill the cult's great priest. To commend Viscount Rain for his exceptional contributions in the fight against the cult, here, I, on behalf of the Goddess Church, confer upon Viscount Rain the second-class Goddess Medal, Bishop Shin passionately stated while picking up a fist-sized medal, shimmering with a bright silver glow, from the tray held by an attendant. Only at this moment did Rain understand that the surprise Brandel had mentioned was this. This second-class Goddess Medal was of great significance, being the highest level of medal that a provincial-level Goddess Church could award. It was a notch above the Gold Shell Medal. The second-class Goddess Medal was slightly larger than the previous Gold Shell Medal, made of mithril, and featured a vivid depiction of a goddess holding a shell. Viscount Rain, may the goddess bless you. Thank the goddess. Thank you, Bishop Shin. Rain bowed in gratitude. Bishop Shin solemnly pinned the medal onto Rain's chest. Viscount Rain, please keep the second-class Goddess Medal safe. Anywhere in the Empire where there's a temple of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, you can receive help from the Goddess Church. Additionally, this medal has not only solidified the divine art detect evil, but also the divine art blessing of the goddess. Although it can only be used once, it is quite powerful. Bishop Shin looked at Rain with a smiling face as he spoke. After the awarding ceremony concluded, Bishop Shin, Brandel, and Rain held a private conversation in a room. Bishop Shin, after you left over at Maest, Rain couldn't help but ask. Rain, your acquaintance Rudolph will be succeeding me as Bishop of Maest, Bishop Shin said with a smile. Oh, has Dean Rudolph been promoted too? That's a good thing. Right, Bishop Shin, Lord Brandel, I have an item this time that I hope you can help appraise, Rain said as he opened a wooden box. Appraise, Brandel said with a look of puzzlement. They were both clergy, not appraisal masters. Inside the box Rain opened lay a massive warhammer, blue and white in color, emanating a peculiar aura that immediately drew the two men's attention and interest. I obtained this from the Black Flame cult's ancient strongman Mong. From the feeling the warhammer gives me, it seems it might not be an artifact of the cult. Rain slowly stated his conjecture. Indeed, it doesn't match the Black Flame cult's style. Likewise skilled in using a dual-handed warhammer, Brandel was barely able to contain his excitement as he gently caressed the warhammer with his fingers. Rain, you mean? Bishop Shin couldn't help but ask. I'd like to ask if the two of you could check the church's archives to see if there's any record of this cult's ancient strongman Mong, and see if we can find any information about the warhammer's origins. The Goddess Church was, without doubt, the most knowledgeable about the Black Flame cult. Previously, Rain had never considered bringing it to the church because he wasn't familiar with the upper echelons of the Minster Church. But now things were different. Both Bishop Shin and Brandel had unusual ties with him. Of course, Lord Rain, we would likely need to get in touch with the Cologne Cathedral in the Imperial City, because the library there holds the most comprehensive collection of books within the society, but it would take some time to access. Brandel pondered for a moment, then said, Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers off the Maest coastline on the sea, dozens of 4-masted sailing ships, led by 2 5-masted ships, were engaged in fierce combat with over a dozen large sea beasts. These ships belonged to the 1st and 3rd squadrons of the Dragon Empire South Sea Fleet. At this moment, the sea beasts roared, waves surged, and cannons thundered. From time to time, various streams of witchcraft would flare up from each sailing battleship, attacking the massive sea beasts. Suddenly, a lookout on one of the 5-masted ships changed his expression and quickly conveyed a flag signal down to the deck crew. Soon, Admiral Campbell, the commander of the South Sea Fleet, received the message. He swiftly held a brass spyglass and looked up from the captain's cabin to the sky. There in the distance, a massive mountain-sized elliptical airship was approaching the area where they were currently battling the Sea Clan. Admiral, that is. A staff officer beside him widened his eyes, staring at the giant airship in the distance. Even from such a distance, its sheer size was apparent, indicating just how colossal the airship was. As far as he knew, the Empire had not yet produced airships of such a huge model. It must be the envoy from the Federation. Admiral Campbell put down the spyglass and said in a deep voice. He had received the message earlier, but didn't expect that the Federation envoy would enter the Empire's territory via the sea near Maest. Normally, if they were heading straight to the Imperial City Tamriel, they wouldn't pass by Maest. They're deliberately detouring here. Admiral Campbell had a vague guess about their intention. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the gigantic airship in mid-air, More than 10 officers in Federation military uniforms were gathered around a middle-aged noblewoman dressed in hunting attire, observing the battle below and making occasional comments. Lady Trina, the Dragon Empire's naval equipment is at least 20 years behind ours. They are still relying solely on sail battleships, while our ironclad steamers have already been deployed in combat, said a senior colonel officer, shaking his head. Although they had received related information from spies before, seeing it firsthand was the best evidence. The firepower of their cannons is inadequate, most are still old-fashioned bronze cannons. Compared to our steel cannons, theirs fall short in power by a considerable margin, with a range inferior by a third, noted a Federation Major General, putting down his telescope with a touch of disdain. The ships are equipped with quite a few third-level wizard apprentices. They also have official wizards, which is somewhat commendable. Yes, but I'm afraid that's the only highlight. If the Imperial Navy were to engage in war with us, the Federation, I believe that complete annihilation would be the only outcome, commented another Federation Major General. Ladies and gentlemen, since we encountered them, we should naturally show some goodwill to the Dragon Empire. Do you think how can we deal with these sea beasts? Asked the noblewoman named Trina. Simple, use the Thunder Bomb, suggested the Federation Major General who had just spoken. Major General Condor is right, the Thunder Bomb has enough power to deal with these sea beasts. A single one would basically cause severe damage, another affirmed. All right, let's proceed as Major General Condor suggested. Trina nodded and said, have the Dawn move above the sea beasts and prepare to launch the Thunder Bomb. Quickly, the order was passed down the ranks. Minutes later, two massive, man-sized cylindrical bombs swiftly dropped from beneath the gigantic airship toward the sea beasts below. Boom! An intense white light flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion. A giant sea beast resembling a crab over 20 meters long was instantly blasted into two pieces, perishing on the spot. The other bomb didn't hit directly, exploding beside a 30-meter-long octopus-like sea beast, severing over a dozen thick suction tentacles. At this time, 2 rows of a total of 12 black dots were rapidly approaching the Federation's giant airship. From a distance, they could be vaguely seen to appear as if they were the Empire's Griffin Knights. Border of Minster Province, Dragon's Tooth Pass. 2 people were running rapidly, and behind them, dozens of stumbling humanoid monsters were in pursuit. If you looked closely, you could see that the dozens of humanoid monsters were entirely covered with colorful mushrooms, while a yellow-green putrid gas spread around them. The 2 running ahead were the 2 Black Sword team survivors who didn't enter the mining cave for exploration. Third-level wizard apprentice Medros and sword and shield Great Knight Luca. Medros, these wretched things are getting more and more numerous. Yesterday, we still managed to kill a dozen of them, but I never expected these monsters to become more troublesome now. What about the support from the branch? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Luca, the sword and shield Great Knight, remarked tiredly while running swiftly. The 2 of them had already released 2 communication blood falcons. Even if something happened to the first one initially, it's unlikely that both would encounter an accident. The message must have been delivered. Not so fast. Our captain's strength is top-notch in the Minster branch. Do you think even if they send the other Diamond Star teams over, it would help? Medros, relying on swift wind to escape quickly, said with a grave expression. Luca's expression darkened upon hearing his companion's words. Although he didn't want to admit it, Medros made a good point. Most likely, the branch is waiting for support from the Imperial City. However, I believe it should be quick, at least the vanguard should be fast. Medros whispered to himself, perhaps saying it for Luca or for himself. Since the day before, these humanoid monsters covered with fungi started appearing sporadically in the mining cave. Upon discovering human villages, they immediately launched attacks. This also allowed the 2 of them to witness the entire process of villagers being transformed into these humanoid monsters. Third-level wizard apprentice Medros named these infected people myconids, meaning spore men or mushroom men. After ordinary villagers were infected, the myconids seemed to decrease after entering and exiting the mining cave a few times, but those that re-emerged gradually grew stronger. However, the most troublesome aspect remained their high contagion. If engaged in close combat, you would quickly be infected by the yellow-green mist they emitted. Fortunately, keeping a sufficient distance and relying on the constitution of a great knight could barely resist it. Otherwise, in the previous small-scale battles, Luca would have perished long ago. This convinced Medros and Luca that there must be an infection source inside the mining cave, considering the sealing gate previously located within. Thus, they could almost affirm with 90% certainty that the issue was with the sealing gate inside the cave. This also explained why their captain, Black Sword Greylo, who reached quasi-legendary level, didn't make it out alive. Damn, they're in front too, Luca, sharp-eyed, immediately warned. Turn left, Medros shouted. Oh no, there are some on the left too, they've encircled us. Luca's face turned pale as he spoke. Just as the two were panicking and contemplating whether to make a desperate attempt, suddenly these humanoid monsters stopped and quickly returned back the way they came. This left Medros and Luca a bit bewildered, exchanging looks and unsure of what was happening. Boom, the two suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet, followed by a sound resembling a landslide and an earthquake coming from the direction of a Tachi mine. Despite being several kilometers away from the mine, the two could clearly see dust being ejected from underground, followed by a huge giant dragon bursting out of the earth. Roar, the giant dragon let out a high-pitched roar, surrounded by dense yellow-green gas. And from the open crater, a large group of myconids surged out, with a few as large as ogres. This must be the source, Medros said dazedly as he watched this scene. I understand. The myconids infecting humans repeatedly were to provide energy for this giant dragon. Medros, look at the direction it's flying. Luca, after hearing Medros's words, suddenly thought of something and looked extremely grim. Oh no, it's heading towards Brightshine County. I know it's aiming to continue its recovery. The two's expressions changed drastically instantly. Mingster. On the way back to the mansion from the church, Rain didn't engage much in small talk with the beautiful lady. Instead, he looked rather solemn. Because Bishop Shin and Brandel's views were quite consistent. Even if His Majesty the Emperor recovered, the situation wouldn't be much better than it is now. According to the internal saying of the Goddess Church, the catastrophe has arrived, and only the most devout believers can receive the blessing of the goddess. Originally, Rain thought that after changing to the King of Thousand Blades, dealing with some short-term risks shouldn't be a big problem. But now it seems that the future situation may be even more challenging than he imagined. He who has no foresight will find trouble at the doorstep. There's no room for complacency in power enhancement. After returning to the mansion, Rain took out the third and final item that Megaro had given him, the sheepskin scroll of the iron plate battle puppet from the drawer. For a dragon vein wizard to meet the transformation conditions in a short period, it's almost impossible. However, as for the battle puppets, I wonder if they are as I imagine. Perhaps there is another way. Rain's eyes glimmered. The effect of the activation technique in the morning left a deep impression on him, and the object he activated that morning was merely a casually transformed metal, a dummy if judged by level. But this time it was different. It was a precisely crafted puppet. Rain was rather looking forward to the battle puppets made of metal components and assembly. At the same time, he also wanted to verify a few of the ideas in his mind. Rain spread open a sheepskin scroll, and a complex yet precise blueprint of iron plate battle puppet parts appeared before his eyes. The blueprint mainly included the specifications, dimensions, materials of the feet, legs, and torso, and perhaps due to the nature of battle puppets, there were no hands. Extending from the forearm of the right hand was a blade axe, combining the stabbing ability of a sword with the chopping capability of an axe, whereas the original hand position of the left hand was replaced by a thick tower shield. Normally, if a master blacksmith were to make this iron puppet, it would take about 3 months, and problems might arise during assembly, like with substandard precision. Even for the rare metal series wizard, to complete one, it might take at least 3 or 4 days. However, for Rain, this freak wizard whose innate wizardry is metal morphing spell, the production difficulty wouldn't be much harder than making an entire set of knight armor. With just a glance, Rain began crafting it. Since it was the first one, Rain casually used the 2 iron shields hanging on the wall in his study, which were used as decorations, as raw materials to quickly transform them. About half an hour later, all parts of an iron plate battle puppet were completed. After spending some time on assembly, Rain looked at the battle puppet that now took on a humanoid form and smiled. Activation technique. With a soft chant and a point of his finger, the iron plate battle puppet quickly scrambled up from the ground. Due to the movable joints, its movements were much more agile and swift. This made Rain raise an eyebrow and nod with satisfaction. If the activation of the metal dummy consumed 1 unit of spiritual power before, then this time, activating the iron plate battle puppet consumed 3 units of spiritual power. This activation technique is quite peculiar. It's completely different from general witchcraft that has a fixed spiritual power consumption. This deepened Rain's understanding of the remark beside the activation technique. This witchcraft is a guiding type. The casting time and spiritual power consumption depend on the complexity and size of the casting target's form. Moreover, judging from the speed, the iron plate battle puppet's strength seems decent. According to the principle recorded in the puppetry technique, applying the activation technique to the iron plate battle puppet means success. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly rang out. You have studied the iron plate battle puppet, and your understanding has improved. You have comprehended a new skill, iron plate battle puppet. Your skill in iron plate battle puppet has increased, experience +1. At the same time, at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard legendary panel, beside the witchcraft activation technique, a brand new icon had appeared. The pattern on the icon was almost a photograph of the iron plate battle puppet. Rain focused his attention on a line of small text below the new icon. Iron plate battle puppet LV1. Iron plate battle puppet LV1 effect. A small battle puppet endowed with basic wisdom and actionability by the activation technique. Note: the overall combat power of an iron plate puppet is related to its material. Note: the level of the iron plate battle puppet is synchronized with the activation technique level and cannot be directly increased with skill points. Interesting. Is the iron plate battle puppet considered a separate skill? Rain was slightly stunned by this system prompt but soon smiled. No experience bar. Rain immediately noticed, after LV1 there was no bracket content, meaning no experience bar. That's a good thing because that means I only need to improve the activation technique to save a large number of skill points indirectly. After completing one, Rain continued manufacturing according to his earlier plan. Only this time, he changed the material. This time he used hardened essence gold for manufacturing. With the experience from last time, his manufacturing process was even faster this time. 20 minutes later, Rain finished manufacturing a battle puppet with a shell made of hardened essence gold. 35 minutes later, he also created a battle puppet made of enchanted silver. After completing 3 battle puppets of different materials, Rain thought for a moment and then headed to the training room on the first floor with the iron plate battle puppet. He wanted to test the battle puppets made of 3 different materials to verify his conjecture. When Rain walked into the training room, he didn't expect to find 3 people already inside. It was the team members Angus, Neoro, and Viri. Seeing Rain entering with 3 clearly puppet-like things, the few of them were all taken aback. Rain smiled, realizing he wouldn't need to test them himself. Great, you're all here. Try out my battle puppet's effectiveness. Captain, is this a battle puppet? It sure is rare, Neoro exclaimed in marvel after circling around the iron plate battle puppet. Most wizards specialize more in elemental witchcraft, like fire element, water element, and less commonly earth element, ice element. So on. In other words, the pursuit of powerful damage is the goal of most wizards. Only a minority would spend their time researching potions, raising pet beasts, or making puppets. Captain, could it be that you made these 3 puppets by yourself? I didn't see any production nameplates on them, Neoro asked suspiciously. Although he knows his captain is a Metal Series wizard, he thinks his captain wouldn't spend so much time and effort making a puppet, especially since he's been training them on extraordinary battle techniques every day. Yes, I made them myself. The 3 of them looked at Rain, somewhat surprised, their eyes revealing a sort of incomprehension, as if saying, Captain, have you grown fond of making puppets again? Who wants to go first? Rain, feeling strange being stared at by the 3, immediately stopped dwelling on the issue and asked, I'll give it a try first. Viri looked at the 3 puppets, also quite curious, and promptly said. Rain nodded and immediately brought the original version of the iron plate battle puppet forward. Standing in the center of the field, whoosh. The iron plate battle puppet stomped heavily and swiftly charged towards Viri. Clang! Facing the iron plate battle puppet's right-handed chop. Viri cautiously wielded his greatsword with both hands to parry, but the next second his expression relaxed and he quickly launched his counterattack. Clang clang, SSS. After 2 successive attacks were blocked, Viri moved to the side of the iron plate battle puppet and delivered a chop, instantly slicing through the puppet's waist. However, even though it was damaged, the iron plate battle puppet continued attacking Viri fearlessly. Oh no, Captain, I broke it. Viri stepped back 2 paces, shouting, "It's fine, it's just a test." Rain waved his hand, saying he didn't mind the damage. His main focus was on the iron plate battle puppet's performance just now. About the combat power of an official knight, with no obvious weaknesses, fearless, equating to the combat power of a senior knight. Indeed, at the official wizard level, this iron plate battle puppet is of little use. Rain pondered, and meanwhile, he walked forward and placed his right hand on the damaged part. In the next second, the iron plate returned to its original state. Captain, the puppet's combat capability isn't great. I can beat 10 of them by myself. Oh, then try this one and see. Rain smiled and waved his hand, and the dark silver battle puppet entered the field. Different color, different material. Nioro squinted his eyes and quickly noticed the difference. Ding ding ding, the battle in the center of the field had already started. In less than half a minute, Viri's successive chops all struck the surface of the hardened fine gold battle puppet, but after sparks flew, they left only shallow marks. Limit break, whirlwind slash. Several minutes later, faced with some embarrassment, Viri continuously unleashed his burst and secret skill, before managing to sever one arm of the hardened fine gold battle puppet. Huff huff, Captain, why is this puppet so tough? Viri gasped, asking in surprise. Could it be hardened essence gold? Angus approached, touched it, and exclaimed, "Yes, no wonder, Captain, you use so much hardened essence gold to make a battle puppet that's so extravagant." Viri's eyes widened. It's known that many great knights don't have a full set of knight armor made entirely of hardened essence gold, yet their captain has started using it to make puppets. Captain, the other one, could it be enchanted silver? Marquia's son Nioro asked, noticing the familiar metal color. Yes, Rain smiled gently, nodding his head. The 3 of them gasped sharply, their faces showing disbelief. You all train first, I'll think for a while. Rain walked to the side, thinking about the combat power displayed by the hardened fine gold battle puppet just now. Super strong defensive power, combined with fearlessness, equating to the combat power of a peak knight, comparable to the initial stage of Great Knight against opponents who don't use witchcraft. Indeed, different materials lead to varied combat powers. Moreover, the ordinary iron plate battle puppet is not useless. If combined with a powerful bomb, it becomes a powerful weapon, a self-destruct battle puppet. One isn't enough, then make 10 or even more. Right, the puppet's notes say it's synchronized with the level of the activation technique. What will the effect after activation technique LV2 be? Since activation technique is special, it's rarely seen as a guiding type witchcraft. Rain recalled the guiding type witchcraft he mastered. Prior to this, the only one was Scorching Touch. Curiously, he decided to add a point to see the effect. As the point was added, activation technique rapidly leveled up to LV2, and a flood of training memories regarding activation technique entered Rain's mind. After slightly refocusing, Rain immediately looked at the change in the description of activation technique LV2. Activation technique LV2 effect consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, evokes mysterious side energy particles, grants a humanoid or animal-like dead object activity, enabling it to have primary wisdom and some ability to act, duration 1 hour. Oh, the duration extended from half an hour to 1 hour. Rain's eyes lit up. Other phrasing has also changed. Certain action abilities seem to be stronger than simple ones. Interesting? Rain nodded. Immediately, Rain performed an activation technique on the hardened essence gold battle puppet and issued some simple commands. He noticed that the spiritual power consumption of the activation technique at level 2 increased, while the agility of the hardened essence gold battle puppet also improved significantly. At this moment, there was a sudden knock outside the training room. Knock, 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 please come in. The one who entered was Olna, the deputy director of the task hall. After she smiled and nodded in greeting to Nioro and the others, she approached Rain and said, Lord Rain, the Federation mission is about to arrive. The administrative hall has notified you that you can depart. So soon? All right, Lady Olna, let's head there now. Inside the carriage. By the way, Lord Rain, there's one more thing. The Duke of Minter has proposed to Admiral Edward that he wishes to hire you as Minter's chief safety consultant. Olna, Admiral Edward's intention is that you should decide for yourself. Chief safety consultant? Rain nodded, his expression thoughtful. He had previously served as a safety consultant for the trade district, so he naturally knew that the role of a consultant was essentially a sinecure. The main responsibility was to handle special incidents or emergencies within the city when a request for aid was received from the administrative hall. But in reality, Rain's own family lived in Minter, and he had been involved in almost every attack incident immediately. So, whether or not he took on the role, it made little difference to Rain personally. Additionally, as a gesture of gratitude for the Duke of Minter's previous gift of a mansion, Rain pondered and nodded, saying, "Since that's the case, I accept." Since Rain's new residence was in the Noble District, it only took 10 minutes for the carriage to reach the airship docking platform. At this time, the square at the airship platform was already bustling with people. Red carpet laid out on the ground, and both sides of the crowd were lined with a guard of honor and a military band. The Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward were standing at the forefront of the welcoming crowd, surrounding another elderly man in splendid attire. "This is Duke Victor from the Imperial City, the official sent from the Imperial City to greet the Eagle Federation mission." Olna whispered to Rain on the side. Rain nodded. He didn't push his way to the front, but instead stood on the sidelines of the crowd. He didn't particularly like these welcoming and farewell ceremonies, but he was quite curious about what differences there would be between the people from the Federation and those from the Empire. "Look, isn't it that?" A middle-aged nobleman pointed to a certain spot in the sky, seemingly extremely startled. This inevitably caused the eyebrows of several nobles nearby to furrow slightly, as such loud exclamations were considered very rude among the nobility. However, when everyone looked up, they couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. Rain also followed their gaze and couldn't help but feel a bit amazed himself. A massive airship was flying toward them from the distant horizon. The escorting Griffin Knights alongside it were almost as small as flies buzzing around a cake in comparison. Rain had never seen such a large airship. By comparison, it was about 10 times the size of the Imperial military airship he had previously ridden. As the airship gradually approached, a buzzing vibration sound was transmitted from afar to nearby. "What is this sound? Seems like it's coming from the airship," a noble asked in confusion. "I don't know, never heard such a noise, seems quite rhythmic." Another noble shook his head and said. Rain raised an eyebrow. He was very familiar with this vibration sound on the busy streets of his previous life. The car speeding like the wind, the engine's low humming sounded much better than this. Clearly, on the airship, there should be a more primitive power device. Could it be a steam engine? Rain's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but speculate. As the airship neared Minter, the pressure resembling a small mountain made many waiting nobles' expressions change. "The Eagle Federation split from our empire hundreds of years ago. Has it developed to such an extent now?" a noble exclaimed. "This airship is just too enormous. It's more than 3 times bigger than the largest cargo airship I've seen in the Empire." Another noble was equally shocked by the size of the Federation airship, but Rain understood more. The huge gas balloon was like a bulging ellipsoid cloud, its surface grayish-white, likely made from some exceptionally tough and durable special fabric. Suspended beneath was a massive ship-shaped cabin, exhibiting a brass-colored metallic texture. With Rain's exceptional eyesight, he could clearly see the dense rivets above, covering large brass plates on the surface of the cabin. In terms of the cabin's surface's robustness and craftsmanship alone, it has already surpassed the Empire by 1 level. Moreover, at the rear of the cabin, there were 2 enormous bronze exhaust pipes spewing a large amount of white steam. Simultaneously, there was a huge propeller at the tail, larger than the kind used on ships. The buzzing sound that had just been heard was the noise emitted by the propulsion device turning it. Sure enough, it's a steam-powered device, Rain thought to himself. At this moment, the elderly man dressed in splendid clothing beside the Duke of Minter snorted and said, "These Federation people, audacious enough to attempt to overcome giant dragons and divine spirits through researching ancient Goblin Empire technology. If it weren't for the Imperial Dragon Knights being preoccupied, how could they be showing off like this?" Rain glanced at the old man and thought to himself, the Imperial Dragon Knights are indeed strong, but the significance of steam power is likely unclear to most people. He naturally knew that steam power was regarded as the hallmark of the first industrial revolution in his previous life. As the giant airship slowly docked, the band began to play music. Just as the welcoming ceremony was about to commence, suddenly Stanley, with a serious expression, quickly walked in and whispered a few words in Admiral Edward's ear. Meanwhile, a trusted aide quickly reported to the Duke of Minter. Immediately, both their expressions changed uniformly. The front end of the Federation giant airship cabin that had just docked was a cone-shaped structure resembling the bow of a ship, embedded with enormous glass portholes and adorned with exquisite carvings and copper frames. Inside the portholes, the high-ranking officials of the Federation mission on this visit looked down and naturally noticed the small commotion among the welcoming crowd below. It seems something big has happened. By the way, where are our spies in Mingster? Have them immediately find out what is going on. I want to know the basic information within half an hour, Envoy Trina said with a slight smile. Yes, Sir Envoy. An officer immediately bowed slightly. As the Federation mission, led by Trina, slowly descended from the airship, the welcome ceremony officially began. However, compared to the joyful scene, the Duke of Mingster and Admiral Edward were anxious, and they quickly exchanged opinions behind Duke Victor. They decided to leave immediately, as they assumed that by the time the long welcome ceremony ended, Bright Star would probably be doomed. Envoy Trina, welcome to the Dragon Empire. Duke Victor, very pleased to meet you. These two are. Trina glanced at the Duke of Mingster and Admiral Edward beside Victor and spoke. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is the Governor of Mingster Province, the Duke of Mingster, and this is Admiral Edward. Sir Envoy, very pleased to meet you. Sir Envoy, Duke Victor, I apologize, but Edward and I have an urgent matter that needs handling, said the Duke of Mingster, unable to resist anymore. After all, regarding the issue occurring in Mingster Province, he is the primary responsible person. Oh, Your Grace, Admiral Edward, if you need any help, feel free to say so. Accompanying me this time is our Federation's Lancelot-class giant gunboat, which is quite formidable in combat. Trina looked at the two curiously and spoke with a hint of suggestion. The Duke of Mingster and Admiral Edward exchanged a glance and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Sir Envoy, thank you for your kind intentions. Please allow us to discuss with Duke Victor first. Maybe we will trouble you later, the Duke of Mingster added. Victor was visibly dumbfounded for a moment. Although he was the host responsible for the mission, being on the grounds of Mingster Province with the governor absent is quite impolite in diplomatic etiquette. A few minutes later, Duke Victor excused himself to the restroom, and the Duke of Mingster met with him immediately. Pharaoh, Duke of Mingster's real name, Edward. Is the situation really that bad? Duke Victor's expression turned grim. Yes, the situation might be worse than we imagined. Admiral Edward glanced at the Duke of Mingster and quickly explained the situation. Duke Victor, recently, an unrecorded sealing gate was discovered at Dragonfang Pass. Just hours ago, survivors from a previously missing Diamond Star Sword holder team sent urgent news. Inside is an ancient giant dragon, said to carry intense corruption energy, capable of corrupting life and restoring its strength. Currently, this corrupt giant dragon is already en route to Bright Star, having destroyed 3 towns along the way. What? That means tens of thousands have already been injured or killed. Duke Victor's eyes widened in shock. Yes, and the problem now is that if we don't dispatch strong and rapid support immediately, if Bright Star gets destroyed, that'd be tens of thousands of casualties. Additionally, according to the intelligence, once Bright Star is destroyed, the dragon can restore its strength by corrupting life, likely returning to its peak power soon. That's the worst part, Admiral Edward said with a serious expression. Yes, Duke Victor, we just discussed, and now we might need to rely on the Griffin Guard you brought for escort, otherwise in terms of strength. The Duke of Mingster spoke. Duke Victor listened, contemplating silently. After all, this timing was very awkward, precisely coinciding with the Federation mission's arrival at the Empire's first stop. If all Griffin Knights were deployed, it would essentially disclose to the Federation that the situation in the Dragon Empire was dire, so dire that even basic stability couldn't be maintained. Diplomacy, this is a big taboo, very unfavorable for subsequent negotiations between the two countries. So, waiting for the Imperial Guardian is too late, is it? Duke Victor thought and asked. Therefore, we wish to mobilize all Griffin Knights to rush to Bright Star immediately. Even if unable to stop them, we'll try to divert them from Bright Star. At least try to gain some time for the people in the county town to evacuate a portion. So we hope the Griffin Guard you brought can join us, Admiral Edward added. Duke Victor frowned. Clearly, he was weighing the decision between tens of thousands of lives and essentially disclosing to the Federation. But soon he understood. Although the Empire and Federation had few large wars over the past century, small skirmishes were constant. with each side inserting many spies. Can some situations truly be concealed? If Bright Star is really destroyed, such a tragedy will inevitably be uncovered, so rather than that, it's better to let the Federation join in. Although the other side will have a better understanding of the Empire's strengths and weaknesses, the same goes for us. We can also take a look at what new things the Federation has developed in the past 2 years. Fararella, Edward, let the Federation intervene as well, said Victor. It'll be a good opportunity to see what these Federation folks are relying on. Let the Federation join. The Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward exchanged a glance and then looked pleased. For them, the top priority is to swiftly eliminate this massive threat. Yes, deploy all the Griffin Knights. Oh, and gather all the small airships. Even though they don't have airships as large as theirs, we need to create a show of force, added Duke Victor. There are only 2 small airships at the moment. The others are executing missions and are already on their routes. It will take several hours at least to gather some of them. Meanwhile, in the receiving hall, are you aware of the situation? Trina turned her head to ask the adjutant. Yes, basically understood. It said that a corrupted giant dragon is headed towards Bright Star, destroying several small towns along the way. A corrupted giant dragon? That's not easy to deal with, a federal major general nearby whispered. Can we handle it? Trina asked, her face calm. It's not a big problem. That's good, an excellent chance to show the Empire our strength. Come, I'll speak to Duke Victor again, the beautiful Trina said, standing up. Special Envoy, won't this expose our strength? Don't forget, we are here to negotiate. Showing strength aids better negotiation. She couldn't help but laugh. In a corner of the same receiving hall. Lord Rain, emergency mission, you need to depart immediately. Admiral Edward is already waiting on the military airship, a capable-looking, anxious matron said as she approached Rain. So urgent, Rain raised an eyebrow. Depart immediately. This was the first time Rain encountered such an urgent mission. But then Rain thought of something. Wait a moment. Yes, Lord Rain, we just received an urgent intel. The details will be explained later by Admiral Edward on the airship, Olna quickly said. All right, let's go, Rain said, getting up. A few minutes later. Edward, who are we still waiting for? Duke Victor asked with a displeased expression. Oh, I just called a Diamond Star swordman from the branch. He should arrive soon, Edward said, slightly apologetic. Against a dragon, even a Diamond Star swordman might not be of much use. Admiral Edward thought of the previous instances when Rain was able to turn the tide. Hesitated for a moment and nodded. Duke Victor, I'm also familiar with the young man Edward mentioned. He is someone who can create miracles, and he has just been appointed as the chief security advisor by the Minter Administrative Department. The Duke of Minter explained. At this moment, Rain, accompanied by Olna, conveniently boarded the airship. Is it really him? Duke Victor looked skeptically at the 2 beside him, clearly not convinced. So young, how could his strength be significant? Maybe just someone with connections. But even if Duke Victor had suspicions in his heart, he wouldn't say anything openly. Inside the cabin, Admiral Edward quickly and succinctly introduced the situation. Just now, we received urgent intel. The sealing gate on the Dragon's Fang Mountain has broken. An ancient corrupted giant dragon has attacked several small towns along the way and is heading towards Bright County. What, a dragon? The Griffin Knights and several Diamond Star swordmen present were all shocked. Even Rain squinted his eyes, quite taken aback. Though he had known some information from the Dragon's Fang Mountain area before, supposedly it was the Black Sword team sent to scout a suspect sealing gate mine, he did not expect such explosive news to come from it now. Silence. The Imperial City should send reinforcements soon. Our objective this time is to try and disrupt the opponent, preventing them from attacking Bright County with ease. At least, we need to buy time for the residents of Bright County to evacuate. A few hours later, as the airship arrived near Bright County, both the Empire and the Federation could see from the airship that Bright County town was already in chaos. A giant dragon, tens of meters in size, was rampaging over the town. Simultaneously, several thousand monsters of various sizes were battling with the town's garrison, but with the corrupted giant dragon leading the charge, the battle was almost one-sided. At this moment, the situation was already precarious. Let's have the Griffin Knights go first and try to find the opponent's weak point, Duke Victor said gravely as he observed the scene before him. As a Duke of the Imperial City with rich combat experience and the envoy for this occasion, Duke Victor unhesitatingly took on the role of the battle commander. Next to him, Duke of Minter and Admiral Edward were responsible for deploying and coordinating forces. "Understood, Duke Victor," the captain of the Griffin Knights said with a slight bow. With a sharp whistle, led by him and Viscount Felk, a total of 2 teams comprising 24 Imperial Griffin Knights formed 2 straight lines and charged swiftly towards the corrupted giant dragon. The Griffin's flying speed was exceedingly fast. Within half a minute, both sides were engaged in battle. Compared to the corrupt giant dragon's massive body, several dozens of meters long, the 24 initially mighty Griffin Knights now seemed like a flock of sparrows assaulting a gigantic eagle. Whoosh whoosh, only to see the well-trained Griffin Knights maneuvering griffins swiftly to dodge the corrupt giant dragon's claws and wing attacks, moving as swiftly as the wind, while heavily hurling the sharp short spears toward the corrupt giant dragon. Puff, many short spears pierced into the skin of the corrupt giant dragon, immediately bringing joy to the faces of many Griffin Knights. "Captain, its defense isn't strong," exclaimed a Griffin Knight, overjoyed. The situation was much better than they anticipated, because under normal dragon scale's defense, their throwing spears couldn't even penetrate the dragon scale defense. But in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Careful, it seemed that being pricked by these annoying flies, the corrupt giant dragon took a deep breath, followed by a ferocious 180-degree frontal breath attack. A massive, high-pressure, hose-like intense yellow-green breath instantly hit 3 Griffin Knights who couldn't dodge in time. In the astonished eyes of others, they witnessed the 3 Griffin Knights, along with their griffins, quickly grow hair decay, get covered in multicolored mushrooms within a few seconds, lose balance, and plummet from high altitude. One breath annihilated 3 elite Griffin Knights. This scene drastically changed the faces of Admiral Edward and others on the small airship behind. One must know that the Empire consumes gold as tall as a person to possibly train a qualified Griffin Knight. Every Griffin Knight's loss is a significant loss to the Empire, yet 3 Griffin Knights were lost in less than half a minute of battle, making the ensuing battle difficult. Damn, what are those Federation people doing? Just watching, Duke of Minter couldn't help but curse. This battle is happening within the Empire territory, and we have no way to interfere when the other side acts, Victor said with an unpleasant expression. Rain pondered and intended to speak to Admiral Edward, suggesting that he might try. Suddenly, the Federation's giant gunboat began to take action at this moment, approximately 2 kilometers behind the air battle scene. Inside the captain's cabin of the Lancelot-class giant gunboat of the Federation, a group of Federation officers was carefully observing the Imperial Griffin Knights' attack on the corrupt giant dragon. Remarkable maneuvering skills. Each seems to be at the level of a great knight, coordinating very well with the Griffins. Indeed, worthy of the Dragon Empire's top elite troops. However, training such Griffin Knights is probably extremely difficult. How many can the entire Dragon Empire have? The 2 teams of Griffin Knights before our eyes should constitute most of the Griffin Knights in this Minster province. Oh right, this includes the team escorting us. So at most, a province would have about 20 Griffin Knights. Very elite, but unfortunately too few in number. The Empire's training strategy cannot cope with subsequent combat attrition. The officers were commenting. Impressive breath force. After witnessing the corrupt giant dragon's breath, Federation officers' faces changed. Such corrupting ability is too astonishing. Seeing this scene, Trina's charming face grew grave, and she sidled over to the general beside her and said, "Rear Admiral Ruiz, the upcoming battle is in your hands." "Of course, Lady Trina, we should unfurl our wings and let the decadent Dragon Empire know about the Federation's development in these years." Rear Admiral Ruiz slightly bowed with a smile, saying, "Turn left rudder, port side cannon ready. All ship cannons begin loading." Orders from the brass pipe were passed down level by level to the lower cabins. The extremely massive gunboat suddenly shifted broadside in the air, causing Victor Duke and others on the nearby small airship to initially think the Federation was retreating. But in the next second, they saw 2 rows of dozens of black holes suddenly appeared on the gunboat's side, followed by several flashes of fire with a barrage-like sound arising. Boom boom, in an instant, 5 to 6 massive craters exploded on the corrupt giant dragon's body surface, and yellow pus instantly shot out. Roar! The corrupt giant dragon immediately let out a tragic cry. Its attention shifted from the Griffin Knights around it to the big guy not far away. The power is insufficient to eradicate the opponent. Seems we have to use the secret weapon. Rear Admiral Ruai squinted and said, "Main gun ready," only to see an extra-large aperture opening on the middle side of the gunboat. Looking into the elongated barrel through the aperture, one would see that a massive hexagram which array was engraved at the gun's base, and 6 official wizards were chanting spells according to the captain's order. With the sound of spells emerging, the hexagram abruptly surged with a vast energy, injecting into the gigantic cannon filled with various engravings. In the next second, boom, a sphere of light flashed like lightning, speeding toward the approaching corrupt giant dragon. Boom, apparently sensing danger, the corrupt giant dragon slightly dodged, avoiding vital parts, but one of its meaty wings got blown with a large hole, causing it to rapidly fall. Inside the captain's cabin of the Federation Lancelot class giant gunboat, Admiral Raz, an outstanding command. Next, I believe we hold a significant advantage in negotiations with the Empire. Clap, clap, clap. Trina, a mature lady, smiled and led the applause for Admiral Raz. Immediately, the others reacted and thunderous applause followed. Meanwhile, Duke Victor and others on the small airship watched the scene. Their expressions relaxed, but they remained silent, not particularly happy, because the power of that shot from the Federation gunboat was comparable to second-level witchcraft or even surpassed it. "Something seems off, gentlemen, look." Rain spoke up to remind everyone. Immediately, all eyes focused again on the falling corrosive dragon. The corrupt giant dragon wobbled as it fell to the southwest corner of Bright County, stirring up a dust storm. "Ah-ang," but with a resounding dragon roar. Centered on the fallen corrupt giant dragon, thousands of mushroom people from all over Bright County rushed towards its location like moths to a flame. Amid the swirling dust, they couldn't see what was happening, but they knew some change was occurring. Seconds later, the intact corrupt giant dragon flapped its wings and soared skyward. Not good. It can recover from injuries by devouring these monster followers. Admiral Edward, with extensive combat experience, exclaimed. The corrupt giant dragon quickly charged toward the Federation's giant gunboat. Ancient dragon language, follow the great Agnes into corruption. Ancient dragon language, ancient corruption. This time, the breath's power was astounding. Waterfall like yellow-green breath sprayed onto the side of the giant gunboat's deck, fiercely clashing with the milky white witchcraft protection shield activated by the gunboat. This scene caused Duke Victor's expression to change drastically, saying, "We can't let the Federation mission die here. It will cause a direct deterioration in relations between the Federation and the Empire. Send flag signals to the Griffin Knights, telling them to intercept Agnes regardless of the cost. Have the Exxon prepare to ignite high explosives and ram into it." Duke Victor showed a ruthless expression. Such an action would cost the Empire dearly. Duke of Minter frowned deeply. Admiral Edward's face was equally grave. The sword-bearer's branch only had 4 griffins, all of which had already joined the battle. At this moment, seeming to think of something, Admiral Edward turned to Rain and said, "Rain, you're not a flying knight, so you will lead the team to fight those infected humans and monsters on the ground, ensuring they cannot restore corruption Dragon Agnes's injuries and physical strength." "Exactly. We can't let this corrosive dragon recover again." Duke Victor nodded in agreement. However, Rain appeared thoughtful and didn't immediately agree. He pointed to the corrupt giant dragon Agnes, who had just severely damaged the Federation gunboat, and said, "Admiral Edward, let me try, perhaps I can handle it." It's not that Rain wanted to show off, but he had several considerations. Firstly, he was an Imperial, and currently both Admiral Edward and Duke of Minter treated him well. If the corrosive dragon continued its rampage, not only would the residents of Bright County suffer, but these two would certainly be reproached by the Empire. Secondly, he didn't want to see the Griffin Knights, including Felk and Fish, fall before his eyes, especially when there was something he could do. Lastly, Rain wanted to verify some ideas he had in mind. The group, including Admiral Edward and Duke of Minter, looked at Rain, unsure of his intentions. Duke Victor frowned as well. He already had a poor impression of the late-arriving Rain. This time, hearing the young man questioning Edward's command displeased him further. But seeing that Edward had nothing to say, he mumbled a couple of times but didn't reprimand him. As Rain's mind stirred, the lookout suddenly cried out, "There's a fierce species bird coming up from behind us." "Don't worry, that's my mount," Rain said calmly. "Oh, Rain, you have a flying mount." Admiral Edward's face showed delight, but it darkened again when he thought of Agnes's might, because even if Rain became a flying knight, it would only be equivalent to an additional top-tier Griffin knight, having minimal impact on the battle. But Duke Victor misunderstood, his gaze towards Rain growing more unfriendly. "You're a flying knight? Then why didn't you join the Griffin Knights in attacking the corrosive dragon earlier? Were you afraid of dying?" Just as he couldn't help but prepare to scold, bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 heavy objects landing echoed. The newly landed blood-feathered horned eagle placed 3 battle puppets on the deck of the airship. And Rain was already walking over, his distant voice heard, "Prepare 3 sets of high explosives for me." Rain stepped forward and quickly cast the activation technique on the 3 battle puppets. With the level 4 activation technique, the 3 battle puppets rose up with agility. Indeed, Rain had just allocated his remaining 2 skill points to the activation technique, raising it to level 4. The description of the level 4 activation technique had naturally changed. Activation technique level 4 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, invoking mysterious side energy particles to grant life activity to an object resembling humanoid or beast-shaped dead matter, endowing it with basic wisdom and relatively flexible movement abilities, lasting for 2 hours. The highlights are relatively flexible and 2 hours. At the same time, Rain used his innate wizardry metal morphing spell to transform the original shields on the left arms of 3 battle puppets made of different materials into barbed spikes, a weapon that, once embedded into the body, is difficult to extract. "Puppetry technique," Duke of Minster exclaimed in surprise. He had always thought Rain was a peak knight proficient in multiple extraordinary battle techniques, but it now seemed he was also a rare puppet master. Admiral Edward, who was more familiar with Rain, was equally taken aback. Although he knew Rain practiced the wizard path and was a rare Metal Series wizard, he also didn't know Rain was a puppet master. Of course, those unfamiliar with Rain present were more focused elsewhere. Others were more concerned with how this unfamiliar young man planned to defeat the corrupt giant dragon. Knowing that the dragon's surroundings had a highly infectious corruption field, the Griffin Knights could only circle around, launching ranged attacks. Including Duke Victor, who saw Rain's seamless movements and vaguely knew that this young man probably had a plan. But although curious, the urgency of the moment was inappropriate for questions. However, most present were clever individuals. A few recalling that Rain had requested high explosives, their eyes lit up, but soon they were deep in thought, because even with high explosives, figuring out how to utilize them effectively remained an issue. At this point, 3 packages of high explosives were delivered, and Rain gave a mental command, at which point the 3 battle puppets each shouldered a heavy bag of high explosives. Rain then leaped astride the blood-feathered horned eagle. Aside from positioning the battle puppet with a magical silver casing behind himself, Bloodfeather grasped the other 2 in its claws. "Let's go!" With a squeeze of his legs, Bloodfeather was encircled by azure currents, flapped its wings forcefully, and carried Rain rapidly towards the nearby corrosive dragon. On board the military airship, everyone watched Rain depart, while curious thoughts pondered how this seemingly remarkable young man intended to defeat the corrupt giant dragon. Rain had just sensed the dragon's extraordinarily powerful infective ability, yet relatively weak physical defensive capability. Simply put, this enemy had very apparent strengths and weaknesses. But close combat was his forte, along with the blood-feathered horned eagle beneath him. So he had to get close to leverage his advantages. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He had to withstand the opponent's yellow-green gaseous field, preferably able to resist the damage from the corruption breath. Since the courageous Griffin Knights had been desperately grappling with the corrosive dragon, another blood-feathered horned eagle about the size of a griffin did not draw corruption dragon Agnes's attention. Currently, corruption dragon Agnes's fury was directed at the Federation giant gunboat that had just critically harmed it. "Bloodfeather, drop it." As Bloodfeather flew directly above corrosion dragon, Rain swiftly issued the command. The ordinary iron plate battle puppet on Bloodfeathers. Left claw, carrying the high explosives, dropped onto corruption dragon Agnes's massive body like a spider. Splat! Tearing at the Federation giant airship with its claws, Agnes slightly jolted as it felt an ant land on its back. This was due to the iron plate battle puppet using axe blades to pin into the dragon's skin surface to stabilize its body, thus the corrosion dragon immediately felt it. But with a shake of its head, it was still indifferent. because any creature within its corruption field would quickly rot and become its follower, or as it's commonly referred to, blood bag. But after a while, it found the situation not as simple as it had thought. Because its back continued to experience a slight tingling sensation, it could feel that the ant-like thing was steadily climbing until nearly reaching its head. This left it puzzling. Why hadn't this little thing been corrupted and turned into its follower? Corruption Dragon Agnes had no choice but to stretch back the dragon claw tearing at the Federation gunboat's protective membrane and reached for its own nape. In the next moment, boom, a violent blaze flashed. The iron plate battle puppet had gloriously sacrificed itself, although it hadn't yet reached Corrosion Dragon's head. Before exploding, it had climbed nearly to the top of Corruption Dragon Agnes's long neck. At the juncture with the head, the blast opened a large hole in Corruption Dragon Agnes's nape, exposing the cervical vertebra. Roar! A miserable dragon roar suddenly echoed. Seeing the self-destruction of the battle puppet, which attracted all the attention of the Corruption Dragon, Rain's eyes lit up. Seizing this opportunity, he instantly activated the Divine Art's divine protection that came with his medal and launched a surprise attack. Charge Blood Feather. Rain coated the surface of Blood Feather with a layer of enchanted silver to withstand the yellow-green mist surrounding the Corruption Dragon as much as possible. At the same time, the hardened essence gold in his hand quickly morphed into a riding spear over 4 meters long. As Blood Feather flapped its wings to accelerate, Rain and the eagle drew a silver line, diving down from high above the Corruption Dragon. The target was the hardest top of the skull of the Corruption Dragon Agnes. Why choose the enemy's hardest spot? Because Rain had roughly understood from prior readings that destroying the head was still one of the most effective methods against the undead creatures of this world. Even if it's a corrupted giant dragon, the key to controlling its whole body likely lies in the head. Of course, Rain wasn't 100% sure, but it was worth a try. Meanwhile, aboard the Federation's Lancelot-class gunboat, all the Federal officers and soldiers were no longer as composed as before. The bold spirit they had when directing the Empire's battle had vanished. Now in the violently swaying captain's cabin, they shouted hoarsely, "Maximize the energy of the defensive witch array. We must protect it. Close combat teams launch the attack immediately. We've tried, it's no use." As soon as anyone steps out of the cabin, they get infected by the corruption field of the Corruption Dragon, losing combat capability and quickly becoming followers of the dragon. A colonel hastily reported from the side. If it weren't for the multi-layer strengthening of the cabins by the witch arrays, everyone in the captain's cabin might have been infected by the corruption field by now. "Damn it, why aren't the side cannons firing?" Admiral Rise shouted. "The shaking is too intense, the cannons can't be loaded," replied a grim-looking major general in charge of the cannons. Orders were being issued one after another, while similar problematic reports came in one after another. The mission leader Trina, though her face appeared calm, her heart was already in turmoil, and she cursed the chief engineer of the Lancelot-class gunboat into oblivion in her mind. Although she was the envoy's representative and leader, she was not skilled in actual combat. Only when boarding the gunboat, the chief engineer responsible for constructing the Lancelot-class gunboat had introduced it as the Federation's grand invention, capable of rivaling giant dragons in overall strength. The phrase combat power equivalent to a giant dragon was something she remembered. This was why she made such a decision before. Unexpectedly, in actual combat, the shortcomings of the giant gunboat became glaringly obvious. It appeared to have strong firepower, but once approached by enormous monsters, it had few means of response, and the cannons were unable to attack due to violent shaking, now relying solely on the extensive engravings of the defensive witch array. If not by now, the boat and all aboard would have perished. "Look quickly, what is that?" An officer in the captain's cabin, having sharp eyes, noticed Rain and the blood-feathered horned eagle and couldn't help but shout while pointing. Everyone then raised their heads to look. As the corruption dragon approached, a miserable dragon roar echoed, only to see a man and an eagle, both protected by dark silver armor, emitting a certain holy glow, drawing a silver light from the sky, wielding a long riding spear and thrusting at the corrosive dragon's head. The silver light flashed by like a meteor. PSHHH. Within 100-meter radius, the crisp sound of piercing could be heard. The nearly stupefied gazes of the Federation officers, on the head of the corruption dragon, perched a massive raptor comparable in size to a griffin. and the knight on the raptor had plunged a riding spear into the head of corruption, Dragon Agnes. The head of corruption, Dragon Agnes, suddenly drooped. Its claws disengaged from entanglement with the Federation giant gunboat and fell limply. Rain's strike stunned the Federation group. At this moment, all the officers, including the high-ranking and powerful beautiful woman Trina, had only the image of Rain's descending thrust in their minds. The beautiful eyes of Lady Trina shone brightly. Hurriedly seized the binoculars and eagerly began to observe Rain carefully, asking, "The one who just attacked should be an Imperial Guardian, right?" "They should be, but we couldn't see clearly, and none of our current records matched the appearance of that Guardian," an attendant quickly reported. "However, that holy light just now seemed to have the aura of divine arts." Something's not right," Trina suddenly murmured in surprise. Because through the binoculars, she saw the handsome young Rain sitting on the back of the blood-feathered horned eagle. At his age, he couldn't possibly be a guardian of the Dragon Empire. Yet his strength was so formidable. What is his origin? Trina couldn't help but become quite curious. Rain's strike also stunned everyone aboard the Imperial military airship, including Admiral Edward and the Duke of Minster, who, at this moment, could only stare with wide eyes, incomprehensibly surprised. Previously, Duke Victor, who was quite displeased with Rain, could only gape in astonishment now. After a long while, Duke Victor, finally understanding something after glancing at Admiral Edward, secretly cursed in his heart. Damn! No wonder they insisted on waiting for this young man to board the airship. Turns out he's the trump card of the Minster Swordsman Division. Old Fox, able to pierce through the skull of the corrosive dragon, this young man's strength is undeniably that of a legendary strongman. Even at the Imperial Swordsman headquarters, he'd at least be a secret silver-level sword bearer, might even qualify as a fine gold swordsman. Edward actually managed to hide him away in a provincial branch, and yet they claimed he was only a diamond star swordman, truly deceitful. So young, yet so powerful, what a talent. Victor's earlier displeasure towards Rain had long since dissipated. Now his mind was occupied with thoughts of finding a suitable reason to transfer Rain to the Imperial City, preferably under his command. In mid-air, the surviving Griffin Knights gathered around. Most of the Griffin Knights had actually been prepared to sacrifice themselves just moments ago. So surviving at this moment brought immense joy. After all, a poor life is better than a good death. No one wants to die. "Lord Rain, you're truly amazing. Thank goodness you were here. We finally won." Fish was the first to control his griffin and fly over, gazing at Rain in admiration. Moments ago, he almost got hit by the corruption breath, nearly returning to the goddess's embrace. Having witnessed Rain's combat prowess multiple times now, Griffin Knight Fish had become an absolute fan of Rain. "Lord Rain, wasn't that riding spear strike just now at the level of a top-secret technique?" Felk, who could perceive more, asked out of curiosity. Leaving aside how Rain resisted the incredibly infectious corruption field. If it were him, even if he could resist the corruption for a short time, he wouldn't be able to pierce the corrosive dragon's skull with a single spear. However, compared to the relaxed expressions on the faces of the Griffin Knights, Rain, mounted on the blood-feathered horned eagle beast, still looked grim, staring intently at the falling corruption dragon. Because he knew very well that corruption dragon Agnes was not dead. The reason was simple: the system didn't prompt any experience points reward. But thankfully, Rain had already prepared a backup plan. Following Rain's gaze, one could see another battle puppet with a hardened essence gold shell lying on the fallen corrupt giant dragon. Moreover, even though Rain had activated the second-level divine art divine protection contained within his goddess metal, completely blocking the corrupt force field, he could feel the rapid consumption of divine energy. The opponent's corruption field was indeed troublesome to deal with. Though Rain had the weakening effect of the demonized silver armor and his top-level talent steel body, he opted to avoid direct resistance wherever possible. "Lord Rain, what is?" Felk immediately noticed something unusual about Rain. Normally, having slain the corrosive dragon, Lord Rain should be the happiest, yet at this moment, he saw Rain's face still heavy with concern. "I can feel it. The corrosive dragon is not dead." Rain's tone was not harsh, but it instantly quieted the originally joyous ambience in mid-air. "No, that can't be. That's still not dead." Many Griffin Knights were taken aback, expressing skepticism. But since it was Rain who slew the corrosive dragon, speaking, most chose to believe and immediately became alert. board the Imperial military airship. Seeing the corrosive dragon fall again, the atmosphere relaxed a bit. But suddenly a messenger reported, Division Emergency Intelligence Delivery. It's detailed intelligence concerning the corrupt giant dragon. Oh, read it, Admiral Edward commanded. Simultaneously, feeling quite speechless about this late intelligence, arriving only after the fight was over. Agnes is a devastating ancient dragon from thousands of years ago, nicknamed Ancient Corruption. Their weakness is not the head, if the corruption heart. Within the body's chest isn't destroyed, the corrupt giant dragon Agnes, with continual support from followers, is nearly an undying existence. What? Whether it was Duke Victor, Admiral Edward, or Duke of Minter, they all thought the fight was over upon seeing the corrupt giant dragon fall, but unexpectedly such a twist occurred. This is bad. Rain is in danger. Quick, send word to Rain, warn him. Admiral Edward instantly realized something. After all, the resurrecting corrosive dragon would undoubtedly target Rain. At your command, Admiral. And just as Rain predicted, after Agnes fell again, thousands of corrupt followers served as power banks to restore Agnes's injuries. Roar, corrupt giant dragon Agnes once more ascended, charging toward Rain's direction. This time, the focus of their wrath was clearly Rain. Lord Rain, emergency intelligence, the corrosive dragon Agnes's critical point is in the chest's heart. There's an energy source corruption heart. Only by destroying it can they be truly killed. A Griffin Knight flew over rapidly from the military airship and quickly relayed the information. Lord Rain will engage in combat, find your opportunity. Felk, with a determined look, proposed. Having experienced several battles, Felk from the Imperial City was completely convinced of Rain's strength. If anyone has a chance to destroy the corruption heart of the corrosive dragon, it would be none other than Rain. No need, I have a plan. As soon as the words were out, Rain controlled Blood Feather and dove down. This scene stunned the crowd of Griffin Knights. Is Lord Rain really going to charge directly at corruption dragon Agnes? One must know, it was only with the element of surprise that Lord Rain was able to inflict heavy damage on the dragon before, but this time, it's a head-on confrontation. This made the Griffin Knights not very optimistic about Rain. The same situation occurred on the Federation giant gunboat and the Imperial military airship. Whether it was the beautiful woman Trina, the Federation officers, or Duke Victor and others, they were all bewildered seeing Rain charge at corruption dragon Agnes head-on. Isn't this too overconfident? Just because a sneak attack succeeded doesn't mean you can handle it head-on. In the sky, a silver and a gray figure, one small, one large, one diving from above, the other charging from below, drew two straight lines and were about to collide. But just tens of meters away, suddenly, at the base of the left wing of the dragon, a dazzling fireball burst forth. It was precisely the second battle puppet that Rain had arranged, initiating its self-destruct. The sudden break of the dragon's wing caused it to completely lose balance. The intense pain made corruption dragon Agnes momentarily disoriented. Shadow step, armor-breaking strike. Rain stomped his feet, his already fast speed under the boost of Blood Feather, further enhanced by the top-secret technique. Instantly, as if he used flash, suddenly appeared right in front of corruption dragon Agnes's chest. PSHHH. Rain, following the length of the riding spear, resisted the strong corruption energy and charged into the chest of corruption dragon Agnes. Instantly, pus-like blood, more foul than anything in his past life, drenched Rain. But at this moment, Rain couldn't care less, because he sensed the position of the corruption heart that emanated immense energy. SSS. In an instant, he used his innate wizardry metal morphing spell to bend the spear, deeply stabbing it into the heart-like, still beating corruption heart. Immediately, corruption dragon Agnes convulsed, followed by a chaotic energy field like a magnetic storm, spreading outwards centered on Agnes, like the shockwave of a thermobaric bomb. Rain was also sent flying more than 10 meters by this invisible energy force, but was caught by Blood Feather behind him with its claws. Simultaneously, on the ground, within a radius of several hundred meters, all the mushroom men fell like wheat being cut. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected host being baptized by corruption dragon Agnes's pus blood, found intermediate absorbable dragon gene fragments. Absorb. Note. Absorbing these dragon gene fragments can moderately enhance the host's dragon bloodline concentration limit. Oh, nice. The wording has changed. Intermediate, moderate enhancement. I originally thought this dragon's blood might not provide much improvement. After all, it's been corrupted for so many years. But now it seems a true giant dragon, even if it's foul, is still a real giant dragon. Its level is obviously much higher than that of previous legendary species like the earth snake or earth dragon descendants. Rain immediately chose yes. Just like last time, Rain instantly felt the part of his skin that was stained with corruption dragon Agnes's blood suddenly heat up, as if something had penetrated into his body. Moreover, the entire process lasted about 3 seconds. Is the effect really this good? Rain glanced at the attribute panel, overjoyed, because, just as he expected, the effects of the dragon bloodline had undergone a significant change. Congratulations! Your mutated dragon bloodline concentration has been upgraded to pure. Congratulations, with the strengthening of your bloodline power, your special sound wave technique Dragon Roar has been enhanced and integrated into your innate talents. Congratulations, with the strengthening of your bloodline power, you have unlocked the first form of mutated dragon man. Pure. Seeing these words, Rain's eyes lit up. Leveled up, the bloodline concentration has improved from intermediate to pure. This matches pretty much with my previous speculation. Indeed, there's a level between intermediate and dense. The Dragon Roar has become an instinct. Turning into a talent, that's a good thing. What's this? Rain's eyes immediately lit up. The first form of the mutated Dragon Man. Transform into a Dragon Man. First form. Doesn't that mean there are subsequent second forms or so? Not bad, not bad. This trip wasn't in vain after all. The loss of the 2 battle puppets made of hardened essence gold and magic silver compared to this gain is just a drizzle. Because Rain was attracted by this first form of the mutated Dragon Man, he no longer looked at the previous system prompts, and instead immediately switched to the attributes panel to check in detail. Effect of mutated dragon bloodline pure. Greatly enhanced affinity with water, fire, and earth elements, possessing danger perception. Dark vision, weapon mastery, transcendent understanding, huge strength, steel body, and the top-level talent effects of Dragon Roar, with the ability to transform into the first form of mutated Dragon Man. First form of mutated Dragon Man warrior form. Upon activation, the body size greatly increases, the body surface becomes covered in dragon scales, possessing super defense and resistance, immune to low-grade toxins and diseases, immune to witchcraft damage below level 20. Note: duration is directly proportional to bloodline concentration and constitution. He's so fierce, Rain's eyes couldn't help but widen, because merely the word immune appearing twice within it already astonished Rain. This was the first time he had seen so many things on his own professional panel, with skills or talents showcasing the word immune. Immune to witchcraft damage below level 20. Doesn't that mean most 0-level witchcrafts have little effect on me now? Just as Rain was contemplating, the system prompt unexpectedly refreshed with a new line. The prerequisite conditions for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, are 1. Mutated Dragon Bloodline concentration at Dense or above. 2. 3rd-level Crystallized Wizard and above. 3. A whole piece of Giant Dragon Blood Essence. Current conditions not met. Promotion to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend failed. The third prerequisite is also clarified. As my Dragon Bloodline concentration improved, the conditions for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard Legend became clearer. No, it's completely clear. To advance to Dragon Vein Witchcraft Legend as a profession, there are only 3 conditions. Rain's eyes lit up, instantly overjoyed. He did not expect the prerequisites for the Dragon Vein Wizard to be merely 3. Knowing prior, the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades had a whole list of prerequisites. However, Rain swiftly furrowed his brow. A complete giant dragon blood essence. Even though there are only 3, not a single one is easy to accomplish. Suddenly, Rain thought of something. He quickly manipulated Blood Feather, proceeding to immediately land beside the fallen corruption dragon Agnes. Subsequently, Rain endured the stench comparable to fermented fish, once again contaminating a bit with the corruption dragon's pus, and confirmed that he couldn't extract any more dragon genes before quickly leaving. This left the Griffin Knights in midair exchanging glances before descending right after. Though they didn't quite understand Rain's actions, they thought it over and believed that Lord Rain was probably confirming if the corruption dragon was completely dead. Such caution from Lord Rain. Meanwhile, inside the captain's room of the Federation Lancelot-class giant gunship, Lady Trina was still using her telescope, observing up and down at Rain, while other escaping Federation officers were also curiously picking up their telescopes, observing the Imperial flying knight who defeated the giant dragon. The opponent's mount, I remember, seems to be a blood-feathered horned eagle beast, a rather rare flying fierce species. A Federation Major General said, "This. How can the opponent be so young?" The highest-ranking officer of this Federation mission, Vice Admiral Ritz, was also observing Rain, who, at this moment, had taken off his knight's helmet and was washing off the corruption dragon's pus, exclaimed, "Attendant, I want all the information on the opponent." Without turning her head, Lady Trina said. Clearly, Trina was very interested in this young man who suddenly appeared and almost single-handedly resolved the corruption dragon. A single individual comparable to the Federation's first airship factory, which cost heavily and took 2 years to complete Lancelot-class giant gunship, giving Trina plenty of reasons to focus on him. Trina had already decided in her heart that as long as there was a slight possibility, she would strive to recruit him to the Federation side. It wasn't that the Federation lacked talents, but the Federation needed to attract various top-level talents to possibly cope with the upcoming situational changes and subsequent challenges. And this Rain before them, young enough, strong enough, and displayed potential bright enough. Yes, Your Excellency Special Envoy. Also, find a suitable place to land nearby. An Imperial County town has been heavily damaged. It probably won't be returning quickly. On the other side, on the Imperial military airship. Seeing that Rain was actually able to defeat the corruption dragon Agnes, Duke Victor and Admiral Edward, among others, were inevitably shocked. After all, knowing the weakness and defeating the opponent based on that weakness are two different concepts. Although the key to defeating the corruption dragon Agnes lay in destroying the corruption heart within its chest, breaking through the opponent's corruption field, and then attacking the corruption heart by catching the opponent off guard, is something ordinary people can't do. Previously, they urgently contacted Rain only to remind him not to mistakenly believe that the corruption dragon was dead, and to hope Rain could evade the subsequent attacks from the corruption dragon. They never expected that Rain could defeat the corruption dragon once more. Moreover, this time Rain thoroughly killed the corruption dragon Agnes using the intelligence they provided. Though it's said that the corruption dragon Agnes had been imprisoned within the sealing gate for thousands of years, its strength had significantly weakened. Even after recovering for a while, it was far from reaching its peak. Basically, the opponent's melee combat ability was at the legendary peak level. However, considering the troublesome nature of Agnes's corruption field, overall, the opponent still had barely epic-level combat strength. Rain's ability to kill, it was astonishing enough. "Find a place to land, let's go commend our hero," Duke Victor exclaimed with great enthusiasm, waving his hand. Faced with such an epic victory and being the commander himself, even the usually stoic Duke Victor couldn't hide his delight at this moment. Admiral Edward glanced at Duke Victor, mixed with both joy and concern, and then slowed his pace a bit to speak quietly with Duke of Minster beside him. "It seems we won't be able to keep Rain." Duke of Minster shook his head as well, saying helplessly, "Yes, but at least we can delay him for a few days. Don't forget, Rain currently serves as Minster's chief safety consultant. I can help you delay the orders from the Sword Holder headquarters for a while." Rain's performance in this battle was excessively brilliant. A situation of a flying knight and puppet master combined might exist throughout the entire Dragon Empire, but reaching the level of Rain's strength, there probably isn't one. Duke Victor, having witnessed Rain's strength, will inevitably praise him extensively in the Imperial City. Trying to keep him would be tough. Meanwhile, Rain, with the help of several water element wizards, washed himself thoroughly, and those wizards also proactively cleaned the blood-feathered horned eagle. After all, the corruption infection from the dragon was no joke. He didn't want the blood feather to turn into a creature covered in white fur and mushrooms. At this moment, a large group of people from the city guard, led by several knights on warhorses, arrived near the corpse of the corruption dragon Agnes. The leader was a sideburn knight of indiscernible age, who first gazed in shock at the enormous dragon corpse, not daring to approach, and then focused his attention on Rain and the Griffin Knights nearby. "Esteemed Lord, I am Governor Earl Isaac, grateful for you and the Griffin Knights' timely rescue of Bright Star. Otherwise, Bright Star might have been destroyed." With the sideburn knight leading, the defending troops of Bright Star removed their helmets solemnly to salute Rain and the Griffin Knights. "You're kind, Earl Isaac. It's what I and the Griffin Knights ought to do." Rain quickly stepped forward to help the Earl in front of him, saying this. He didn't expect that the sideburn knight in front of him would be the governor of Bright Star, an Earl. After a brief exchange, many citizens of Bright Star also came running over to express their gratitude to Rain and the Griffin Knights. At this time, Isaac also learned through the introduction by the Griffin Knights beside him that the young man in front of him, Rain, turned out to be a Diamond Star swordsman of the Empire and chief safety consultant of Mingster, eliciting his great admiration. Although Bright Star is located in a remote area, there are over 200,000 residents in the city, yet after this attack, it is estimated that at least 1/3 are killed or injured. Isaac sighed. Fortunately, Lord Rain and the Griffin Knights arrived quickly, or else the casualties would have been much higher. Hearing this result, Rain couldn't help but sigh. 1/3 of over 200,000 people means at least 70 to 80,000 casualties. Are all the monsters within the Sealing Gate this terrifying? Rain thought to himself. Indeed, the strength of the corruption dragon Agnes, how to say, due to its unique corruption ability, mass attacks are basically ineffective against it. Moreover, the destructive power of the corruption dragon Agnes against cities far surpasses ordinary giant dragons, because thousands upon thousands of corrupted followers can destroy a city's defenses in a short time, creating even more followers and feeding back its power, causing it to surge. Thinking about it, the resolution of this incident is actually quite fortunate, because the corruption dragon Agnes obviously hadn't recovered to its peak strength. Rain personally felt that the opponent's strength might have only recovered 20 to 30%. The current defensive power of Agnes's dragon body clearly had not reached the epic level. But if it had completely corrupted over 200,000 residents of Bright Star, then it's unpredictable. It might very well have restored most of its strength. At that time, if I want to kill the opponent, it will be much more difficult. No, perhaps there's simply no possibility of killing the opponent at all. Rain couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself. Earl Isaac, the situation in the Mingster province has been quite turbulent recently. If there's any situation, please contact me at any time, Rain comforted. Thank you, Lord Rain. Actually, the situation in Mingster is considered better. My nephew is in the Marne province of the Empire's northern border, and the situation there is terrible. 3 counties have already fallen, Earl Isaac said, shaking his head with apparent helplessness over the current state of the Empire. Marne province, the one near the Frostwind Prairie. Rain suddenly remembered something and couldn't help asking. Yes, that's the one. Are you familiar with it, Lord Rain? Not really, I just have a friend there. By the way, Earl Isaac, what position does your nephew hold? He is also a member of the Swordsman organization, like yourself, Lord Rain. My nephew is a silver-level sword bearer in Marne province. At this moment, a large group of people dressed differently from the imperial citizens approached, surrounding an imposing noblewoman. Rain looked up and was slightly surprised. He naturally recognized the newcomers. They were the Federation mission, and the leading noblewoman was the team's head, seemingly named Trina. Viscount Rain, your transcendent and fearless performance in the battle just now was truly admirable. Envoy Trina gracefully stepped forward, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said. Trina was wearing a black pleated skirt this time, replacing her previous hunting attire, adding a touch of allure to her aura of high status and power. The overall impression she gave was uniquely charming. Faced with Envoy Trina's praise, Rain smiled slightly and bowed. Thank you, Envoy, for the compliment, but in comparison, the Griffin Knights are braver and more fearless than I am. As a member of the Imperial Swordsmen, like the brave defenders of Bright Star, I simply did what I should do. Upon hearing Rain's words, the nearby Griffin Knights felt honored, and even Viscount Felk displayed an understanding look. While Fish was so excited his face turned red. Look, Lord Rain is not only powerful but also holds us in such high regard. The defenders of Bright Star, led by Earl Isaac, also felt warmth in their hearts, despite their defeat, for neither Lord Rain nor the Griffin Knights looked down on them as comrades. Viscount Rain, I would like to invite you on behalf of the Federation mission to tour our Lancelot-class mega gunboat. Trina invited with a charming smile. Many things are naturally not suitable to say in front of so many people, so Trina thought of such an idea to invite Rain to tour the airship. As long as Rain boarded the gunboat, she would naturally have the chance to be alone with him. She only needed a few minutes, and she believed that with her ability to communicate, she could offer this young man a sufficiently weighted olive branch. It wasn't that she thought she could persuade Rain to switch allegiance to the Federation within a few minutes. Rather, she intended to plant a seed in his mind, a seed that might lead him to join the Federation, while also letting him know that the Federation's doors would always be open to him. Well, Rain appeared contemplative. He certainly wanted to take a look. He was quite curious about the Eagle Federation. Whether it was the steam power of the opposing airships or the firepower displayed during the recent battle, both had their strengths, in which the Empire was much behind. However, at this moment, as an official of the Empire, it wasn't quite appropriate to accept an invitation to board a foreign airship. At this moment, the astute Duke Victor from a distance saw the scene and immediately shouted, "Ha-ha, Envoy Trina, it's still quite chaotic here. Why did you all descend from the airship? If anything unexpected happens, it won't be good." Upon hearing Victor's voice, Trina couldn't help but furrow her brows, thinking to herself what a missed great opportunity. However, she could tell that Rain was still very interested in visiting the Lancelot-class gunboat. In other words, she still had a chance. "Duke Victor, you are too kind. We wanted to see if there is any way we can help," Trina replied with a slight smile. Victor, of course, didn't believe Trina's words at all. "Envoy Trina, thank you for your country's cooperation and assistance in the recent battle. Much appreciated. I think Duke of Minter will handle the following issues appropriately. To not affect your mission's subsequent itinerary, I suggest we should hurry back to Mingster. What's your opinion?" Victor suggested with a smile. "Of course, we can set off to return now." Trina nodded and replied with a smile. At this moment, Duke Victor hurried steps to Rain's side, with a wide grin, warmly grabbing Rain's hand and saying, "Viscount Rain, it's a pity for your talents to remain in Mingster. You should go to the Imperial City, where there's a broader stage and more resources for growth." "Thank you, Duke Victor, but currently my family is in Mingster, so I probably won't consider moving to the Imperial City in the short term," Rain replied with a slight smile. "Your family? That's too easy. As long as you come to the Imperial City, your family can relocate altogether, and I'll take care of all the formalities." Victor patted his chest, promising. "Well, I've heard that the property prices in the Imperial City seem to be very high. Don't worry, I'll take care of the housing for you and your family. It might be a bit challenging to get a lavish mansion, but if it's a Viscount-level residence, I can arrange it for you." Victor waved his hand, indicating that this was not a problem at all. "Thank you, Duke Victor, Viscount Rain, from another perspective, with your strong capabilities, you should be receiving better treatment. Look, you're still a Viscount. If this were the Imperial City, you'd at least hold an Earl's title now." Duke Victor Rain's Earl title is already being processed." Admiral Edward coughed and said. "What the hell, poaching right in front of him? This guy Victor." "Oh, I see." Victor realized his gaffe and that he had been a bit too blunt. However, soon enough, a flash of inspiration came to Victor's mind, and he thought that perhaps persuading the young man in front of him from another angle might yield better results. Victor began, "Viscount Rain, I see you are quite young. You shouldn't be married yet, right?" "No." Rain shook his head, saying, "After all, this was something that couldn't be denied, since anyone could easily inquire and find out." "That's great then, Viscount Rain. I have 3 granddaughters and my eldest just turned 18. She's already an official knight and currently enrolled at the Imperial Royal Academy. She's quite the beauty. Do you think you can find the time to meet her?" Rain got slightly choked up for a moment. "Seriously, Duke Victor, isn't this a bit too direct?" And Admiral Edward and Duke of Minter beside him both found their faces turning dark. "Not interested? That's okay. My second granddaughter is 16, but she's already a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. She loves reading various ancient texts and has an elegant demeanor." For a moment, Rain didn't know what to say. Seeing that Rain remained silent, Victor rubbed his chin and frowned, mumbling to himself in a low voice. "Still not interested. But my youngest granddaughter is just too young, only 10 years old." This made Rain's face darken as he quickly sidestepped. "Duke Victor." Several hours later, Rain followed the main troops back to Mingster. By then, dusk was falling. He declined further dinner invitations and opted to return to the estate. Regarding Duke Victor's relentless and bottomless persuasion, Rain was quite annoyed. After having dinner with his family, Anna and the beautiful Jennifer, Rain finally had a chance to check the previous battle notifications. "Congratulations, you've defeated a formidable enemy and gained 17 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden, attribute has improved. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic. Profession level has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades epic profession level has increased. After battling corruption dragon Agnes, Rain's new epic level profession, King of Thousand Blades, increased by 4 levels to reach LV8, granting him 4 attribute points and 4 skill points. Including his previously remaining points, he now had a total of 6 attribute points, 4 skill points, and 23 golden skill points available. However, the thing Rain was most eager to know was the effect of the new ability he gained thanks to the increase in his bloodline concentration, transformed dragon man form. When Rain arrived at the training room, he paused and, for the first time, decided to lock the door. This was because Rain wasn't sure if the transformed dragon man form would be hideously ugly, and he feared scaring his family. The other reason was that as a trump card within trump cards, he didn't want anyone else to know about the dragon man transformation, not even members of his own squad, like Viri. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but a precaution against potential slips, because in the extraordinary world, many magical means could deceive the mind or compel truth-telling. As Rain silently chanted mutated dragon man form, he underwent an enormous transformation. At this moment, Rain's body suddenly swelled, making the demonized silver plate armor he was wearing creak under the pressure. Rain suddenly remembered that he was so eager to test, he hadn't even taken off his armor suit. Just as he was about to quickly remove it, he raised his hand and was startled. Because Rain discovered that his right hand's skin had completely turned dark gray, with dragon scales the size of fingernails emerging on the surface, and his originally flat nails had now become sharp and elongated like those of a beast. In that moment of distraction, crack, snap, the parts of Rain's demonized silver plate armor all cracked open and fell off him, with some fragments still hanging on his continuously expanding body. Suddenly, Rain felt an intense itch at his tailbone. As if something had emerged, no, more accurately, something had appeared. He turned his head to look and saw that at the end of his tailbone there was now a tail over a meter long, also covered with dragon scales. Rain, surprised, instinctively swayed it a few times and found it quite flexible. But the problem was, he never had a tail before, and suddenly having one was somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, Rain suddenly felt his head bump into something, and bending slightly and looking up, he realized he had already reached the stone ceiling of the training room. The ceiling height of this training room is a full 4.5 meters. Rain was quite shocked in his heart, but at the same time, he immediately crouched slightly and bent over again to avoid directly breaking through the first floor. Fortunately, at this time, Rain found that his transformation had ended and estimated that his height was slightly less than 5 meters, but very close. Obviously, this level of change is astonishing. What does a nearly 5-meter height signify? One must know that the average ogre is only 3 meters tall, not exceeding 3.5 meters, whereas now Rain's height had reached an astounding 5 meters. This transformation is quite something. This made Rain focus on the description of the first form. Mutated Dragon Man first form, Dragon Man warrior form. Upon activation, the body size significantly increases, with dragon scale skin, possessing super defensive power and resistance, immune to low-level poisons and diseases, and immune to witchcraft damage below 20 degrees. Dragon Man warrior form. Rain noticed the content in the parentheses after the words first form. Because it's a warrior and needs melee combat, that's why the body undergoes such a change. Never mind that for now, let's test the effects first. However, at this moment, Rain also noticed that he was bent over, and his head was barely touching the ceiling, making it impossible to test action speed and such. With this physique, it seems I have to go outdoors. Nonetheless, Rain casually picked up the knight's longsword beside him, which appeared like a toothpick in comparison, and came down hard on his body's surface a few times. He intended to first see the defensive power of the dragon scales compared to the previous steel body. Sizzle, bang bang. Rain tested the fine dragon scales on his surface by stabbing, slashing, and chopping in 3 ways. But the entire test scenario was rather comedic. From the side, it looked like a claw carefully pinching a toothpick-sized longsword, performing various slashes and stabs on another thick dragon scale-covered arm. Indeed, it's different. After testing, Rain's eyes sparkled, and he immediately noticed the differences. Previously, with the steel body effect, if a sharp object slashed down, sparks would fly as if chopping on steel. But this time, the scales were quite different. It was as if chopping on thick, hard leather armor, equally sturdy but with additional toughness, which is why it emitted such a dull sound. Additionally, the dragon scales were very effective against stabbing. Without activating any talent, ability, or skill, Rain bent the knight's longsword while stabbing, but when stabbed against the dragon scales, it only left a white mark. Isn't it that a peak knight can only leave a white mark when stabbing? Even if the opponent uses an advanced secret skill, I guess I would at most be lightly injured. No wonder the description said it's super defensive. Thoughtfully, Rain couldn't help but feel quite pleased. Just as he was about to put away the knight's longsword, with a slightly larger movement to insert it into the sword rack, the whole rack bent. My strength. Rain's control over his own strength had reached a high level long ago, making it impossible for him to be unaware of the weight. He immediately realized that with the significant body size, his strength had been considerably enhanced. Thinking for a moment, Rain picked up a kite shield placed aside and then lightly gripped it with his huge hand. Squeak! In an instant, the steel shield was crushed into a ball. Just now, Rain barely felt anything but accomplished this. Hissed the level of this strength. After testing several times, Rain found that his strength was at least 4 times his original. Of course, under these circumstances, his huge strength talent could be understood as being overshadowed and couldn't be used. Just as Rain planned to test the last part, immune to witchcraft damage below 20 degrees, suddenly, he felt a wave of weakness from within. Immediately after, his whole body rapidly began to shrink. At the same time, this sense of physical weakness became increasingly apparent. Rain carefully felt it, and his whole body felt a sense of fatigue and weakness in the muscles and fascia. Obviously, under normal circumstances, he would need to recover before he could reactivate the Dragon Man form. Is this the end of the duration? Rain glanced at the clock on the training room wall, and the time had passed exactly 2 minutes. 2 minutes, true Dragon Man. He shook his head slightly, naturally feeling that this time was a bit short. But after thinking about it, Rain felt that it was fine. After all, after transforming into a Dragon Man, if he still couldn't quickly resolve the battle, then running away seemed like the best choice. This also focused Rain's attention on the note, the duration is positively correlated with bloodline concentration and constitution. It seems that I need to find ways to enhance the bloodline concentration also. When adding attribute points, should I prioritize constitution immediately? Rain shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, not necessarily. The spiritual attribute is also important. Spirit affects the power of witchcraft. And as a dragon vein wizard, you can't always be in close combat, right? Oh. By the way, after each point recovery, can't I reactivate the Dragon Man form? Rain's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. After pondering it, Rain decided to confirm it first. After all, if he found out that he couldn't activate the transformation in real combat, it would be a joke. Right now, the sore and aching state of his muscles and fascia was also quite uncomfortable. As Rain added a point to his spirit, a surge of warmth flowed through his body, instantly restoring him to his peak state. At this moment, Rain could feel that he could activate the Dragon Man form again at any time. This made him smile involuntarily. It seems there's no need to deliberately add to Constitution. Moreover, while others have trump cards or special moves, they can only use once per battle. I can use mine multiple times, depending on the number of remaining attribute points. While Rain was testing the effects of the Dragon Man form, Anna happened to be walking along the first floor corridor and vaguely sensed a captivating might emanating from the training room. This aura, it's different from Rain's safety. As a druid, Anna was particularly sensitive to the special auras of people or animals, but she was encountering such an aura with intense intimidation for the first time. Curious, Anna couldn't help but knock on the door and call out, "Rain." Hearing it was Anna, Rain immediately stepped forward and opened the door. When Anna saw Rain, her beautiful eyes blinked and then widened, and her entire pretty face suddenly turned bright red. Rain, you're so bad." After speaking, Anna covered her face and ran away. I'm already back in human form, what's going on? Somewhat puzzled, Rain looked down, and in the next second he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed himself. Darn it, I unexpectedly exposed myself. It turned out that just now, when the demonized silver plate armor was torn, it didn't matter much as there was linen underwear inside. However, during the process of his body expanding and contracting, the linen underpants were torn apart violently. Despite the many strips of cloth hanging around, something could still be seen clearly through the wide gaps. No wonder Anna ran away so fast. This made Rain feel a bit inappropriate and made him embarrassed to chase after Anna. It seems I need to solve the issue of elastic underwear, at least get a pair of elastic underpants. Otherwise, exposing myself after each transformation is really quite embarrassing. Unfortunately, there's no acrylic-like material available. For the waistband, elastic materials like cow tendons could be used, but how to solve the issue of elastic fabric? Rain's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Originally, Rain was planning to rest, but thinking about the damaged set of underwear, decided to take this opportunity to go outside the city and test the Dragon Man form again. The previous test wasn't complete. Soon, Rain flew out from Rain Mansion, riding on Blood Feather, heading out of the city. Soon enough, he arrived at the wasteland where he previously battled Asimov. At this moment, the traces of magma from the battle were still present on the wasteland. However, Rain's current focus wasn't on this. After finding a slightly secluded location, he once again transformed into a Dragon Man. With the previous experience, Rain quickly adapted to the sudden appearance of a tail, and then began to test the speed and agility of the Dragon Man warrior form. After a few minutes, Rain, who had returned to human form, had a calm expression, revealing no joy or anger. Just now, he discovered a small issue with the Dragon Man warrior form, which was that his speed and agility didn't increase significantly, only improving by about 30% compared to human form. This meant the Dragon Man warrior form greatly enhanced his defense and strength, but the increase in agility wasn't as significant. Overall, though, the improvement in combat power was still exceptionally noticeable, about double that of human form. Early the next morning, Neoro and Angus, along with others, arrived at Rain Mansion. "Captain, you secretly went on a mission yesterday. That's not very fair," Neoro said with a half-joking tone. "Yeah, we all heard about it. It's slaying a dragon. Such a glamorous task you didn't call us. Are you worried we'd hold you back?" Evelyn, the red-haired beauty, chimed in with a playful smile. "Oh, so it was about this." Rain couldn't help but smile as well. He immediately gave a brief overview of the entire situation. The situation was urgent at the time, and I set off immediately after receiving the orders. Besides, the Black Sword Squad had already fallen in, so I thought it would be better not to inform you. Black Sword Squad? Is it the Diamond Star Sword Holder Team Black Sword? Neoro couldn't help but exclaim in shock, because Neoro knew the vice-captain of the Black Sword Squad, Wizard Ain't, and had exchanged experiences on witchcraft a few times. The opponent's strength was above his own, yet he didn't expect such a formidable squad to be entirely wiped out by the corruption dragon Agnes. "That's right," Rain nodded, saying, "Moreover, it's fortunate that you didn't go. Agnes' corruption field would quickly infect all who approached, and those not strong enough would find it almost unsolvable." Rain's face set as he recalled the situation, explaining. The team members were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and their expressions became serious. It turns out the captain not taking them along was a good thing. At this point, a servant knocked on the door. "Lord Rain, there are 2 sword holders outside wishing to see you. They said they are surviving members of the Black Sword Squad." "Oh, let them in." Rain raised an eyebrow, saying. Having just mentioned the Black Sword Squad, he didn't expect there to be surviving members. Soon, a man in a gray robe and another wearing knight armor walked in. "Honorable Captain Rain, I am Medros and this is Ruka. We are both members of the Black Sword Squad. We sincerely thank you for avenging us by slaying the corruption dragon Agnes." After saying this, Medros and Ruka both deeply bowed to Rain, saying, "No need for thanks, I am also a sword bearer, it's what I should do." The two then repeated the situation at length, and everyone, including Neoro, listened with fluctuating emotions. After a lively chat, Medros spoke. "Captain Rain, there is another reason for our visit. With just the 2 of us, we cannot reassemble the Black Sword Squad, and we greatly admire your strength, so we wish to join your team. Of course, initially, we could serve as reserve members and join as official members once we pass your team's evaluation. Is there a chance for this?" Well, Rain couldn't help but hesitate. But Neoro, standing behind the 2, signaled to Rain to keep them. "All right, both of you can join as reserve members for now." Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Thank you very much, Captain Rain." Both men bowed to Rain again, saying. After the 2 left, Rain couldn't help but ask, "Neoro, do you know these 2? I've heard of them but not familiar." "Oh, so why do you want me to keep them? Captain, how long do you plan to stay at the Minster branch?" "I understand what you mean, all right, I'll leave it to you." Rain nodded. Indeed, neither he nor Admiral Edward could openly refuse a headquarters assignment. That is to say, sooner or later, he would leave Minster to head for the Imperial City. Nioro implied that once he left, the team's strength would drop drastically. The title of a Diamond Star squad is likely unsustainable, but recruiting new members with decent strength and character to maintain a gold-level team shouldn't be a problem. After a while in Rain's second-floor study, Nioro and the others went down to the training room to practice. Rain, too, began to quietly contemplate a matter he's pondered for a long time, which is the choice of a new profession. Ever since he succeeded in transferring to the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades, he gained a new career panel, from the original 5/5 to 5/6. He decided to choose tailoring. The reason was based on the blacksmith's progression path, starting as an ironsmith apprentice, moving to blacksmith, then armor forger, and finally great armor forger. That is to say, even if the initial profession ironsmith apprentice doesn't seem impressive, its growth potential is excellent. After 4 transfers, putting other aspects aside, just the skill points and attribute points have brought Rain great benefits. As opposed to those whose initial profession is extraordinary, like Beast Tamer, Transcendent, leading to Beast Priest, Legendary. Although the core skills are nice, from the perspective of skill points and attribute points, the benefits to Rain weren't that high. For him currently, he has no shortage of core skills or trump cards. However, his mastery of witchcraft doesn't quite measure up, and if he wants to bring a witchcraft close to instant cast level in the future, skill points are essential. Considering all these, Rain made the decision to learn tailoring. In a short while, Rain had a servant summon the beautiful woman Jennifer. Jennifer, does the Chamber of Commerce have a tailoring shop under it? The beautiful woman looked at Rain with some confusion, unable to understand why Rain would ask this. But for her, even though she didn't understand, it did not hinder her swift response. Dear, of course we do. Currently under Hammer and Rose Chamber of Commerce, there are 3 tailoring shops. Which shop has the highest level of tailoring? In terms of tailoring skills, it's definitely Euless' shop that is the highest level. Chief Tailor Euless's tailoring skills have reached master level. Tailor Master? Great, Jennifer, take me there. Rain was quite happy in his heart. Unexpectedly, Jennifer's Merchant Association has a tailor master under its wing, which is even smoother than he expected. Ah, dear, are you going to have clothes made? But these 3 tailor shops are mainly focused on women's clothing, with very few men's clothing. You know, women love beauty and it's easier to make money. The beautiful woman couldn't help but be stunned, and then quickly responded. In her heart, it was naturally assumed that Rain planned to go customize clothes. In the beautiful woman's heart, Rain, as a Viscount, would naturally have to commission a distinguished tailor master to create his clothes to match his status. It's all right if they can make men's clothing. I'm going to learn tailoring. Rain was also surprised to hear this, but understood immediately that Jennifer had misunderstood, so he explained. Jennifer's beautiful eyes widened, and her cherry-red lips parted slightly, completely dumbfounded. Oh my! Is there anything more outrageous than this? A Viscount actually wants to learn tailoring. Darling, you are a Viscount. Isn't learning tailoring a bit inappropriate? Jennifer thought for a moment and tactfully advised. It indeed might not be great for my image. How about this? Invite the tailor master Euless directly to the residence, and by the way, have her bring a full set of tools and fabrics for beginner tailors. We'll learn in the study. Well, all right, dear. Jennifer retreated, realizing Rain was resolute in his decision to learn. Though she couldn't fathom why Rain wanted to learn tailoring, she remembered one thing: it's okay not to understand, execute first, and ask questions later. Not long after, Jennifer brought Euless, the tailor master, a gentle-looking woman in her 40s, into the room, carrying materials like yarn balls and linen rolls. Honored Viscount Rain, good day. Euless respectfully performed a lady's curtsy. Initially, when she heard the Merchant Association head Jennifer say she was to teach the Viscount tailoring, she seriously doubted her hearing. Even after hearing it twice, she still couldn't process it, remaining in a dazed state. But as it was the principal's request, she didn't have much right to refuse, and she had heard of the Viscount Rain, who was recently quite famous in Minster. She also wanted to see him for herself. Good day, Euless. I need to quickly master the introductory skills of tailoring, Euless. Take a look and see which component might be easiest to start with. Rain got straight to the point. Well, Viscount, my suggestion is to start with apparels with simpler lines. Items like capes, gloves, socks, or undergarments are more suitable. Shirts, which have collars and require button installation, are relatively more complicated. Euless weighed her words and respectfully replied, "Undergarments, how about underwear?" Rain's eyes lit up as she asked. Though mentioning this type of thing in front of two ladies seemed inappropriate, Rain couldn't help but think that if a battle required him to transform into a dragon man. Having ripped underwear, being surrounded and watched by a group. The scene was too beautiful to even imagine. Better to be embarrassed in front of just two specific people rather than a whole group. Euless's eyes suddenly widened. She quickly glanced at the more beautiful Jennifer beside her, thinking that the handsome and tall Viscount in front of her had many women and probably wasn't flirting with her. However, discussing how to make underwear in front of a young, handsome, high-ranking male was a first for Euless, causing her to blush. Of course it's possible, underwear is also quite suitable. Then let's start. The lovely woman Jennifer stood aside, with her beautiful eyes glancing back and forth between Rain and Euless, lost in thought. With Euless' guidance and Rain's exceptional learning ability, soon the system notification rang out. You have crafted linen shorts. Relevant comprehension increased. You have comprehended a new skill craft linen shorts. Your skill in crafting linen shorts has improved. Experience +1. Congratulations. You have triggered the profession panel Tailor Apprentice. As expected, it triggered as predicted, the Tailor Apprentice. Rain thought. Rain glanced at the new profession panel, Tailor Apprentice. Though it was a blank slate with no luster, he was quite happy. Because this meant that the tailoring path would likely allow many future job transitions, similar to the path of the blacksmith. That meant in the future, he would gain a lot of skill points and attribute points. Rain was naturally pleased with this. Meanwhile, the lovely women, Jennifer and Euless, exchanged a puzzled glance. Neither of them could understand why Viscount Rain, who had just successfully crafted a pair of underwear, would be so happy. Viscount, you are truly a rare tailoring genius. If you were to become Euless exclaimed as she witnessed Rain's rocket-like speed in learning and mastering skills. But soon, Euless realized that the person before her was a noble, a Viscount, not an apprentice in her tailoring shop, and praising him as a tailoring genius was quite inappropriate. So Euless hastily changed her words. No, Viscount, what I mean is, no matter the skill, you learn it very quickly. Rain waved his hand indifferently. Euless, I have a question now. The underwear's elasticity isn't enough. How to solve this? The waistband can be solved with materials like ox, tendon, but as for the fabric, it seems there isn't a fabric with good elasticity. If it expands, it will tear apart. As soon as Rain finished speaking, the entire study fell silent. Expand, tear apart. Viscount, is it really appropriate to discuss this with me? Moreover, isn't this a bit too self-glorifying? Never heard of anyone tearing their underwear apart. Rain's bold words made Euless, a woman with experience in that area, feel overwhelmed, her fair complexion immediately reddening. Beside her, the elegant woman Jennifer was left puzzled, her beautiful eyes glancing back and forth between Euless and Rain. Really, my dear's words are too provocative. The other person is about the same age as me, though her skin isn't as good as mine. Her face is quite dignified, not quite matching my style. Could it be that my dear truly fancies her? Wait a minute. Perhaps it's her professional attributes that pique my dear's interest. The elegant lady's eyes immediately shone. She believed she had figured out the crux of it. After all, this kind of penchant is surprisingly common in upper-class society. Even among wealthy merchants, one can often hear such gossip scandals. For instance, a certain merchant loved to seek pleasure with maids, or specific nobles having an interest in female teachers. And last time she heard of a Viscount only 1.6 meters tall who preferred seeking women over 1.8 meters, etc. Jennifer thought of many things all at once. Seeing the expressions of the two mature women, Rain suddenly realized. Perhaps his wording contained some ambiguity, but he couldn't divulge his dragon man transformation. Thinking it over, Rain said, here's the thing, during battles my muscles swell, so I need underwear with better elasticity. I see. Euless nodded, though internally not quite convinced. After all, as a tailor master, not exactly from the lower strata, she never heard of great knights tearing open their underwear in battle. Viscount, how much would it expand? This concerns the material choice. Euless took a deep breath before inquiring. At least a double, I'd say. Rain thought for a moment before responding. Double? Well, from the perspective of elasticity, silk is among the best for fabrics. But, Relying solely on silk's elasticity might still not meet your requirements. Shocked, Euless pondered and said, "Is there no solution, no other materials?" Certain animal hides have decent elasticity, but for underwear we still need to consider comfort. Animal hides? Rain pondered, then dismissed the idea. Too rough and uncomfortable. Moreover, leather shorts might remind him of dancers, quite trendy. Right, if you don't mind the design being unconventional, I have another suggestion. You could make the underwear with pleats to prevent tearing, like a pleated skirt. Seeing Rain's furrowed brow, Euless offered an idea. Add pleats. Rain soon grasped Euless' idea. The underwear's waistband uses a material with elasticity like ox tendon. Even silk fabric won't meet the elasticity requirement, so we resort to adding pleats. Once the body expands, the underwear can compensate for the lack of elasticity by smoothing the pleats. Although pleated underwear seems a bit odd, it certainly beats exposure during transformation. Moreover, it ensures comfort. Good idea, Euless. Rain's eyes lit up, immediately turning to the elegant lady and saying, "Jennifer, have someone prepare some ox tendon right away. I'd like to give it a try." All right, Viscount." Hearing Rain address her, Jennifer finally snapped back nonetheless. She adhered to referring to Rain by his title in front of others. Jennifer left the study to prepare ox tendons, but Rain didn't idle, starting with the preliminary steps, drafting. "Viscount, you're cutting a hole in the underwear, this is." Euless looked surprised, thinking, "Viscount, you boast about that size, but isn't it a bit extreme to cut a hole just to prevent tearing?" "Haha, this has a special use." This time Euless truly felt overwhelmed, especially since Jennifer had gone out to arrange for ox tendons. Though she's been through it, she couldn't withstand such provocation. The face of Euless, the tailor master, turned red completely. Yet Euless observed the position of the hole Rain was cutting, thinking, "I know it's for a special use, but isn't the diameter of this hole way too big? Why is this direction at the back? Viscount, did you draw the hole in the wrong place?" Euless couldn't help but remind. "No, it's meant to be this way." Rain naturally shook his head. Tails are naturally at the back. If it's at the front, is it still a tail? Suddenly, Euless was completely stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. Soon, a large bundle of beef tendon was delivered. Since Rain had already started preparing earlier, he soon completed the first pair of beef tendon shorts. The system prompt followed immediately. "You produced a pair of beef tendon crinkle silk shorts. Relevant insights improved. You have comprehended a new skill, making beef tendon. Crinkle silk shorts. Your skill in making beef tendon crinkle silk shorts has improved. Experience +5 ding. Host innovation detected in tailoring products triggering career change tailor. Promotion conditions for tailor. First, tailor apprentice LV3 max level. Second, agility above 5 points, constitution above 5 points. Third, produce 10 qualified tailoring products. Current conditions not met. Tailor promotion failed. Experience +5. Have the subsequent promotion conditions also been triggered? Indeed, innovation is the prime force of production. Rain couldn't help but be overjoyed. Next, Rain continuously made 10 pairs of beef tendon crinkle shorts. Transforming the process from initially awkward into smooth and effortless, Euless was almost dumbstruck watching from the side. She faintly felt that the young and handsome Viscount Rain, standing before her, wasn't flirting but genuinely learning how to make underwear. "Viscount, do you need to learn how to make other parts of clothing?" Euless couldn't help but ask. "No need." "All right, today's tailoring lessons end here. Thank you for your hard work, Euless. Jennifer, please see Euless out. I'll practice making shorts for now and learn other things later," Rain said to Jennifer. "Okay, Viscount." After they left in just half a day, Rain had elevated his tailor apprentice from LV1 to LV3, 127 over 500, gaining 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. The result of Rain's hard work was stacked beside him, 70 to 80 pairs of beef tendon crinkle silk shorts. Adding his remaining points from before, he now had a total of 7 attribute points left, 6 skill points remaining, and still held 23 golden skill points. Just as Rain planned to push his tailor apprentice to LV3 max level, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Viscount, there's a Viscount Hamadi from Mace County visiting at the manor's entrance." The servant announced at the door. "Viscount Hamadi? Why would he come to visit suddenly?" Rain looked puzzled. Though the visitor was his former superior, he always felt there was something odd about him and thus had never had deep interactions. "Invite him to the reception room. I'll come immediately." After a moment's thought, Rain decided to meet and understand the visitor's intentions. In the reception room, Lord Rain, long time no see, Hamadi said with a smile. Lord Hamadi, long time no see, Rain smiled, using the former maced address quite politely. Oh no, Lord Rain, with your current renown, it's me who should address you with honor. This time I'm here on behalf of someone. Hamadi chuckled and simultaneously placed a dark brown wooden box on the coffee table. With a snap, he opened the box and turned it towards Rain. Within the box, complex runes were engraved, and inside were 3 hexagonal crystals emitting energy fluctuations, under which lay a letter. Rain looked at the 3 crystals in the box, showing a look of surprise. Although he didn't know what these were, they seemed incredibly precious based on the box and items inside. Moreover, this fluctuation subtly linked to spiritual power in some way, as if it was. Hamadi glanced around, seemingly ensuring only he and Rain were in the reception room before smiling and saying, "This is from Envoy Trina, sent via me to Lord Rain." Envoy Trina. Rain raised an eyebrow. In an instant he understood many things. Viscount Hamadi had always been someone of the Federation, perhaps an insider or a recruited noble. No wonder, when Rain was in Maced, he always felt something was off with Hamadi. Initially, he thought Hamadi was a part of the rebellion, but now it turned out he was with the Federation. Even so, Rain did not comprehend Hamadi's intentions, and naturally could not accept such a gift. So he waved his hand, saying, "This is too valuable, I cannot accept it." Lord Rain, perhaps you should first read Envoy Trina's letter, Hamadi suggested. Thinking it over, Rain nodded, saying, "All right then." Subsequently, Rain retrieved the letter from the box. The red wax seal on the letter was intact. Additionally, Rain could feel a slight trace of witchcraft fluctuations within the envelope. Lord Rain, for confidentiality purposes, the letter will self-destruct post-reading, Hamadi added. Seeing Rain suddenly pause, Hamadi immediately understood the situation and admired Rain's caution and astuteness. "I see," Rain nodded and opened the letter. The content is as follows. "Dear Lord Rain, your strength and talent are among the best I have seen in young people, and the Eagle Federation warmly welcomes you to settle here. If you are interested, I can guarantee that you will receive far better treatment and prospects than you currently have in the Dragon Empire. At the same time, we will arrange for your family to be secretly transferred to the Federation by a dedicated team. Of course, if you are not currently interested, we still hope to maintain a good friendship and contact with you. In recent years, the Federation's development has progressed rapidly, far exceeding what many in the Dragon Empire imagined. For example, the output of soul energy crystals in the Federation is several times what it was before. We look forward to your early joining of the Federation. If you have any questions, you can contact Hamadi for inquiries. Here I present you with 3 soul energy crystals as a meeting gift, Trina Hayden." A few seconds later, the letter paper began to burn with a pale blue flame, quickly turning into ash. "Lord Rain, I've delivered the envoy's gift and look forward to your contact. I believe I should take my leave now," Hamadi said with a smile, standing up. "All right, Viscount Hamadi, I'll see you out." After Hamadi left, Rain paced back and forth in the room, pondering the purpose of the visit. No wonder the Federation's development is so rapid. Their infiltration into the Empire is quite extensive, and they're making every effort to attract talent. The moment Rain saw the word Soul Energy Crystal in the letter, he knew what these 3 hexagonal crystals were. Generally speaking, potions or items that can enhance spiritual power are already very precious. However, the Soul Energy Crystal is even more valuable due to its ability to accelerate the fogging and liquefaction of spiritual power. Rain had previously inquired with Olna, but unfortunately, there was no quota for soul energy crystals at the branch. Of course, the headquarters located in the Imperial City naturally had some, but they were extremely precious. In other words, if Rain wants to exchange for them, he must be transferred to the Sword Holder headquarters. Even more remarkable is the statement the production of soul energy crystals is several times what it was before, revealing the strength of the Federation and posing a great temptation. If it weren't for my rapid fogging speed, I might have found it hard to resist as well. Rain walked to the wooden box, picked up a soul energy crystal, and examined it. Soul energy crystal, a good thing indeed. This is also why Rain did not refuse the gift. At this stage, soul energy crystals are indeed very useful for enhancing his power. Rain glanced at the attribute panel, Spirit. 62, fogging 6%. The spiritual power rose from 60 to 62. With 1 point from previous intentional allocation, and another from the effect of the advanced meditation method over the past few days. The fogging degree also increased by 1 percentage point. After repeatedly checking the soul energy crystals and confirming there were no issues, Rain decided to use one immediately to see the effect. Using this item is also very simple. Just hold it in your hand and execute the meditation method. A few minutes later, as Rain activated the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, the soul energy crystal in his hand seemed to resonate with something, emitting a wisp of transparent aura that swiftly merged into Rain's body. Rain felt the vast spiritual power in his mental sea continuously purifying, with strands of silver mist increasing in number. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the soul energy crystal can enhance the degree of spiritual power fogging. Would you like to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption can eliminate impurities and complete the process in one go. Eliminate impurities and can absorb fully in one go? Rain raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. He just tried a moment ago. For such a thumb-sized soul energy crystal, meditating for about half an hour a day would require him about half a month to assimilate it completely. If the system can absorb it instantly, that's naturally advantageous. Moreover, if impurities can be eliminated, doesn't that mean I can use it continuously? Normally, although soul energy crystals are good, wizards need to stop using them for a while once the impurities absorbed in the body reach a certain concentration. They can only use them again after the body expels the impurities from the soul energy crystals, making consecutive use impossible. But from the system prompt, it seems Rain can continuously absorb them. Without further hesitation, Rain immediately chose yes. In an instant, Rain felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly increase visibly, soon reaching nearly twice its previous size. This feeling was indescribably good. The spiritual power became purer, and compared to before, the same amount of spiritual power could mobilize more energy particles from the surroundings. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 62, fogging 11%, hiss a 5% increase in one go. No wonder it's so valuable. The spiritual value isn't descending anymore. It seems the previous impurities have been mostly removed. Seeing such excellent results, Rain thought for a moment and decided to use the other 2 soul energy crystals in the wooden box as well. Ultimately, the spirit value on the attribute panel showed 62, fogging 20%. Based on the calculation of enhancing witchcraft power by 0.5 points for every increase in the degree of fogging. The power of the witchcraft that Rain currently exhibits is approximately 10% stronger than when he initially became a wizard. Don't underestimate this 1% increase. Often, the enhancement of strength accumulates step by step, eventually achieving a qualitative change. Obviously, when the fogging level reaches 90%, the power of witchcraft increases significantly, roughly by 50%. Why can't it reach 100%? Generally speaking, when first-level wizards achieve a fogging level of over 90%, they can choose to break through to second-level liquidization wizard. Because the difficulty of fogging spiritual power isn't linear, which means it gets harder as you progress. This can be seen from the recent increase in soul energy crystal, because theoretically, if each soul energy crystal increases by 5%, Lord Rain's fogging level should be 21%, but now it's just 20%. This shows that the level of fogging isn't linear and becomes increasingly difficult in the late stage. Lord Rain tested several witchcrafts and felt the enhancement in power. Then he refocused on his newly learned profession, tailoring. He plans to switch to the tailor profession as soon as possible. After all, he is just one step away. At this moment, there was another knock at the door. Please come in. Entering the room is Olna, a capable lady. She smiled, congratulating. Lord Rain, I heard you slayed a dragon yesterday. Congratulations on becoming a dragon slayer. Thank you. Has the news spread everywhere? Lord Rain couldn't help but smile wryly. Of course, it's dragon slaying after all. Not only were there the sword bearers, but also the Griffin Knights, including Bright Star's guards. They all witnessed it and are promoting it for you. I think your fame will soon spread across several nearby provinces. Olna chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Lord Rain couldn't help but shake his head, secretly thinking, good intentions lead to bad outcomes. This means he will have less time in Minster. By the way, Lord Rain, I've got news on those members of the Sam group you asked me to investigate last time. Olna handed a stack of papers to Lord Rain. Lord Rain nodded. comparing Olna's intelligence with the information from Jennifer, confirming it was accurate. Perhaps what you are more concerned about is the next piece of news. Oh, Lord Rain looked at Olna. Previously, you asked me to focus on news regarding the tribes on the Frostwind Prairie. Coincidentally, there's someone I know in the Imperial Headquarters Intelligence Department who informed me of a plea for help he learned in the Imperial City 3 days ago. It seems the barbarian tribes are in a worrying situation. Oh, please explain in detail, Olna. Lord Rain raised an eyebrow. Well, the major tribes on the Frostwind Prairie mainly consist of two. The Norton tribe, which are the Norton people, and the Rush tribe, which are the Rush people. Although I'm not sure which tribe you asked me to focus on, the intelligence shows both tribes are not having an easy time. Currently, the Black Flame cult is rampant on the Frostwind Prairie. As a cult that worships fire and hunting, it is spreading very quickly there, and many native tribes have already become followers of the Black Flame cult. Although the barbarian tribes are quite powerful, fierce battles have erupted with the Black Flame cult. However, after some time, the Black Flame cult summoned many strong individuals. The barbarian tribes began to struggle, constantly retreating. Hence, the barbarian tribes sought assistance from the Empire, but so far the Empire hasn't sent Guardian Lord. Now, both barbarian tribes are migrating toward the more remote northern part of the prairie. The Black Flame cult again, these lingering spirits. Lord Rain squinted his eyes. Is the Empire not intervening? In the short term, probably not. The Empire is likely to focus domestically, and regarding the Frostwind Prairie, they might not have the time to pay attention. Lord Rain nodded, indeed. Under the current circumstances, the Empire is likely to do so. Right, Olna, will the barbarian tribes be safer after migrating? Lord Rain couldn't help but ask. Lord Rain, I'm sorry I hadn't finished. The issue now is that even the northern part of the Frostwind Prairie is not stable. Olna apologized. Rain raised an eyebrow. It is said that not long ago, a legendary dragon named Calexius awakened from the glaciers in the extreme north, currently expanding its territory and gathering followers. It is said that several large bear monster tribes in Northland have voluntarily joined. If the two barbarian tribes continue to migrate, they will surely be noticed by it. Olna's words immediately made Lord Rain's face change uncertainly. Concerning the ancestor dragon, Lord Rain. Are you familiar with it? Olna reported up to this point, pausing and looked at Rain. Lady Olna, please introduce the ancestor dragon. Previously, after encountering the Red Queen Menia's red dragon, Rain had briefly researched and understood the books introducing the dragons within the Dragon Empire. However, for the ancestor dragon, the books merely mentioned it without much description. On the other hand, the books detailed the Empire's 5-colored giant dragons, divided into red, green, yellow, blue, and black dragons. Very well, Lord Rain, the ancestor dragon is entirely different from the 5-colored giant dragons that our Dragon Empire prides itself on. Logically, the ancestor dragon should have long since disappeared into the vast river of history. But for some unknown reason, occasionally, in a few remote places, these surviving ancestor dragons are discovered. Just like the ancestor dragon known as Calexius. Calexius, like other ancestor dragons, is naturally violent. Although ancestor dragons generally lack any talent abilities, their melee combat capabilities are extremely strong. Moreover, according to intelligence, a spy has witnessed this ancestor dragon firsthand, reportedly several times the size of its fellow ancestor dragons. Therefore, I judge that once the barbarian tribes, also skilled in melee combat, encounter this ancestor dragon, Calexius, they would likely suffer greatly. Lady Olna, I wish to make a trip to Frostwind Prairie. At this moment, Rain suddenly said. Just now, Olna's introduction about the ancestor dragon made Rain decide to head to Frostwind Prairie as soon as possible. Although Lagare has been out of touch for some time now and possibly met with some mishap, only by going there can the truth be known. Rain's words startled Olna, nearly causing her to jump. What, Lord Rain, are you going to go there yourself? Olna's beautiful eyes widened, shocked. One must know that since Rain slew corruption dragon Agnes, his reputation in Minster province has risen significantly. Olna felt much safer with Rain in Minster. Yes, a friend of mine is over there. I need to make a trip. By the way, if I ride a flying mount, how long will it take to reach Frostwind Prairie? This is quite troublesome. Although you have a flying mount and could fly directly to Frostwind Prairie, the problem is, The Northern Empire contains several treacherous areas, such as the Thunderstorm Mountains, home to rare thunderstorm elements. Any creature flying near them would be attacked by lightning. Even the Imperial Dragon Knights avoid it. So my suggestion to you is to make a stopover. Olna, after calming her shocked demeanor, quickly recovered her composed manner and carefully analyzed the situation for Rain. Rain nodded and said, "Lady Olna, do you have any suggested flight routes?" Though he could now ride Blood Feather, flying through the skies and reaching certain places several times faster than before, it was necessary to avoid some dangerous areas. In fact, at the inception of the Dragon Empire, there were far more dangerous areas than there are now. After years of efforts by the Imperial Dragon Knights, they managed to eliminate many man-made dangerous areas, paving the current airship routes. Otherwise, the dangers of flying in the sky would be far greater than now. Yes, if you look. The competent Lady Olna walked over to Rain's side, spread out a simplified map of the Empire's territory before him, and said, "Generally speaking, if taking the Imperial military airship, it requires 6 stopovers from here to there. Approximately 7 days. Since you have a flying mount, my suggestion is to stop over at Hammerfall Fortress in Marcus Province, pass through the Hammerfall Tunnel to avoid the black fog vortices of the Hammerfall Mountains. Then make a stopover at Beverly Pass in Casways Province, avoiding the giant wind rock flocks in the Beverly Mountains, and you'll then be able to head north. With this calculation, you would only need about 3 days to reach Frostwind Prairie. Of course, regarding the barbarian tribes, intelligence only indicates a general position. They are migrating around the Hankoll Mountains in the north-central prairie, so you still need to spend some time and effort searching and catching up with them." Olna analyzed meticulously. Rain nodded. Olna's professionalism is indeed remarkable. The other party certainly didn't expect him to decide to go to Frostwind Prairie, but she still quickly helped him choose a suitable route. "Thank you, Lady Olna. Your analysis is very helpful to me." "You're welcome, but Lord Rain, if you truly decide to go to Frostwind Prairie, perhaps you should inform Admiral Edward first." "Yes, of course, I'll head over to Admiral Edwards shortly." Rain nodded. He is now a Diamond Star swordsman at the Minster Swordsman Division, essentially an Imperial civil servant. Leaving the jurisdiction, reporting is necessary. As for Admiral Edwards' side, Rain is confident in convincing him. Yes, Admiral Edward just bade farewell to Duke Victor and the Eagle Federation mission. He should return to his office. Olna smiled slightly and said, half an hour later, inside Admiral Edward's office, "Admiral, I have some personal matters. I'd like to request roughly a month's leave to make a trip to Frostwind Prairie." Rain came straight to the point and said, Frostwind Prairie, it's not very safe there lately." "Do you really have to go?" Admiral Edward furrowed his brow, trying to persuade Rain, but didn't ask for specifics. "Yes, a good friend is over there, so I must make the trip." Rain nodded. "All right, I'll write you an official letter, so you can treat this trip to Frostwind Prairie as a duty assignment. Even though the Sword Bearers branch in Marne Province might not be of much help, you can use the official letter to exchange for some scarce supplies there." Admiral Edward said with a smile, "Thank you for your support." Rain slightly bowed to express his gratitude. Admiral Edward was very supportive of his journey to Frostwind Prairie, especially upgrading his private trip to an official mission, which eased many aspects of the journey. However, "Rain, I trust your ability to handle most enemies, but the location is a high plateau close to the Northland, so you should be extra cautious with the climate and environmental conditions there." "Thank you, my lord. I'll be careful." When Rain returned to his residence, he began pondering the preparation details. At this moment, he seemed to think of something and mumbled to himself. However, before departure, there's a particular piece of witchcraft that could benefit from an enhancement. Rain focused his attention on a very practical witchcraft he always practiced, but never had the chance to upgrade. It was the Metal Series entry-level witchcraft sharpness technique. Although Rain often practiced it, it was currently only at LV6, 133/3000, and casting sharpness technique took about 1.5 seconds. The speed seemed decent, but there were seldom opportunities to apply it in actual combat. After all, the enemies Rain faced now were no amateurs, and the battle speed was so fast that rarely could anyone spare 1.5 seconds to calmly cast witchcraft. This is why more powerful wizards often rely on innate wizardry, and several almost instantaneously cast spells to decide the outcome of a battle. Rarely do they have the chance to use seemingly powerful but time-consuming advanced spells to determine victory or defeat. The choice to enhance this particular witchcraft was due to Sharpness Technique's high synergy with Rain's epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. Except for a few blunt weapons like the dual-handed warhammer and staff, other sharp weapons could benefit from Sharpness Technique, provided the casting speed was quick enough. Moreover, Rain's Metal Series affinity was extremely high, enhancing the effectiveness of Sharpness Technique greatly. With the instant transformation, enhanced by Sharpness Technique, my fighting power wielding sharp weapons can increase by at least 15% to 20%. Even in Dragon Man warrior form, I can use sharp weapons in tandem with Sharpness Technique, making it incredibly versatile. Currently at LV6, it takes 6 skill points to upgrade to LV12. Rain glanced at his attribute panel, noting he had exactly 6 skill points remaining. After some deliberation, in an instant, Rain allocated all 6 skill points to the Witchcraft Sharpness Technique. With that, the Witchcraft Sharpness Technique shot up from LV6 to LV12. Instantly, a torrent of memories regarding the Witchcraft Sharpness Technique surged into Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain seemed to be in a mysterious space, continuously casting and practicing Sharpness Technique for over a decade, his chanting becoming almost instinctual, with syllables compressed faster and faster. When Rain finished processing the memories and silently murmured the spell again, he found that, similar to the first-level Metal Series Witchcraft Metal Barrier, it only took about 0.25 seconds for his short spear to glow with the distinctive silver light of Sharpness Technique. However, after repeatedly casting Metal Morphing Spell alongside Sharpness Technique, Rain furrowed his brow. He realized that the Metal Morphing Spell casting time of a fraction more than 1/10 of a second, combined with the Sharpness Technique 0.25 seconds casting time, totaled nearly 0.4 seconds. This speed was sufficient for enemies to react. In other words, it still wasn't fast enough. To avoid giving the enemy time to react, total casting time must ideally be controlled within 0.2 seconds. Enhancing beyond LV12 would require consuming golden skill points, right? Rain looked at his 23 remaining golden skill points and began allocating them. Several minutes later, with Sharpness Technique reaching LV16, Rain flashed a satisfied smile. Rain instantly morphed a short spear in his hand, and almost simultaneously, a silver glow enveloped the sharp tip. The next second, his short spear transformed into a greatsword, and the silver glow similarly almost instantly enveloped the blade. A casting time of 0.1 seconds. Almost faster than innate wizardry. Rain had refined his Sharpness Technique to an almost instinctual level, casting it with a mere thought. Thud, 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 enter. Viscount Lord Neoro and the other lords are waiting for you in the training room, the servant respectfully reported. All right, I'm coming. Rain nodded. He had just notified Neoro and the others to come over, in the training room. Rain discussed with his team about his upcoming journey to Frostwind Prairie. Captain, you're going to Frostwind Prairie? That's quite a distant place. Neoro exclaimed in surprise. The others couldn't help but glance at Rain, seemingly curious as to why their captain suddenly decided to head to the distant Frostwind Prairie. Is it to carry out a mission? Angus couldn't help but ask. No, there's a friend of mine over there who's encountered some difficulties, so I need to make a trip. A friend? Viri and Angus exchanged a glance, all showing expressions of realization. It must be a female friend. Captain, how about we go with you? If it's to solve a problem, having more people might help. No need, I'm planning to make it a quick trip, riding the blood-feathered horned eagle straight. There should reach the prairie in about 3 days. Besides, you all still have tasks here. While I'm away, keep an eye on Mingster, including the situations in Meister and Rossby County, but don't rashly undertake tasks beyond your capacity. For specific details on the missions, you can ask Olna, Rain instructed. All right, Captain. Don't worry, Captain, you can leave things to us here. After giving instructions to his team, Rain immediately informed his family, then explained the situation to the elegant lady, Jennifer. Finally, Rain found Anna to discuss the matter. Anna, I'm planning to make a trip to the Frostwind Prairie. I've gotten word that Lagaray's barbarian tribe is facing some rather tricky troubles. She really is something else, not telling us about such an important issue. Actually, Lagaray didn't reach out to me. I learned about the situation internally from the sword bearers. Immediately, Rain explained the intelligence he received to Anna in detail. I see now, Anna suddenly exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. I understand why Lagaray didn't contact you or me. It must be that Lagare doesn't want us to worry because of this matter and definitely doesn't want to involve you in the troubles her tribe is facing. Rain, I want to go with you, Anna said earnestly. Rain hadn't even considered taking Anna along. He had already refused Nihoro and the others, let alone Anna. It's not suitable for you, it'll be a long journey and there might be battles afterward. You should stay home and wait. Rain shook his head. I'm not afraid of battles, and if you get injured, I can heal you. Anna said, her big eyes fixed on Rain. Well, the horned owl beast has limited carrying capacity. I'm very light, not even as heavy as your weapon. Adding me won't make the blood feather feel burdened. Chirp, the blood feather chirped timely, as if agreeing with Anna. Turns out druids naturally attract the goodwill of animals. Rain suddenly didn't know how to dissuade Anna. Fine, prepare yourself and we'll head out a bit later. Great, Anna couldn't help but beam with joy. North-central Frostwind Prairie, left side of the Coldfall Mountains. A vast barbarian tribe of tens of thousands was migrating, the entire group stretching over 10 miles. The middle of the group was most striking, featuring enormous highland yaks with deep brown long hair, pulling hundreds of roughly made flatbed carts. The carts were loaded with various supplies for daily living, including tents, clay pots, animal skins, and other provisions, with many of the tribe's elderly and children riding around them. Though it's the flowers month, the weather on the Frostwind Prairie remained cold, and with each breath, the great yaks exhaled 2 thick white streams from their nostrils. Suddenly, a squad of 12 Frost Wolf Knights was returning rapidly from the rear, seemingly just back from reconnaissance. Leading them was a voluptuous woman in leather armor, carrying an exceptionally eye-catching giant round shield on her back and wielding a massive steel battle axe in her right hand. The broad and bright blade of the axe was stained with fresh red blood, evidently just after a battle. Captain Lagare, how's the situation at the rear? A tall barbarian warrior called out. Same as usual. They're trailing from afar and occasionally sending someone to harass us. Damn Black Flame cult will eventually slaughter all of them. By the way, the clan leader wants you to return and see him. The barbarian named Jorn, scratching the braid on his head, spoke in a deep voice. Lagare, are those Black Flame cult bastards still tailing us? Yes, clan leader Dalius, though they haven't launched an attack, just watching us leave from afar. Then let's ignore them. Clan leader Dalius, an extraordinarily tall barbarian, finally showed a relieved expression. Over the last 6 months, the Norton tribe and the Black Flame cult have engaged in more than a dozen battles, mostly emerging victorious, but the Black Flame cult often refrained from direct involvement. Instead, they incited those primitive tribes, mercenaries, and others to harass and attack the tribe, which means their strength hasn't really been damaged. Contact the Richai people. Now is not the time for infighting among our barbarian tribes. High Priest Rom sighed. High Priest, do you think the Black Flame cult will continue to press us even after we've migrated this far north? Clan leader Dalius asked, clearly displeased at the suggestion of reaching out to the Richai people. Now we're a thorn in the side of the Black Flame cult. Put yourself in their shoes, what would you do? Moreover, migrating to the north is not necessarily safe. I've heard that within the glaciers of the extreme north, a dragon named Calexius has appeared, reportedly gathering several large tribes of northern bear monsters. Could this rumor be true? Dalius's tiger-like eyes widened. Although he had heard about it before, he always thought it was just a rumor. After all, creatures like the ancestor dragon have been extinct for thousands of years. How could one suddenly appear? Yes, according to the divination results, it's true. Moreover, the signs suggest that their strength is likely something we cannot resist on our own. I understand, High Priest, I get your point. I'll contact the Rish people immediately. Dalius nodded and said, yes, now we must unite in order to confront the impending crisis. Rom, the High Priest, nodded and said, listening to the conversation between the clan leader and the High Priest, Lagare couldn't help but think of Rain, far away in the Minster province of the Empire. That young boy with immense potential, I wonder how he's doing now. He should have been promoted from deputy to the sheriff by now, right? Although I luckily stepped into being a fierce warrior, given his talent, he might already have reached the level of a senior knight in just half a year. I need to work harder. Lagare mused. For Rain, she naturally longed for him. Initially, she had wanted to write to Rain, but not long after she returned to the tribe, the situation on the Frostwind Prairie became tumultuous, and the matter of writing the letter was postponed. During this time, she had undergone several incredibly dangerous battles and successfully broke limits. But faced with the imminent crisis of the tribe, she no longer had the desire to write a letter, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal too much information in her words. Laguerre didn't want to involve Rain, because even a great knight would not be of much help given the harsh situation the tribe was facing. About 7 or 8 miles behind the migrating barbarian tribe, on the northern foothills of the Hanshan Mountains, 7 or 8 black flame monks, dressed in black robes with flame patterns on the cuffs and collars, were observing the migrating barbarian tribe from a high vantage point in the mountains. Chief Priest Crowley, when should we act? The knights and mercenaries we've gathered can't really trouble the barbarians, they collapse at the slightest touch. It's fine, the role of the mercenaries is to harass, so that these barbarians won't have sufficient rest, causing their combat strength to drop severely. We'll make our move when they are utterly exhausted. My lord, praise your wisdom. The subordinates beside him breathed a sigh of relief, flattered that they didn't have to engage the barbarians head-on for the time being. Although these barbarians were mostly unable to wield witchcraft and relied solely on their physical strength in battle, each of them was fearless and fought in unison, making them quite formidable opponents. Therefore, they were not really willing to engage in direct combat. By the way, is there any news from the white-furred bear monsters? Crowley, the chief priest, asked, turning his head. We've contacted them. They will move south in the next 2 days to ambush this barbarian tribe ahead. Good, once we've wiped out these 2 barbarian tribes, there will be no formidable adversaries left in the Frostwind Prairie to challenge us. But, chief priest, if we rely solely on ourselves, won't it be difficult to deal with the clan leader and high priest of the barbarian tribe? Both of them are genuine legendary strongmen. Don't worry, in a few days, Great Priest Erickson will personally lead a team here, and he will take care of those too. With Lord Erickson personally taking action, there shouldn't be any problem. The group of black flame monks behind him all smiled and said, Mingster. Inside the Rain mansion, Rain and Anna waved goodbye to the crowd, then the blood-feathered horned eagle flapped its wings mightily as pale blue currents began to swirl around them. Whoosh! The 2 soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. As Rain looked down, the people below became smaller and smaller, turning into black dots, and soon the entire city of Mingster, built against the mountain, lay fully in view beneath them. Since they were heading north, Rain controlled the blood feather to avoid flying towards the plains, instead circling around the majestic Hoska mountain range. Soon, an expanse of rolling hill terrain gradually appeared in front of Rain and Anna's field of vision. What a beautiful scene, Anna exclaimed, admiring the lush green forest stretching endlessly below and large patches of wildflowers faintly visible. After more than 4 hours of flight, the blood-feathered horned eagle also began to feel fatigued. A few minutes later, on a clearing by a forest lake, Rain and Anna sat around a campfire roasting smoked meat and salted salmon for dinner while letting Blood Feather rest as well. Rain, if it was me in danger this time, would you come from such a distance? As she spoke, Anna blushed and stopped her sentence. Of course. Rain nodded affirmatively with a smile. Considering that the secret silver-engraved plate armor was too conspicuous, Rain donned a gray-white wizard robe to cover the silver-white sheen of the mithril. At the same time, he didn't carry any weapons on his back or waist, holding only a black staff, which was transformed from hardened essence gold. The remaining metals were placed on Blood Feather. Anna was dressed similarly, so from the appearance they looked like 2 wizard lovers several hours later. Look, Rain, what magnificent mountains! Anna exclaimed, pointing with her fair finger at the gray-black peaks that stood like blades ahead. Rain followed the direction of Anna's point and involuntarily uttered a soft "huh." He didn't expect to see such uniquely shaped mountains in this world. A barren gray-black mountain with sparse vegetation, enveloped by large patches of black fog. The mountain tops were a hazy gray, stretching into the distance along the mountain range. As the blood-feathered horned eagle approached, Rain's keen senses could faintly detect the danger lurking within the massive black air masses, which flickered and pulsated with mist. Is this the black mist cyclone? It is said that there are many black mist monsters inside, a peculiar elemental creature that can't be completely eradicated and regenerates continuously. Fortunately, their activity range is limited to the peaks of the Hammerfall Mountains. No wonder Olna suggested crossing through the Hammerfall Tunnel. Rain mused as he observed the scene. Anna, the Hammerfall Fortress should be down there, let's find it. Anna nodded. Anna had already learned the general itinerary from Rain during their campfire earlier. She could also sense the unknown risks hidden in the various sizes of black mist in front of them, naturally having no objections. It should be over there. Rain controlled Blood Feather to descend toward the lower left. From the sky, he could clearly see the winding road behind him leading to somewhere in the lower left, likely the road to Hammerfall Fortress. Why are there so many people? Still circling in mid-air, Rain noticed many people seemingly blocked at the entrance to the Grand Hammerfall Fortress. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be traveling merchants and wayfarers. This gave Rain a vague feeling of unease. Could something have happened to Hammerfall Fortress? Blood-feathered horned owl beast's descent naturally drew the attention of almost everyone present. After all, anyone who can ride a flying mount is obviously not an ordinary person. Just as Rain had just landed, intending to find someone to inquire, suddenly, a chubby middle-aged man with a protruding belly, dressed in a silk robe, hurried over, bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, my lord, I am Yanis, the head of the Cameron caravan. May I ask if you two are also planning to pass through the Hammerfall Tunnel to Moselle Province?" Rain glanced at the man, determining he was just an ordinary person. The man had just come over from there, apparently the head of a caravan. Rain had looked at the map and knew that crossing the Hammerfall Tunnel would lead to Moselle Province's territory. Additionally, it was clear to anyone observing that he and Anna intended to cross the tunnel, so there was nothing to hide. "That's right. May I ask what has happened here? You've come at an unfortunate time. The tunnel was closed urgently 2 days ago due to an outbreak of molten lava snakes. It won't reopen until the Empire sends a specialized team to clear it." "The Hammerfall Tunnel is closed," Rain frowned. This was quite troublesome, as crossing the Hammerfall Mountains through the tunnel would only take 2 to 3 hours to reach the other side. But if they had to detour, even riding a flying mount would take Rain nearly 2 extra days. "By the way, are the molten lava snakes very formidable?" Rain couldn't help but ask. Molten lava snakes are lava-type creatures with strength comparable to fierce species. An official knight could generally handle one on a one-to-one basis. But the problem is, molten lava snakes always appear in large numbers. It's estimated that there are at least hundreds occupying the tunnel. Yanis explained frankly. "Oh, in that case, it should be very difficult to pass. Why are so many people gathered here? Is it going to open soon?" "No, the Empire's clearance team doesn't know how long it will take to arrive. Unlike you, my lord, without flying mounts, detouring would cost our caravan nearly half a month more. So we're planning to organize a team to cross through on our own. Would you be interested in joining? On behalf of the Cameron family caravan, we would be willing to pay you both a reward. By the way, we've already got 3 official wizards on our side, plus a pretty strong mercenary group from Corns. I think, if you two join us, we should be ready to set off," the chubby Yanis said with a broad smile, finally revealing his intentions. Rain nodded, while glancing at the group of people behind Yanis with the corner of his eye. He saw a dozen burly men dressed as mercenaries, who should be the Corns mercenary group Yanis mentioned. And the 3 wizards, 2 men and 1 woman, seemed unfamiliar with each other, each standing separately. The female wizard wore a white robe, had a good figure and a fair complexion. As for their strength, they all seemed to deliberately conceal their spiritual power fluctuations. For a moment, Rain couldn't discern their strengths or weaknesses. After thinking for a moment, Rain shook his head and said, "Thanks, but no need. My lord, are you planning to ride your flying mount around? But if you do that, it will take at least 2 extra days, whereas we can reach the other end of the tunnel in just 4 hours by going through directly." Yanis continued to persuade, unwilling to give up. Rain naturally knew this. Olna had specifically marked on the map she gave him why they should take the Hammerfall Tunnel. If he chose to bypass it, he would have to fly a big loop around the towering Hammerfall Mountains. But the problem was, Rain did not plan to bypass it. Because if the molten lava snake was only at the official knight level, no matter how many there were, they wouldn't pose a threat to him, so passing directly was enough, and joining the others wasn't necessary either. Seeing Rain disagree, Yanis returned to his group with a rather dejected expression. "Alas, it seems this lord isn't interested in the reward I offered. Lord Merida, looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer." "Makes sense. If I had a flying mount, I wouldn't accept your invitation either." The white-robed witch looked enviously at Rain's blood-feathered horned eagle and said, "This flying mount seems to be some kind of horned owl. Beast, it's truly beautiful." They didn't leave, is this?" Suddenly, the witch's gaze paused. Yannis followed Merita's line of sight and noticed that the two hadn't left on the horned owl beast but instead headed towards the fortress gate. Looks like they're in a hurry, otherwise they would have flown away like the others before. The witch smiled upon seeing this scene. My lord, our caravan is quite familiar with the garrison at the Stone Hammer Fortress. Although you're powerful, they won't open the gate for you. Yannis seemed a bit unwilling, shouting from behind. But Rain acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to walk towards the Stone Hammer Fortress. Don't worry, Yannis, once they hit a wall, they should come back soon. Meanwhile, you can negotiate the price down, isn't that a good thing? The witch named Merita teased. As Rain approached the Stone Hammer Fortress, the entire fortress came into view. Stone Hammer Fortress perched above the tunnel gate, over 10 meters high. It appeared as though a small section of the mountain had been hollowed out, exposing what looked like a second-floor balcony. Meanwhile, dozens of elite guards in chain armor, armed with bows and arrows, stood guard, looking down over this important passageway. Please stop, both of you. The Stone Hammer tunnel is closed and will reopen in a few days. A guard in chain armor with a bow and arrow called out. It seemed they recognized the blood feather and knew these two must have some status, hence the guard's polite wording. I have an official document and need to pass through, Rain said with a calm expression. This is the advantage of having an official document. As long as it's within the reach of the Empire's official forces, Rain could enjoy convenience. As for the sword holder's emblem, it was more known within the swordman's system internally. Many in other departments or lower-level official organizations weren't familiar with sword bearers. Official document, the guard's face changed slightly. The guard quickly spoke to a nearby colleague and then called out to Rain. Please wait, sirs, kindly show us your official document. Soon, a basket was lowered and Rain placed the official document inside. A minute later, a middle-aged man dressed as a knight came out to inspect Rain's document. Oh, it really is an official document. Diamond Star Swordman Rain, signed by Imperial General Edward. Quickly, the knight captain with 2 guards descended from the fortress and approached Rain, saying, Lord Rain, greetings, I am the garrison captain, Lemon of Hammerfall Fortress. We naturally wouldn't dare stop you from passing through the Hammerfall Tunnel. However, there have been outbreaks of molten creatures inside, so your safety. The knight captain hesitated, then still reminded him. Rest assured, Captain Lemon, it shouldn't be a big problem. All right, wait a moment, I'll open the gate. If you find anything amiss, you can return at any time by knocking on the gate 3 times. Thank you, Rain smiled. Rumble, as the 10-meter-high stone gate creaked open a crack, Rain immediately stepped through with Anna and Blood Feather. From a distance in the caravan, Yannis's small eyes suddenly widened, exclaiming, how is this possible? The garrison of Stone Hammer Fortress actually opened the gate for him. Interesting. It seems the opponent is an official of the Empire and holds quite a high position. The witch smiled and shared her assessment. Yannis, let's follow in a few minutes. With someone paving the way ahead of us, I'm sure our journey will be much easier. Why not follow right away? Fatty Yannis couldn't help but ask. If you get too close and anger this distinguished person, don't say I didn't warn you. Merita couldn't help but laugh. 5 minutes later, as Fatty Yannis and the others along with the caravan entered, they were soon astonished by the scene in front of them. The tall and spacious tunnel was now radiating streaks of intense heat, with the light from torches illuminating the walls several meters high. Ahead of them lay the scattered corpses of dozens of molten lava snakes, paving the way deep into the tunnel. This. Fatty Yannis was completely stunned. They were less than 5 minutes late in entering, but the opponent had already slain so many molten lava snakes. Not even slaughtering chickens could be this fast. Which Merita looked at the scene with a serious expression, stunned for a few seconds before coming back to her senses. The other 2 male wizards were also clearly shaken. Meanwhile, the 2 leather-armored men at the front of the caravan quickly advanced, each inspecting the corpses of the molten lava snakes. These molten lava snakes were about 3 to 4 meters long, resembling pythons but bulkier, with red rocky armor the size of palms on their bodies, providing substantial defensive power. However, at this moment, the molten lava snakes lay on the tunnel floor motionless, without any visible wounds from the outside. Master, they were all killed instantly, likely by a sharp weapon penetrating the molten lava snake's hardest skull. To be precise, it was a puncture, piercing from the front of the skull to the back, this level of attack power. Quickly, the 3 wizards exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. How they could effortlessly kill molten lava snakes, it was reliant on witchcraft. But spiritual power is limited, and if they were to kill so many molten lava snakes, each of their spiritual energies would be nearly depleted, making the remaining journey impossible. Hence the reason for teaming up. At least an attack power above 25 degrees is needed for such effects, which is almost comparable to the power of first-level witchcraft. One male wizard said with a solemn expression, "Casting 0-level witchcraft dozens of times consecutively? Impossible." Another male wizard shook his head and said, "But the way these dozens of molten lava snakes were killed, it clearly doesn't resemble the effect of group witchcraft, rather. Feels like one sword per snake, casually dispatched." Merida said. Instantly the three fell silent. Could the opponent be a second-level liquidization wizard? The male wizard said gravely, "A second-level liquidization wizard is already a significant figure. Whether in the Empire or any major wizard school, they are considered mid to high level. Possible." Merida nodded. Earlier, when she saw the faces of Rain and Anna, they seemed very young, likely not a second-level liquidization wizard. But now it seems not so certain. At this moment, several hundred meters ahead, Rain's longsword flashed with a silver light. Then PFFT easily penetrated the forehead of an approaching molten lava snake, as if piercing through tofu. Immediately it was swish withdrawn. In a flash, he was at another molten lava snake, stabbing again. The speed was so fast that Anna felt as if Rain had split into 3 or 4 figures, simultaneously killing several molten lava snakes. Is Rain's power really at such a level now? It's truly amazing. The girl's beautiful eyes were fixated on Rain, showing no concern for the surrounding molten lava snake's attacks. Because any molten lava snake approaching within 10 meters would be decapitated by Rain the next second. Chirp chirp, and Blood Feather chirped happily a few times before pecking open a part of a molten lava snake's body with its iron beak, swallowing a fiery red oval object. As Rain killed ahead, it ate behind delightfully. However, at this moment, Rain paused slightly, stopped, and looked back. Just now he heard the sound of the door opening again. "Rain, what's wrong?" "Nothing, maybe someone's coming again." Rain shook his head and said, "Is it that caravan?" Anna instantly thought of the fatty Yannis who had just invited Rain and her. "Probably." Rain didn't mind others taking the opportunity to follow him through the tunnel. Although it's called a tunnel, as soon as Rain entered, he realized it was more fittingly described as a hall. At this moment, where he and Anna were walking could be considered the central corridor of an underground hall. On both sides were towering circular columns, with circular vault walls between each column. The torches were installed at the junction of the vault walls and columns. Excavating such a vast space underground is evidently not a task that can be accomplished in a short time. Furthermore, Rain observed the quaint patterns on the vault walls, appearing exceedingly ancient, not resembling the architectural style of the Dragon Empire. When we return, I should take the time to learn more about the history of Hammerfall Fortress. Rain muttered to himself. This time he had come somewhat hastily and had not thoroughly understood the dangerous places along the way. "Rain, this seems to be the architectural style of the ancient dwarves," Anna said. "Ancient dwarves? Yes, I once read about ancient races in the Druid Circle, and there were similar patterns described," Anna affirmed with a nod. Rain nodded. Elves have long lifespans. Even ordinary elves live as long as human wizards, let alone high-grade elves. Their ancient texts are the most complete. I wonder if there will be a chance to visit them in the future. If I could see the elves' collection of books, I would surely gain something. Perhaps I might find some rare metal series witchcraft. Rain mused to himself. Rain was paving the way a few meters ahead, with Blood Feather and Anna behind. Facing the attacking molten lava snakes, Rain swiftly dispatched them as if he were cutting through vegetables. Soon, the journey through the Hammerfall tunnel had reached about 1/3 of the way. At this point, the air grew hotter, and Rain's path suddenly opened up, revealing numerous dark red glows scattered on the ground ahead. Rain stepped forward a few more paces before realizing that ahead was a long stone bridge. Several hundred meters below the bridge were uneven stone structures, mostly abandoned, with the lower portions already submerged in magma. It seemed to be a functionally complete city from the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, it was abandoned here. "Anna, you're right. This should originally be an ancient dwarven city." Oh, at this moment Rain raised his hand, signaling Anna to stop, and he carefully eyed a dark spot to the left of the bridgehead. Roar! A menacing hound the size of calf, burning with fierce flames, suddenly burst from the underground, charging towards Rain. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a fireball the size of a basin shot out from the creature's gaping maw. Boom, a demonized silver kite shield suddenly appeared in front of Rain, blocking the fireball's damage. Following this, a silver arc flashed. Squelch! A greatsword pierced into the hound's head. The beast twitched twice before collapsing limply to the ground. Where did such a creature come from? Rain looked at the slain lava beast with some confusion. It was evidently not a molten lava snake. Moreover, in terms of power, it was much stronger than a molten lava snake, possessing not only talent abilities, like breathing fireballs, but also speed and strength. Meanwhile, the witch Merida suddenly shouted, "Stop! Did you hear that sound just now?" Chubby Yannis immediately signaled for the entire caravan to halt slowly. The sound just now seemed like. Merida looked forward with a serious expression. Immediately after, another beast-like roar echoed, and Merida turned her head to speak to several people behind her. Not good, that was the sound of a molten hound. Molten hound, an elemental beast as powerful as an official wizard. The two male wizards' expressions changed as they spoke. Exactly. Should we retreat now? One of the male wizards asked somewhat anxiously. There's no time. Molten hounds are pack animals. If one appears, a whole group will soon follow. That's not even the worst of it. Merida muttered to herself. What should we do then? The other male wizard asked. There's only one choice now. Hurry, follow me. Merida pointed ahead. Lady Merida, didn't you just say not to get too close? Chubby Yannis was a little puzzled. The situation has changed. Hurry, tell the caravan to speed up. Yes, ma'am. Come on, everyone, pick up the pace. The coachmen all cracked their whips, driving the horses to pull the goods forward quickly. Suddenly, a lava hound, the size of a calf, burst out from one side of the caravan. Engulfed in flames, it brutally knocked down a coachman who was driving a wagon, biting off the coachman's head in one gulp and chewing voraciously. The coachman's body was rapidly blackened by some kind of fiery poison. It's a lava hound. This is bad. Ding ding. Several archers from the Cornice mercenary group promptly shot several arrows at the lava hound. But the sharp arrows, upon hitting the flaming skin of the lava hound, bounced off as if against some natural rubber, leaving no mark whatsoever. The archer's attack only succeeded in attracting the lava hound's attention. It immediately abandoned the headless coachman's body, and with a flash of red light and a wave of heat, charged swiftly towards an archer standing on a wagon shooting at it. In Akkadian, ice crystal thrust. The archer happened to be close by the white-robed witch Merida, who reacted extremely swiftly, casting a spell and quickly raising a slender finger. Suddenly, a sharp, transparent ice crystal, nearly 1.5 meters long, appeared from the tip of her index finger. With a heavy flick, the sharp ice crystal shot towards the lava hound at high speed. The leather-armored archer tried desperately to block with his bow, but he was quickly overpowered and knocked down. Bang! Just as the leather-armored archer was about to have his head bitten off, suddenly, the lava hound was explosively blasted aside, and for a moment, white chilly air spread out, with frost accumulating on the injured archer's skin and eyebrows. A small fist-sized hole appeared in the lava hound's flank, dark red blood flowing out. What? It's not dead. My ice crystal thrust has a power of at least 35 degrees. How could it not kill the opponent? Merida's lovely face turned pale as she exclaimed. I understand, it's the environmental issue here. We're too close to the underground magma. Influenced by the magma, the surrounding fire elemental energy particles have increased, and other energy particles have decreased. Although the change is not large, it diminished the power of my ice elemental witchcraft by about 15 to 20%. Merida quickly figured out the reason. Apparently, Merida's attack had deeply wounded the lava hound. The injury made the lava hound even angrier, its ugly head swiftly turning towards Merida, who had caused its injury, baring its teeth and growling lowly. Wind vortex. Fortunately, the other two male wizards did not stand by idly. Instead, they quickly took action, causing the lava hound, which had just leaped, to be blown back to its original spot by a strong whirlwind. Slow technique. In the trio's coordinated attack, with multiple witchcrafts hitting consecutively, they finally managed to kill the resilient lava hound. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of relaxation on their faces, because the lava hound's strength was more challenging than they had anticipated. The lava hound, specializing in the fire element, had a defensive power of at least around 30 degrees, making it impervious to fatal harm from ordinary first-level witchcraft. Instead, it would become more berserk upon being injured. Moreover, the one they had just killed was only one of them. The problem was that lava hounds are also pack animals. I've always heard that lava hounds are formidable, and now I finally witnessed it. One of the male wizards said gravely, "It's still possible to turn back now. It's impossible to return now unless we abandon the entire caravan," Merida said with a solemn expression. The two male wizards exchanged a glance and stepped back a few paces subtly, clearly indicating that they would not expend all their strength for the caravan. Their relationship with the caravan was merely a temporary cooperation to pass through the drop hammer tunnel together. It's not that they broke their promise, but the situation they faced had exceeded expectations by far. And the caravan's reward was not worth such immense risk. "Quick, Yannis, go ask the gentleman ahead for help." Merida promptly made a decision. Only by seeking assistance from the two gentlemen in front could they possibly make it through the current crisis safely. As a member of the Northern Winter Castle Academy, she's always had good relations with the Cameron family, also located in the Northland. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she would not abandon the caravan and retreat alone. "Understood, Lady Merida." The chubby Yannis, like a ball of meat, quickly ran towards Rain's side, along with the white-robed witch Merida. Meanwhile, Rain, a few hundred meters ahead of the Cameron caravan, had already killed 3 lava hounds. "This seems a bit different from what that chubby guy said before. Could it be that he was deceiving me earlier?" Rain couldn't help but ponder. He didn't mind giving a little help to others when passing through the tunnel, letting them follow through together. But if that chubby guy had been lying to him to take the lead, then it was a different matter entirely. "Rain, these monsters seem a lot stronger than molten lava snakes. Should we?" Anna said, a bit worried as she glanced at the calf-sized lava hounds lying on the ground and then turned to Rain. Although Rain was still taking them down one by one with a single strike, these unexpected creatures still made Anna concerned about Rain's safety. "No worries, I'll go ask that chubby guy. They should be just behind us." Rain waved his hand dismissively. However, at this moment, just before Rain could turn around, a shout came from behind. "My lord, lord!" A chubby man with a big belly, Yannis, ran over quickly, waving his hand at Rain. Next to Yannis, there was an additional person this time, a comely witch dressed in a white robe. "Lord, there are lava dogs in the Hammerfall tunnel now. Let's retreat together," the chubby man panted as he spoke. Hearing these words, Rain immediately understood that the other party probably hadn't expected this situation either. However, as the two quickly approached and saw the 3 gigantic calf-sized lava dogs lying on the ground in front of them, Yannis and Merida were struck dumb, not knowing what to say next, especially upon seeing that these lava dogs had been killed in the same manner as the molten lava snakes, with a sword thrust into their foreheads. Thought emerged in both their minds. Perhaps what they considered extremely dangerous lava dogs were, in this lord's eyes, as easy to kill as a knight dispatching a household dog. And the horned owl beast was using its sharp claws and iron beak to tear open the tough skin of the lava dogs, then happily feasting on the fist-sized red crystal cores. "Esteemed Lord of the Empire, your strength is commendable. I am Merida, a wizard from Winterford Academy." Merida slightly bowed her head in greeting to Rain. Previously, at the entrance of Hammerfall Fortress, Rain had only glanced at the other party from afar, but now that they approached, couldn't help but take a closer look. The other was dressed in a well-fitted white wizard robe with an opening at the collar. Although the top of the opening was fastened with a brooch, one could easily see her fair and pronounced chest through the gap. Her waist was slim but widened towards the hips, giving her an excellent figure. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, this witch Merida could definitely be considered a beauty. Furthermore, judging from her aura, if she wasn't deliberately concealing it, she seemed to be a rare first-level ice mage. And she just mentioned Winterford Academy. Rain seemed to remember Olna mentioning this wizard school, located on the Frostwind Prairie. Before setting out, Olna had briefly informed Rain about some major forces on the Frostwind Prairie, including this Winterford Academy. This was the advantage of having a big organization behind you. Although the information might not be complete, it was generally recorded. "Hello, Wizard Merida, I am Rain, and this is my companion Anna." Rain returned the greeting but did not disclose his specific origins. Merida, with a quick sidelong glance, took in Anna standing beside him, noting her spotless white wizard robe, deducing that Anna probably hadn't participated in the fight. Or rather, she was well protected by the young yet immensely powerful Lord Rain before her. This also highlighted the formidable strength of Lord Rain before them. He had single-handedly slain over 100 molten lava snakes on the way and the 3 lava dogs here. However, his aura didn't seem to reach the level of a second-level liquidization wizard. He was likely a first-level wizard with a high degree of spiritual power fogging. Merida glanced again at the knight's longsword in Rain's hand, recalling that at the entrance of Hammerfall Fortress, she had clearly seen him holding a staff. How was it now a knight's longsword? But that wasn't important. What mattered was that, judging by his combat style, he seemed to have dual mastered the path of a knight and was quite skilled. A first-level wizard who is also a senior knight. That's rare. Lord Rain, it's like this. You may not know, although lava dogs, like molten lava snakes, act in packs. But there's one difference. Lava dogs are usually organized and commanded by a lava dog leader. A lava dog leader? Rain raised his eyebrow, intrigued. Yes, the lava dog leader is typically a dual-headed lava dog. The strength of a dual-headed lava dog far surpasses that of ordinary lava dogs. According to our wizard-level classification, a dual-headed lava dog's strength is equivalent to a second-level liquidization wizard. So, the Hammerfall Tunnel isn't suitable for further advance now. Merida quickly explained why they should immediately retreat from the tunnel. Yes, Lord Rain, on behalf of the Cameron Caravan, I'm willing to offer you 1,000 Imperial gold coins to escort us back to the Hammerfall Mountain Pass. Yannis gritted his teeth, naming the highest price he could afford. Witnessing Rain's combat prowess, Yannis felt confident that if they could persuade Lord Rain to retreat with them, safely exiting the Hammerfall Tunnel should not be a problem. Although the caravan might not reach its destination on time, and the breach of contract would be costly, it was far better than facing total annihilation. Oh, so that's how it is. Rain seemed to be contemplating. The dual-headed lava dog is equivalent to a second-level liquidization wizard, quasi-legendary strength. That's not too bad. I could handle it swiftly even without using my Dragon Man form. Then why not continue forward? Your caravan must be in a hurry too, right? Rain couldn't help but look at the two with slight curiosity, because he could see that the Cameron Caravan seemed to be in a hurry, as if the agreed delivery time of the goods was approaching. They needed to traverse the uncleaned Hammerfall Tunnel. If not, they could have gone around. There was no need to take the tunnel. Merida and the chubby Yannis blinked, staring dumbly at Rain. Could it be that their explanation just now was not clear enough? Ahead, there was a high possibility of encountering a dual-headed lava hound. Very powerful, comparable to a second-level liquidization wizard, you understand. If it's just a dual-headed lava hound, it shouldn't be a big problem. I can handle it. Seemingly understanding something from their eyes, Rain elaborated further. This. The chubby Yannis wiped the fine beads of sweat off his forehead, his small eyes continuously glancing at the white-robed witch Merida beside him. Because Lord Rain's calm tone made him an ordinary person, unable to judge whether the other was boasting or telling the truth. Lord Rain, you. Merida was similarly shouting in her heart, Lord Rain, although one must admit your strength is formidable, are you being too arrogant? But obviously, she could only think these words to herself and couldn't say them out loud. You too, just follow behind Rain. If it's only at the level of a second-level liquidization wizard, I believe Rain can handle it. Anna glanced at the disordered caravan behind the chubby man, speaking softly. Anna's words made Merida slightly stunned. She glanced at Anna's equally calm expression, instantly changing her previous decision, saying, Yannis, make the caravan speed up. We'll follow behind Lord Rain and continue onward. What? Yannis was taken aback. Weren't they just supposed to ask these two lords to return together? Why the sudden change of mind? But continuing forward was obviously beneficial for the caravan, since Lord Merida acknowledged Lord Rain's strength. All right. Yannis quickly came to his senses, waving his hand toward the rear. Immediately, the sound of whips cracking rose from the caravan behind him, hastening forward. Because Merida could see that, when Anna mentioned second-level liquidization wizard, there was no fluctuation in her eyes or expression. Seemingly in her mind, for Lord Rain, dealing with a second-level liquidization wizard was a very easy task. This prompted her to decide to continue following Rain. After all, no one would joke with their own life, and the two male wizards in the team behind exchanged glances, showing confusion. Weren't they supposed to persuade the two in front to turn back together? Why did they decide to continue forward instead? If the dual-headed lava hound attacked, who would deal with it? The two couldn't help walking forward when they saw the 3 lava hounds killed by Rain from afar. Their pupils contracted in surprise. But after thinking for a while, one of them couldn't hold back his worry, walking to Merita's side, saying, "Even though this lord is very strong, a dual-headed lava hound is not the same as a regular lava hound. It's not that easy to deal with. I have decided to withdraw." Lord Rain said he is confident in dealing with a dual-headed lava hound. Merita tried to persuade him. "I'm sorry, I still decide not to continue." Some words the male wizard did not utter. That is, although Rain is quite strong. Judging from his aura, he is obviously like them, just a first-level wizard. How can he guarantee he can handle a dual-headed lava hound comparable to a second-level liquidization wizard? "Me too," another male wizard echoed. "Wait, you all." Before Merita could persuade them again, the two male wizards turned and left quickly. Rain naturally wouldn't stop them. He couldn't deliberately display his strength to prove he was capable of escorting them to the other end of the tunnel, right? After all, everyone has the right to choose. At this moment, Anna had already arrived in the middle of the caravan, squatting next to an archer from the Korn's mercenary group with an injured left arm, saying, "If you don't mind, let me take a look at your injury." "Of course, lady." The archer showed a surprised and flattered expression, nodding quickly. Soon, with Anna's palm glowing intensely with green light, as she placed her hand above the wound, the green light quickly covered the archer's wound on the left arm. Seconds later, the green light gradually disappeared, but the archer's injury was completely healed. What's this?" The white-robed which Merita stared blankly at this scene. She clearly recognized that Anna was using nature witchcraft. But humans with a natural affinity talent are very rare, even rarer than the ice element. Moreover, she had seen a similar description of Anna's witchcraft in ancient texts. It seemed to be the druid's healing touch. In other words, this human girl had learned druid witchcraft. But how could this be possible, unless this girl wasn't a human at all but an elf? At this moment, the two male wizards leaving the team happened to pass by Anna. Witnessing this scene, both were slightly stunned, because almost the same thought as Merita's instantly appeared in their minds. After figuring it out, their expressions differed. One of them had a hint of greed in his eyes, but after looking at Rain, he concealed it well. While the other shook his head, seeming to feel it was a pity, probably thinking that Anna staying here was very likely to lead to her demise. Just as the two were leaving, the entire caravan quickly adjusted and was about to set off. And they heard frequent beast roars and commotion coming from the back of the convoy. Boom! Several groups of firelights flickered at the rear, and two figures in black robes were seen running frantically towards the caravan. One of them had a burning flame shield on, while the other had pale cyan currents swirling around their legs, clearly the effect of swift wind. Suddenly, several head-sized fireballs attacked from behind, causing both to hurriedly dodge in embarrassment. But the male wizard with the flame shield seemed unable to evade in time and was hit by a fireball. Although his innate wizardry repelled it, he staggered, almost falling. As he was adjusting his posture, a huge fireball, 2 sizes larger than the previous ones, attacked from behind again. The male wizard immediately turned into a fiery figure, staggered a few steps, and then fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving. The other returned with a terrified expression, shouting in panic, "Two-headed lava dogs right behind us." What? Sure enough, a gigantic two-headed lava dog over 3 meters tall, leading 4 or 5 regular lava dogs, emerged from the darkness at the rear, causing the entire caravan to panic at once. The caravan's guards, including the well-equipped Korn's mercenary group, all turned pale. After all, the strength of the lava dogs already exceeded the limits of their ability to fight. Not to mention the obviously stronger two-headed lava dog. Even handling the 4 regular lava dogs seemed too challenging for the entire caravan at the moment. Hearing the commotion from the back of the caravan, Rain rushed to the rear of the convoy. Perhaps faintly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Rain, the two-headed lava dog watched him without launching an immediate attack. "Another one on the left," someone within the caravan exclaimed. Another gigantic two-headed lava dog emerged on the left side of the caravan, leading 3 or 4 regular lava dogs, gazing at the caravan as if looking at prey. "I told you to retreat quickly, and now we're surrounded." The male wizard who had survived by luck seemed very agitated, cursing at Merita. "Damn, we're doomed now. There are actually 2 two-headed lava dogs, a male and a female. What are we going to do? Running into this kind of situation." Merita's face turned pale in an instant. At the same time, she made an immediate decision in her heart. "Looks like I have to use that item. Lord Rain, I'll hold them off on the left side for a while. Please quickly take care of the other one." Merida, with a pained expression, swiftly pulled out a transparent ice crystal the size of a finger from her bosom and began to chant quickly. "Akkadian, great ice spirit, please heed my call." A large swirl of pure white air currents appeared in front of her. Soon, a creature over 3 meters tall, condensed from a blizzard, appeared before everyone. Its upper body was humanoid, with its lower half being a vortex of rapidly swirling cold air, without eyes or nose on its face, only a hollow circular mouth emitting a piercing howl of cold wind. Blizzard element. Merida thought that even if Rain was strong, he couldn't possibly be a match for two two-headed lava dogs. The current situation could only be prolonged by her as much as possible, allowing Lord Rain to kill one two-headed lava dog first. But there were still so many regular lava dogs on the scene. Even after summoning the killer trump card Blizzard Element, Merida wasn't confident they could hold them off. But in the next second, a mournful beast howl came, and as Merida looked up, she was stunned on the spot. This. Dozens of meters ahead, the two-headed lava dog had already fallen into a pool of blood, its forehead pierced through, and both heads were gushing dark red blood. Its death mirrored that of the previous lava dogs. The other regular lava dogs seemed to be in some sort of shock, stupidly staring at the figure that killed their leader, not moving at all. Merida rubbed her eyes and looked again. No mistake. The two-headed lava dog was indeed dead. Merida suddenly had a sense that the entire scene felt a bit unreal. Could it be that she was caught in a mystical creature's illusion? Merida pinched the palm of her hand hard, and it was only when the stab of pain hit her that she became clear-headed again. This unbelievable scene before her was actually real. At this moment, Rain was just transforming the forked sword in his hand back into the form of a regular, dual-handed greatsword. Just now, he fully executed the top-secret technique Shadow Step and appeared before the two-headed lava dog at the back of the caravan with lightning speed resembling the fastest of storms. The greatsword in his hand suddenly forked and flashed with 2 silver lights, directly piercing into both of the creatures' heads. The entire action sequence happened so swiftly that it took less than 0.3 seconds. But within it were techniques like Shadow Step, Metal Morphing Spell, Sharpness Technique, and the method resembling a riding spear's armor-breaking strike in the thrust of the forked sword. That's why it achieved this jaw-dropping effect right before their eyes. The two-headed lava dog, with powers comparable to a second-level liquidization wizard, only felt a flash before its eyes, not even realizing what happened before being killed by Rain in a single strike. The ordinary lava dogs behind it was still frozen in place, a bit confused about the situation. Roar, but the other two-headed lava dog attacking from the left side of the caravan saw its mate being killed and immediately roared in anger. Although it felt that Human was very strong, anger had already filled its mind at this moment. Boom! As flames surged from its body, comparable to a giant bull. Circular shockwave exploded outwards, instantly blasting several caravan guards who were too close into the air. Simultaneously, while still in mid-air, they were engulfed in blazing flames. Ah, screams immediately followed. The entire caravan began to panic. Courting death, the indiscriminate area attack from the opponent made Rain's eyes narrow. Leaving behind 7 or 8 afterimages, he instantly arrived a few meters in front of the second two-headed lava dog. SHHH. However, this time the opponent was prepared. Facing Rain's extremely fast assault, this two-headed lava dog quickly opened its 2 huge mouths and began to spit, each displaying a different fire talent ability. One head spewed a long fire snake shooting out, while the other launched a giant fireball larger than a basin. The fire snake and fireball rushed toward Rain, moving so fast they almost reached in the blink of an eye. "Watch out! Dodge quickly!" Merida immediately shouted to warn. Previously, the white-robed witch Merida had not seen how Rain killed the first two-headed lava dog, because her attention back then was focused on the second two-headed lava dog on the left side. This time, however, she saw everything clearly. No, it would be more accurate to say she still didn't see it clearly, only able to catch Rain's series of afterimages, but she did understand Rain's incredibly fast speed. Yet Rain did not slow down at all, leaving a white streak, charging straight towards the opponent without any intention of dodging. In the horrified gaze of Merida, suddenly, 3 dark silver kite shields formed on Rain's body and quickly overlapped in the front. At the same time, the fireball and fire snake struck Rain. Boom, boom, The giant fireball and fire snake instantly shattered 2 kite shields, but upon reaching the third its strength waned considerably. Although the shield was still broken, it was much slower. The remaining flames were then crushed by a silver hand. In an instant, Rain was just a few meters away from the 2-headed lava dog. Swish! Suddenly, there appeared 2 identical images of Rain, one moving left and the other right. Almost simultaneously, 2 silver arcs flashed across the 2 necks of the 2-headed lava dog. Merida blinked, and the next second she saw Rain standing before the 2-headed lava dog, seemingly without having done anything. But soon, she realized it wasn't an illusion. Thump thump, 2 sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground were heard in succession. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. Good heavens! The 2-headed lava dog had become a headless lava dog, with dark red fountains of blood spouting from its 2 necks. Its gigantic body, comparable to a giant bull, swayed and then collapsed powerlessly. Since it wasn't a dragon descendant, Rain naturally didn't indulge in a bloodbath. He gave a slight shake to the dual-handed greatsword in his hand, and the blade was once again as smooth and gleaming as before. Seeing their leaders dealt with, the 2 groups of ordinary lava dogs tucked their tails and fled in panic. Rain, having no interest in chasing completely harmless ordinary lava dogs. What level is this strength? Incredible, Merida murmured excitedly. What's more, the opponent actually used the rare metal series witchcraft. Merida had clearly seen the change in Rain's weapon. The metallic energy particle wave that flickered with a flash of silver light. It must be understood that a metal series wizard is even rarer than she, an ice mage. Suddenly, Merida thought of something, looking at the blizzard element she just summoned beside her, ready to cry. Oh my God, I wasted a precious ice and snow core, she lamented in pain. An entire year's effort wasted that had been her treasured ace in the hole. Meanwhile, the male wizard who had already retreated into the caravan guards, always ready to slip away amidst the chaos, was dumbfounded staring at the fallen 2-headed lava dog in front. He looked again at that tall and burly figure. In an instant, the vile thoughts in his heart vanished into thin air. I want to be a good person. At this moment, the gray-white wizard robe on Rain had already been damaged, revealing a set of secret silver engraved plate armor. The mysterious engravings, along with the shiny silver armor, gave everyone a sense of unfathomable mystique. Although Merida recognized the material of the armor at first glance as mithril, she was even more shocked inside. It's one thing to be powerful, but also exceptionally wealthy, and the fact that he also has the backing of the Empire. Doesn't this mean? Suddenly, Merida thought of something. This time she received an urgent notification from the Academy to gather combat personnel and return to Winterfort Academy to organize defense. According to the communication, a gigantic ancestor dragon named Calexius suddenly appeared in the Northland. Like other ancestor dragons, it is inherently violent and is currently gathering a large number of followers, sweeping through the Northland. Her mentor, who is also the headmaster of Winterfort Academy, was seriously injured in a battle with Calexius a few days ago. After witnessing Rain's amazing close combat abilities, a thought arose in Merida's mind. If the Academy's wizards could have someone like Rain with extraordinary close combat skills to hold the front line while fighting that ancestor dragon, they could just keep casting spells from the back. In that case, defeating that ancestor dragon should be easy, right? After coming to his senses, the chubby Yannis waddled over with his hefty body, quickly coming before Rain and said, Lord Rain, it's all thanks to you this time. On behalf of the Cameron convoy, I would like to express our gratitude, these gold coins. As Yannis spoke, he waved his hand, and a guard behind him came forward with a heavy wooden box. No need, it was a small thing. Riding a flying mount this time, it's inconvenient for me to carry a box. Rain replied with a smile. For Rain at the moment, unless it's 10,000 gold coins to start with, perhaps it would mean something to him. Yannis seemed to hesitate. Quickly tend to the wounded, we should hurry and leave the falling stone tunnel as soon as possible. Rain patted Yannis' shoulder and said, Yes, Lord Rain. Lord Rain, please forgive my intrusion, but I would like to discuss something with you. After Yannis left, Merida, who had been pondering for a long while, stepped forward and said, Oh, Lady Merida, if there's anything, feel free to speak. Rain looked at the white-robed witch in front of him and replied with a smile. As for Merida, he felt no aversion. During the previous battle, Rain saw clearly that she was also striving to fight, though ultimately it wasn't of much use. Her character was quite evident, far better than those other 2. It's like this. I would like to ask for your help, Lord Rain. As compensation, I can provide you with specific information on an improved metal series witchcraft cutting net. Upon hearing the first half of Merida's sentence, Rain initially intended to refuse, as he was there to look for Lagare and had neither the time nor the inclination to help others excessively. However, when he heard the words metal series witchcraft, his eyebrows raised, particularly with the name of this witchcraft cutting net, which seemed to be an attack-oriented metal series witchcraft. It piqued Rain's interest. After all, the metal series witchcrafts he currently mastered, even including the zero-level sharpness technique, were only 3. The innate wizardry metal morphing spell, defense-oriented first-level witchcraft metal barrier. If he could obtain a new attack-oriented witchcraft, that would be great. However, Rain looked around and said to Merida, "Lady Merida, we can discuss the help you need from me, but not now. Can we talk once we've left the falling stone tunnel?" "That would be great, of course." Merida was worried that Lord Rain would outright decline. Seeing his expression now, it seems he's quite interested in the metal series witchcraft she just mentioned. The subsequent journey was much smoother, though the tunnel continued to spew out molten lava snakes, but Rain easily dealt with them, making them sustenance for Blood Feather. By the time they reached the exit, Blood Feather's belly was already a bit distended. An hour later. On the other end of the falling stone tunnel, dozens of vehicles from the Cameron convoy were accounting and resting. Merida approached Rain and Anna with a long-necked amber bottle, smiling as she said, "Lord Rain, Miss Anna. This is a specialty of Winterfort Academy, Golden Thorns honey tea. It's refreshing, invigorating, and highly acclaimed by the wizards. Would you two like to try it?" Anna's beautiful eyes lit up. If it were an alcoholic drink, she might not have liked it, but tea was different. She glanced at Rain with her lovely eyes. "Sure, thank you, Lady Merida," Rain replied with a smile. Poison? Rain wasn't worried. Let's not forget his enhanced poison resistance as a deadly poison master. If necessary, he could even transform into a dragon man, directly immune to low-level poisons. Of course, most importantly, after the battle, he didn't believe Merida had any motive to poison them. Merida poured a cup each for Rain and Anna. "Good tea." Rain savored it carefully. This tea, infused with Golden Thorns grass, had a sweet taste but also a refreshing beer-like quality, and even seemed to slightly enhance spiritual power, explaining why it was so well received by the wizards. "It is indeed very delicious. I like it very much." "Lady Merida." Anna took a sip, her beautiful eyes lighting up. "As long as you both like it." Merida, you can just call me Anna. As for Rain, he indeed deserves to be called Lord." Anna covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Lord Rain is from the Empire." Rain shook his head helplessly at Anna's behavior of revealing their background. He finally understood why Anna's aunt, Lady Delana, was particularly worried about Anna being deceived away. She was simply too innocent. "Lady Merida, I do hold a position in the Empire, but the specifics may be inconvenient to disclose." No wonder the Hammerfall Guard opened the gate. "Specifically for you, I had such a suspicion at the time," Merida said with a smile. "By the way, Lady Merida, please tell me in detail about the task you wish to entrust to me. I'll have to continue my journey in a while." "Certainly, Lord Rain." Merida nodded with a joyful expression. "Here's the situation. In the Northland, an ancestor dragon has appeared named." Merida introduced while observing Rain's expression. She noticed a fleeting expression of surprise on Rain's face and thought to herself with satisfaction, finally moved. Actually, Rain was surprised by such a coincidence. The other party indeed intended to request his help in taking down that ancestor dragon named Calexius. After all, he had already planned to understand the strength of that ancestor dragon after finding Lagare. Because he needed to absorb new dragon genes to further enhance the concentration of his dragon bloodline. This was crucial to his legendary career. Its importance was self-evident. As for the reward, I noticed just now that you seem to be a Metal Series wizard. I happen to know the former residence of a deceased Metal Series wizard from the Northland nicknamed Cutter, who was a second-level liquidization wizard. According to reliable sources, this person suddenly died violently while attempting crystallization. So, his signature witchcraft, the cutting net he had improved, should have remained. Hearing this, the smile on Rain's face gradually faded. He initially thought Merida had that Metal Series witchcraft cutting net in her possession. But it turned out she only knew of its whereabouts. Moreover, knowing the location but not retrieving it indicated there must be issues there. "I have a question. Lady Merida, if this metal series witchcraft is so rare and has been improved, it must be invaluable. Why haven't you fetched it? Rain asked, staring into Merida's eyes, his voice deep. That's because the residence is at the easternmost part of the Frostwind Prairie, in the Wailing Wind Fjord. I went there a while ago and discovered that place was occupied by a tribe of thick-shelled crustaceans. Their numbers are large, and their thick shells have high defensive power. It was difficult for me to reach the target location with my combat capability, but with your strength, these are not issues. So, Lady Merida, I understand your meaning. You want me to help you confront an ancestor dragon whose strength is between the legendary peak and epic level, and the reward is specific information about a metal series witchcraft. Am I right? Hearing Rain's words, Merida's charming face immediately showed a shy expression. At this time, Merida calmed her mind and realized that her trade terms was somewhat excessive. Lord Rain, I truly apologize, but it seems this is the only thing I can offer that you deem valuable, Merida explained. Bit embarrassed. After all, the risk Rain had to take was greater than the gain. Lord Rain, to show my sincerity, I am willing to accompany you to the Wailing Wind Fjord. Of course, if you still find it unacceptable, I completely understand. Thanks again for the assistance you provided in the Hammerfall Tunnel. Merida bowed slightly to Rain. No, I agree. Rain waved his hand, saying, Merida's eyes widened in surprise, staring at Rain, momentarily stunned. He actually agreed. But clearly it isn't equivalent. Merida couldn't understand why at all at that moment. However, upon hearing this news, she was naturally overjoyed. She quickly came to her senses and thanked Rain. Thank you, Lord Rain, that's wonderful. By the way, Lord Rain, Miss Anna, please allow me to prepare a simple campfire dinner for you both as gratitude. Merida offered happily. Additionally, this is my homemade eggnog, please have a taste. Well, thank you, Lady Merida. Rain and Anna exchanged a smile and nodded at Merida. After all, no matter how hurried, dinner was necessary, as the campfire rose. Merida skillfully pulled out some seasoning items and a small box containing many herbs and about a dozen bird eggs the size of chicken eggs. I didn't prepare many raw materials today. I can only make herbal baked eggs for you. Minutes later, Rain held a dish reminiscent of the pancakes from his previous life, eating it. Honestly, the taste wasn't bad. For a moment, Rain couldn't help but think of something. After transitioning to the legendary profession Dragon Vein Wizard, perhaps he could consider taking up a future profession as a cook. At least, it wouldn't disappoint his stomach. But for Rain's appetite, one herbal baked egg was definitely too little. On one side, the person in charge of Cameron's caravan, the chubby Yannis, who by his physique was clearly an expert in food, had long been watching the distinguished guests from the side. Seeing that Rain seemed to want more, he promptly and attentively offered carefully selected grilled salmon and grilled lamb chops. After some casual chat, Merida also learned that Rain and Anna's destination happened to be the Frostwind Prairie, with Winterfort Academy located at the northernmost part of the prairie, which was quite on the way. After enjoying dinner, Rain took the initiative to speak. If Madame Merida is heading to the Northland. Rain initially intended to say he could give her a ride, but swallowed his words, because he suddenly thought, although Bloodfeather could easily take another woman, it might cause misunderstandings with Anna. Then let's part ways here. In Merida's eyes, full of anticipation, came such an abrupt turn of events. She was so disappointed. She originally thought Rain was inviting her to ride the horned owl beast. Such a strong horned owl beast should have no problem carrying one more person, right? PFFT, Rain, just let Merida ride with you. Anna couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Rain's words. All right. Rain then transformed the hardened essence gold in his hand into a metal seat with hooks and said to Merida, in that case, Madame Merida, I'll add a chair beneath the horned owl beast for you to sit on. At this moment, Merida looked at Rain with a speechless expression. This was too much. To avoid disturbing their time together, he wanted her to sit alone below. Rain, why not just let Merida sit behind you? Why make it so complicated? Anna tugged on Rain's clothes and persuaded him. It's just that I'm afraid you'll misunderstand, Rain thought. Since Anna didn't mind, he naturally didn't mind having a beautiful witch sit behind him. Miss Anna, thank you for speaking up. Merida quickly walked over to Anna, took Anna's hand, and said warmly, actually, Rain is a really nice guy. Anna was momentarily unaccustomed to this sudden familiarity. After bidding farewell to Cameron's caravan, with Merida sitting behind him, Rain controlled Bloodfeather, soaring high into the sky, aiming directly for the Beverly Pass in Casways Province. As they took off, the body of the horned owl beast undulated up and down, causing Merida to have to hold onto Rain's waist. It seemed that since it was her first time on a flying mount, Merida was still a bit nervous and uncomfortable. With each beat of the blood-feathered horned eagle, sometimes Merida's chest pressed against Rain's back, sometimes creating some distance. This made Rain uncomfortable. If you could just stay close the whole time or maintain the distance, that would be better. But this occasional closeness, Rain could clearly feel that kind of pressure from behind. Is she here for a ride? Or maybe here to tease? Soon, Rain started feeling a bit hot. Stand at attention. Just like a chain reaction, Anna, sitting in Rain's arms, blushed suddenly. She had experienced this feeling last time. This time there was no mistaking what that was. Perhaps if it was just the two of them, Anna might not be so shy. After all, after last time, she was a bit more mentally prepared. But this time, there were 3 people. In no time, Anna's whole face turned red, leaning softly against Rain's chest, while Rain didn't feel much happiness at this moment. Carrying 2 people instead of one became a kind of agony. One couldn't possibly do anything with Anna in front of a stranger. Moreover, the herbal omelette, it seemed to be quite a stimulant. Rain instantly regretted it. After several hours of flight, the blood-feathered horned eagle was quite exhausted. Of course, Rain, who was the sandwich filling, was even more tired and tormented, almost more exhausted than when he continuously slew lava creatures through the Hammerfall Tunnel. Riding on the blood-feathered horned eagle, they flew straight towards the Beverly Mountains. Along the way, Rain did not deliberately search for villages to stop at, so the 3 of them landed on a clearing by the lakeside in a dense forest. As for the danger of being by the water at night, with beasts lurking around, to the 3 wizards, this was basically a joke. At this moment, the night was deep, and the bright moonlight spilled down from the sky, casting dappled shadows of trees. Gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves, causing slight ripples on the lake's surface. After a bonfire was set up in the clearing, the 3 of them went to rest. The next day, as dawn broke, Rain glanced at the extinguished bonfire and then at the 2 others, finding they had not yet awakened. He began to check the system prompts. The battles within Hammerfall Tunnel, perhaps too simple for him now, only rewarded him with 2 golden skill points from the system. Adding the points he had left, he now had a total of 7 attribute points remaining, 0 skill points, and 21 golden skill points. However, several nights of continuous practice with the advanced meditation method had increased Rain's spiritual power by 1 point again. Additionally, possibly due to the residual effects of absorbing the soul energy crystal last time, the fogging rate increased by 1%. At this moment, the spirit value on the attribute panel displayed 63, fogging 21%. Rain thought for a moment, got up, and took a small cloth bag from the blood-feathered horned eagle beside him, from which he took out some rolls of white silk and fine thread. In an instant, Rain used the hardened essence gold in his hand to morph a needle and a pair of tailoring scissors, starting to mend his previously battle-damaged white wizard robe. When Rain finished the repairs, the system prompt suddenly appeared in a flurry. You have repaired the white silk wizard robe, related insights improved, tailor apprentice professional experience plus 31. Detected host qualification for promotion to tailor. First, tailor apprentice LV3 maxed. Second, agility above 5 points, constitution above 5 points. Third, produce any 10 qualified tailor products. All current conditions are met, promote to tailor. Note, after promotion to tailor, the new tailor profession panel will overwrite the original tailor apprentice panel. I originally thought it would take a few more days to reach tailor apprentice LV3 max level, but I didn't expect it to upgrade after these few intermittent days, Rain thought with a hint of joy. Clearly, whether to change profession or not was a question that didn't need much thought. And Rain chose yes, without hesitation. Ding, promotion successful, promotion to tailor successful, agility +2, acquired tailor core skill, skillful hands LV1, skillful hands LV1 active. Due to long-term use of hands in tailoring, dexterity is out of the ordinary. Skillful hands, all right, that's very tailor-like. At the same time, the original tailor apprentice panel disappeared, replaced by the tailor panel. A brand new icon border at the bottom of the panel glowed slightly around the edges. Rain immediately focused his attention on the icon. The icon's pattern showed a pair of slender hands, one holding cloth and the other pinching a needle, presenting an image of swift movement. A line of small words appeared below the icon. Core skill. Skillful hands LV1 active. Skillful hands LV1 active effect. After skill activation, hand speed is slightly increased. Note, the skill effect is proportionally enhanced based on the host's own hand dexterity, and its duration is proportional to the host's constitution and spiritual power. Agility +2 better than nothing, but for a whiteboard profession panel to provide attribute increases is already very good. Rain slightly nodded. Her hand speed. Such a description can easily be misunderstood. Rain couldn't help but think askew for a moment. However, regarding new skills, Rain always maintained the practice of trying them first before evaluating. With a slight thought, he activated the core skill Skillful Hands. Immediately, Rain could clearly feel the flexibility of his hands increase. When he threaded the needle again, his naturally high agility already made his hand speed extremely fast. At this moment, with Skillful Hands activated, it reached a dazzling degree. Meanwhile, Merida, just awakened by the dawn's light, seemed to notice the commotion on Rain's side. With drowsy eyes, she turned slightly and saw Rain's fast-flying hands in the distance, seemingly holding needle and thread mending something. She rubbed her eyes, and in the next second, with a look of disbelief, she watched the scene unfold. My goodness, Lord Rain, with such formidable strength, actually can mend clothes himself. Could he be a warm-hearted wizard? Meanwhile, not far away, Rain was immersed in testing the new core skill Skillful Hands, not noticing Merida's incredibly astonished gaze nearby. Suddenly, Rain thought of something, and his hands instantly transformed into two dark daggers. As he swung them quickly, it seemed as if Rain's hands had disappeared, replaced by a flurry of dagger shadows. Rain smiled. He had already discovered how to apply the core skill Skillful Hands in combat. Skillful Hands can provide immediate enhancements to daggers and other short blade weapons. Additionally, those special witchcrafts that require hand signs should also see a certain degree of amplification, at least reducing the casting time, Rain mused to himself. At this moment, Rain seemed to sense something, turned around and looked behind him, only to see Merida staring at him blankly. Wake, Lady Merida, good morning. Rain smiled and said, early in the morning Rain had unexpectedly acquired a core skill, so naturally he was in a good mood. Rain, good morning. Merida replied awkwardly. Rain, Merida, you two woke up quite early. Hearing their voices, Anna groggily woke up. Soon, the three of them prepared to set off again. However, when Rain walked up to the blood-feathered horned eagle beast, he found himself at a loss, glancing at Anna and then at Merida, unable to come up with any good suggestions. Anna seemed to have thought of something, her step slowing down as she nervously and shyly clutched the corner of her white wizard robe. She had thought about changing positions, like switching places with Merida, but that would mean she would be behind, embracing Rain while Rain embraced Merida. The moment this image appeared, Anna shook her head slightly, because in that case Rain would very likely be pointing a gun at Merida, so it's better to continue pointing at her. Merida also seemed to remember yesterday's situation, her face reddening slightly. Yesterday's close contact made it impossible to claim she felt nothing, especially since the other party was a powerful, wealthy, and handsome young man. Therefore, at this moment, Merida felt a difficult-to-describe sensation about sitting behind Rain again. She wanted it, yet resisted it. This caused Merida to feel annoyed towards the blood-feathered horned eagle beast. Can't it just fly properly? Can't it glide smoothly like a normal bird? It insists on flapping its wings and bobbing up and down. How is one supposed to endure that? However, although the three of them had different thoughts, they all remained silent. It seemed everything was continuing in tacit understanding. Rain was still in the middle, with the two women in front and behind, sitting on the blood-feathered horned eagle beast, continuing toward the Beverly Mountains. At noon, Bloodfeather landed for a brief rest. Lord Rain, in another half a day, will reach the Beverly Pass in Casways Province. Merida, more familiar with the journey, explained. By the way, Lady Merida, could you introduce the Wind Rock group in the Beverly Mountains? Rain couldn't help asking. Rain had just glanced at the Empire Northern border map and discovered that the Beverly Mountains stretched east to west and spanned over 1,000 kilometers. Actually, if they could go straight through, it would save them quite a bit of time. Since the Beverly Pass was at the northeast corner of their current position, the line connecting them forms a diagonal. The map provided by Olna mentioned briefly that Wind Rock were fierce and numerous, but didn't elaborate. Of course, Lord Rain, Wind Rock is a naturally fierce species of bird of prey that hunts all creatures within its territory. Adult Wind Rock have the innate ability of Windblade, comparable in power to the wind blade technique used by Wind Mage. At this point, Anna also curiously looked at Merida, clearly interested in the creature Wind Rock. If it's just one Wind Rock, it wouldn't be an issue for wizards or even great knights. But the problem is, when Wind Rock go out for food, it's always dozens at a time. Can you imagine the scene of dozens of wind blades sweeping in on the sky? As Merida spoke, she seemed to think of that scene, and her face showed caution. Rain nodded. That's how it is. Indeed, if dozens of wind blades came, even for a second-level liquidization wizard, it would be hard to withstand. Defensive power of second-level defensive witchcraft also has its limits. As for first-level wizard, most likely to die on the spot, of course, he is not included. To withstand dozens of wind blades without a scratch, apart from dodging, the direct counter would likely require the level of a third-level crystallization wizard. By the way, how fast are Wind Rock? Rain asked again. Logically, if Wind Rock's speed wasn't fast enough, the blood-feathered horned eagle beast could certainly cross right through. Wind Rock can naturally manipulate wind energy particles. Don't mention your horned owl beast. Even the speed of Imperial Griffin pales slightly in comparison. To go straight through, unless you are an Imperial Dragon Knight, it is unlikely. Seemingly recalling something, Merida paused momentarily, then continued. Additionally, the Windrock group has male hunting Windrock, whose strength surpasses that of ordinary Windrock. As for other mutated Windrock and the like, it's unknown. But calculating in tens of thousands, this number of mutated Windrock is probably not small, at least 100. Of course, the most terrifying is the Windrock Queen. Windrock Queen, Rain exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the total number of Windrock in the Beverly Mountains is over tens of thousands, all led by a Windrock Queen of epic-level strength. It's said that the Empire thought of eliminating them, but abandoned the idea after considering the potential loss. Then why is the Windrock attack avoided at the Beverly Pass? Anna asked curiously. The purple knotwood forest on the pass releases a peculiar gas all year round, which causes Windrock to feel disgusted and uncomfortable, making them actively avoid that area. Afternoon. Just as Bloodfeather flew over a small town, even at hundreds of meters in the air. Rain faintly heard screams coming from below. This made him look down. He saw several people in black robes, seemingly driving the crowd into a building at the center of the town, and those who disobeyed were killed on the spot. Rain, they seemed to be the Black Flame cult. Anna also immediately noticed something familiar about these black-robed people. Rain's expression darkened as he immediately controlled Bloodfeather to dive towards the building that resembled a church. At this moment, inside the church hall, several Black Flame monks hosting the ritual had just finished chanting. The entire blood sacrifice ritual seemed to have reached its final closing stage. At the center of the evil magic array, the previously transparent diamond-shaped crystal at the top of the bone staff was now enveloped in an extremely dense blood color. Throughout the church, hundreds of town residents lay curled up and scattered on the ground, with faces terrified and emaciated, dying horribly. Clearly, the blood essence of these town residents had been absorbed into the diamond crystal by the blood sacrifice ritual. Not bad, it's finally done. The quality of this blood crystal is good. We should all be rewarded by the cult. A Black Flame monk said with a smile. Just as he was about to retrieve the bone staff and blood crystal with a relaxed gait, suddenly, the glass spire at the top of the church burst open. Then a violent gust of wind roared as fragments scattered, and a giant bird with blue and purple feathers descended from the sky. How could a fierce species of bird suddenly attack us? The faces of the Black Flame monks froze in shock, with this thought flooding their minds. Bloodfeather dived down, fiercely knocking the stunned Black Flame monk to the ground. Bloodfeather's iron claws were incredibly sharp, easily tearing open the chest and abdomen of the unprepared Black Flame monk, causing him to scream incessantly. Not good, there's someone on that bird. Enemy attack. The remaining 4 or 5 Black Flame monks reacted, shouting loudly. But the next second, swish, 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 the sound of sharp weapons breaking through the air echoed, and the 4 or 5 Black Flame monks were all frozen in place, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Soon after, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, with the Black Flame monks falling flat on their backs. The foreheads of these Black Flame monks were pierced with a 4-pointed shuriken. Was Rain who acted. After annihilating the Black Flame monks with a single move, Rain jumped down from the horned owl beast with a serious expression, looking around. The scene before him instantly reminded him of the cult attack that once happened in Flashgold Town. This scene was too familiar to him. "These bastards from the Black Flame cult," Rain said with a heavy expression. "It's definitely them, Lord Rain. In the past year, the activities of these Black Flame monks in several provinces of the northern border have been quite frequent, causing many tragic incidents." Merida walked up beside him, also looking serious. Merida was also extremely disgusted with these cult organizations that slaughtered ordinary people. Rain nodded, calming his emotions slightly, then walked to the center of the evil magic array, taking the bone staff and crushing the blood crystal. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! A large amount of unknown absorbable energy detected. Absorb. Note: after absorption, it can be converted into specific professional experience points. Seeing this prompt, Rain, who should have been happy, felt no happiness at all, only heaviness. However, after some thought, Rain chose yes. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "Rest in peace, your blood will not be wasted. These bastards will pay a bigger price in blood." The next second, the dense blood essence in the diamond crystal surged toward Rain's body like a flood finding the breach of a dam. However, perhaps due to Rain's recent increase in power, he could clearly feel that the energy level of this blood essence was relatively low. As the blood color of the crystal rapidly faded, Rain also completed the absorption process, and the system prompt sounded again. Ding! A total of 1,311 supernatural experience points converted. Please choose to upgrade Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, / Great Armor Forger, Transcendent. Rain glanced and found that both Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, and Great Armor Forger, Transcendent, were currently LV6, but the Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, could level up again with these additional points. With a bit of thought, Rain chose the Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent. The next second, a system prompt appeared before Rain. "Congratulations, your Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, profession level has increased." Rain's action of crushing the blood-colored crystal didn't arouse any suspicion from Merida beside him. She just thought Rain had acted out of anger. The ensuing journey, Rain and his group discovered another small town that had been attacked by the Black Flame cult. This gave Rain a clearer understanding of the situation in the Empire's northern border. "It seems the situation of the Empire is more turbulent than I imagined." "We've arrived, Lord Rain. There is the Beverly Pass, see." Merida pointed below to the left, saying excitedly. Rain looked over to see a noticeably lower valley between the towering mountains ahead, as if a notch had been carved into the high mountains. With the slow descent of the blood-feathered horned eagle, the distinctive purple forest below could be seen, trunks bearing purple coconut-sized lumps emitting a faint pungent odor. "Is this the purple knotwood?" "Yes, Lord Rain. Beverly Pass." There was no shortage of travelers and caravans coming and going, moving orderly in lines through the purple forest. Rain at this time also saw that the so-called mountain pass was merely a path through the purple knotwood forest. "Everyone take note, no fighting is allowed within the passage. The noise of battle will attract the attention of wind rocks. Do not damage the purple knotwood," shouted the guards at the passage entrance, reminding everyone from time to time. Rain and his group of 3, along with the blood feather, followed behind a caravan and headed towards the passage. Shortly after Rain's group landed, 4 or 5 large black birds suddenly flew from the distant sky. On the front 2 birds, 2 individuals were conversing. "Great Priest Erickson, with your breakthrough this time, your pure physical strength has surpassed the limit of a great knight by several folds. I believe no one within the church can surpass you now. I heard over at Frostwind Prairie, the barbarian clan leader has an exceptionally formidable physique. You could test your skills against him." A hooded figure in a black robe spoke somewhat respectfully to the middle-aged person in a black robe beside him. That's what I was thinking." The middle-aged man named Erickson seemed quite interested when his subordinate mentioned the barbarian clan leader. "By the way, Great Priest Erickson, I heard in the church that in the Central Empire's Minster province, our church suffered heavy losses." "Yes, that's indeed the case. It's surprising though, given that Exeter's prowess is quite substantial, such an incident shouldn't have happened." Hearing this, Erickson's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke. "Good. Soon." The other birds landed as well, and the strange bird songs naturally attracted Rain's group's attention. These large black birds had bald necks and blood-red eyes, exuding a sense of wild brutality. "Giant carrion vultures," Melita whispered. "Using such fierce birds as mounts, These people are not simple, yes. These carrion vultures are very irritable, Anna nodded. As a druid, she had the ability to sense the emotions of beasts. Rain glanced at the carrion vultures, then focused his attention on the people who dismounted from them, the leading pair. Dressed in black robes, one burly and one thin, had a deep and concealed aura, clearly intentionally masking their power. The other three were dressed in knight's attire, robust in build, but seemed like followers, judging from their aura. They should possess strength near that of senior knights. However, Rain found their aura disturbingly familiar. Out of the way, don't block the road, the three senior knights shouted imperiously, as if there was no one around them. The sudden emergence of these 5 individuals seemed to unsettle the other travelers and caravans in the passage, who promptly stepped aside to make way. Quickly, the group of 5 reached the center of the passage, near Rain's group. By the way, any news from Crowley's side? Great Priest Erickson. Crowley just sent a message 2 hours ago. They have allied with the white-furred bear monster to attack the barbarian tribe. The 2 black-robed individuals walking at the back continued their hushed conversation. Despite the distance, Rain clearly heard the words Great Priest and Barbarian Tribe, which caused him to narrow his eyes. However, he did not continue to stare at them. At their level of power, they were already very sensitive to being watched. At this moment, they also spotted Rain's group ahead. Clearly, upon seeing the 3 dressed in white wizard robes, they were visibly surprised. Especially the 3 knights leading the way, who cast unrestrained glances at Melida's fine appearance and figure as they passed by, even letting out a wolf whistle. That girl has a nice body. I hear witches are very open-minded. Maybe she takes a liking to your type. Their teasing caused Melida to become furious, her chest heaving with anger, her face flushed, but she didn't dare to speak. Because she sensed that the aura of the 2 individuals behind them was extremely deep, and she quickly realized their strength far surpassed hers. Moreover, she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for Rain and Anna. However, apparently noticing that all 3 of Rain's group were official wizards, the burly black-robed one said deeply, "You all keep your useless talk to yourself." After being reprimanded, the 3 knights toned it down a little, though their eyes continued to unabashedly observe Melida. As the group continued forward, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Wait, you offended my friend and you think you can leave without apologizing?" It was Rain who spoke, his face calm as he looked at the group of 5. "Oh, interesting." Including the 2 in black robes, they all paused their steps, turning to face Rain. Melida was taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect Rain to stand up for her and say such a thing, feeling both happy and worried at the same time. "Oh, offended? Young man, do you think being an official wizard makes you formidable? If your strength isn't enough, it's best not to stand out. I've killed no fewer than 10, if not 20, official wizards. Now, do you still require our apology?" The thinner black-robed one wore a vicious expression as he regarded Rain and spoke. "Is that so? In that case, I have nothing more to say." Rain couldn't help but sigh. The 3 great knights beside the thin black-robed figure burst into laughter upon hearing Rain's words, thinking Rain had conceded. "Young man, it's your turn to apologize to us now." One of them spoke arrogantly, his nostrils flaring. "No, this lady should be the one to apologize to us." Another great knight suddenly interjected, pointing to the graceful Merida with a playful smile. "Neither of you are right. It's these 2 ladies who should apologize to us, ha ha ha." The last great knight said with a lecherous grin, pointing at both Merida and Anna. Their voices were quite loud, drawing the attention of travelers and caravans at both ends of the passage, who turned to watch. Seeing the confrontation between Rain and the 5, many couldn't help but whisper and discuss. "This young man seems to be a wizard, but his experience isn't rich enough. Those 5 look very strong, he might suffer a loss." Indeed, look at their flying mounts, they seem to be giant carrion vultures. Anyone who can tame such a fierce species can't be a simple character. It seems those people are black. An elderly merchant looked at the black robes, then at the giant carrion vultures, his eyes widening as if he had realized something. As he was about to blurt it out, his expression changed drastically and he fell silent, not daring to speak further. "Black what?" a nearby caravan guard asked curiously. "Black. Large birds." The elderly merchant laughed, changing his words. "PFFT who hasn't seen black birds? I thought you'd say something secretive." The guard scoffed. The surrounding people all looked at the young Rain with expressions of surprise. Many were talking, mostly about how this young wizard Rain, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, seemed destined for trouble. No, what I mean is, since you don't want to apologize then, you can all just die. Rain's previously calm face abruptly roared. Before he finished speaking, Rain lightly tapped the ground with his toes. Bang! Dirt flew, leaving a large hole in the ground. Rain's figure, along with the spreading dust, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The thin black-robed figure instantly felt a chill from the heart, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from his head to his toes. However, his strength was not weak, and his reaction was quick. A black film, appearing to be body-protecting evil magic, floated on the surface of his body, which gave him a slight sense of relief. But just as he was about to retreat, his vision blurred, and he suddenly saw a large silver hand appear in front of him, piercing through the black film and grabbing his neck. Pop! Crack! The sound of the black film breaking and the neck being twisted happened almost simultaneously. Only then did the dust disperse, and the three great knights looked at Rain with an expression as if they had seen a ghost, then at their own Lord Chief Priest Kahaman in his hand. In just one move, a quasi-legendary second-level liquidization wizard was dead. Meanwhile, the burly black-robed Ericsson's face was so dark it could drip water. Just now, it wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Rain's attack was too sudden. A disagreement, and he attacked to kill. Damn, he was even more ruthless than them. Moreover, this was the passage of Beverly Pass, a place known to be off-limits for casual fights. So before he could react and intervene, it was already too late. His trusted subordinate Kahaman had already had his neck twisted by this young man in front of him. Wow! The onlookers around erupted in an uproar, as almost no one saw clearly what happened, and one of the seemingly ferocious black-robed figures died right then and there. This seemingly handsome young wizard, damn, was a savage. Did you all see clearly just now? Too fast. But isn't this young wizard too bold? Doesn't he know that fighting here in the Beverly Pass passage is strictly prohibited by the Empire? Merida's beautiful eyes were fixed on Rain, because in the morning she saw Rain using needle and thread to mend his torn wizard robe, giving her a warm impression. But in less than half a day, Rain displayed such a strong side. Facing such teasing, Rain directly killed them on the spot. Oh my! Merida's long legs under her white wizard robe tightened, feeling she was about to fall for him. However, in the next second, Anna, who was dazed, pulled her away. Hurry, or we'll get caught up, Anna said urgently. Merida, it seems they are high-ranking members of the Black Flame cult. Miss Anna, you felt that too. No wonder Lord Rain acted so ruthlessly. Merida appeared to realize it suddenly, as Anna's reminder brought to mind a faint familiar feeling she had earlier. Yes, no matter who you are. Ericsson's muscles expanded, and his black robe instantly tore apart, revealing a body as solid as rock. However, the most striking feature was the black-brown lines imprinted on his skin, including straight lines, curves, circles, hexagrams, and ellipses. Together they formed a complex and intricate pattern covering the entire body. You have successfully angered me. Ericsson's reddened eyes stared at Rain, and as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, seemingly in response to Rain's earlier ambush. Blast punch! He punched the ground heavily, causing a sudden explosion in an area with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, sending dust flying into the air. Immediately, as Ericsson pushed the black fire snakes with both hands, several tons of dust were heated instantly to boiling temperatures, sweeping towards Rain like a molten iron tsunami. Rain was naturally prepared. Instead of retreating from Ericsson's attack, he charged into the dust tsunami, relying on the metal barrier as protection. Clang! A sharp and piercing sound echoed from the dust storm. Two towering figures collided heavily. Rain's pupils slightly contracted. Just a moment ago, he sensed that the opponent had a robust physique and an aura different from ordinary liquefaction or crystallization wizards. Unexpectedly, the opponent was a crystallization wizard specializing in body enhancement. Moreover, he was proficient in using the finger tiger as a weapon. This strike in terms of strength actually surpassed Rain. This kind of opponent was unique among those Rain had battled against. In his youth, Ericsson was a gladiator in the Imperial City Arena, later joining the Black Flame Church by chance, but he retained the combat habits from his gladiator days. Especially years ago, after gaining part of the knowledge of the ancient marked warriors from a ruin. Since then, every Black Flame prayer of Ericsson had been a plea to the god of hunting to enhance his physical strength and defense. Eventually, he nearly restored all the combat tattoos of the ancient marked warriors, becoming a unique crystallization wizard specializing in the physical combat route. Eriksson was quite surprised that Rain could withstand his strike during the dust storm attack. Black flame impact. With a low roar, a tattoo on his arm flashed and a burst of black flame erupted, blasting Rain back several meters. Eriksson's figure quickly caught up, shouting again, "Black flame acceleration." The tattoo on his calf flickered and he appeared in front of Rain like a phantom, throwing another punch at him. Rain reacted swiftly, blocking with both hands. A kite shield appeared in front of him. Boom! With this charged attack, Rain was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing through 5 or 6 purple lumps wood trees along the way before finally standing firm. Because Rain's epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades was also a close combat-focused career. Inherited from ancient troll battlemasters, he managed to withstand all of Eriksson's exceptionally strong melee attacks. "Huh, you have some skill, but that's all there is." A look of mockery appeared on Eriksson's face, and the tattoos on his upper body suddenly lit up, surrounded by a circle of black fireballs each the size of a basin. Group Black Roar. Rain let out an angry roar. A white wave of air surged around him, temporarily halting the energy conduction of Eriksson's tattoos. The dozen or so black fireballs that had appeared around the opponent's body vanished by more than half. The surrounding purple lumps wood trees shook violently. The lumps on nearby trees burst open under the sonic impact, causing a momentary forest shaking. After the dragon roar, Rain launched a counterattack. He created 7 or 8 afterimages as he dashed towards Eriksson. Bang, bang, clink, clang. Both moved with extreme speed, the intense battle sounds clashing relentlessly. Boom, a black flame the size of a basin suddenly appeared next to Eriksson, hurtling towards Rain. But at that moment, a magic silver shield appeared in front of Rain, blocking the attack. Their battle wreaked havoc on the surrounding purple lumps wood trees, causing them to fall in succession and collapse in rows during explosions. Initially, the 3 great knights thought that their own Eriksson Great Priest would easily defeat the opponent. But as the battle progressed to this point, even a fool could see that the strength of this young man, although perhaps slightly behind their great priest, was on nearly the same level, completely an opponent of the same tier. At this moment, they hurriedly crawled and rolled away from the focus of the two's exchange. Meanwhile, they were filled with regret. Damn it, this is insane. Messing casually with a witch attracted such a formidable character. Now, even if Eriksson Great Priest ultimately defeats the opponent, the 3 of them would certainly face severe punishment. The fierce battle between Rain and Eriksson naturally alerted the Imperial Guards at Beverly Pass. Damn it, are they insane? Fighting in the passage. Shortly, the highest-ranking officer in charge of guarding Beverly Pass, a rugged and bearded great knight, saw the dust and waves rising in the corridor midway, and he cursed in anger. He then led a team of elite guards rapidly towards the area where Rain and Eriksson were battling. But seeing from over 100 meters away, he suddenly stopped, staring seriously at the 2 barely visible figures leaping and flickering in front of him, and was greatly shocked. "Damn, so strong. Report quickly. There's a quasi-legendary strongman fighting at the Beverly Pass channel." "No, this is a legendary strongman." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, the Imperial Guards couldn't help but be astonished. Meanwhile, the battle between Rain and Eriksson grew more intense. Suddenly, Eriksson's aura surged fiercely, and the black flames on him began to burn intensely, covering his entire body. The finger tiger in his hand also glowed red like a branding iron. Fire tongue strike. Suddenly, the opponent threw a punch toward Rain, who raised his hand to block. However, he found the black flames in the opponent's hand suddenly soared a meter, like the tongue of an ox, licking toward his face. Although the demonized silver kite shield morphed from the metal barrier instantly blocked in front, the fire tongue exploded upon contact. The violent explosive impact knocked Rain back several meters. Flame storm strike. After landing a strike, Eriksson continuously unleashed punches. At that moment, hundreds, thousands of dense sparks rushed toward Rain. Dragon roar, sword blade storm. Rain's hardened essence gold instantly morphed into a dual-handed greatsword, and over 100 four-pointed shurikens blasted toward the opponent. At once, the red flame storm and the dark sword blade storm clashed fiercely together. Boom, boom. A few sparks pierced through the sword blade storm, hitting Rain and continuously exploding. Eriksson wasn't well off either, as over 10 four-pointed shurikens stuck into his rock-like body. Though they didn't penetrate deeply, thin streams of blood seeped out. The battle entered a brief hiatus. Weakness control. For the first time, Rain activated the core skill of the epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades. Instantly, in Rain's vision, the opponent's body was outlined as if by a three-dimensional pattern, marked with blue, yellow, and red points to indicate differences in defense strength. About 2/3 of the opponent's area shimmered with yellow light, indicating medium defense strength. 1/3 of the area shimmered with blue light, indicating very strong defense. Of course, these points aren't static. As the opponent's posture and techniques change, defense strong points, blue points, can turn into defense weak points, red points. Rain quickly discovered that the opponent's lower body's knee positions consistently had red points, sometimes only slightly red, sometimes deeply red. This meant that there was a more noticeable flaw there. Rain swiftly morphed his right hand into a short spear, proactively attacked Erickson, feigned an attack on the upper part, and suddenly stabbed the opponent's knee, piercing a small hole. But in the next second, the opponent flashed with black radiance, hitting Rain's chest with both hands simultaneously. Boom, the secret silver-engraved plate armor shattered, and Rain was blasted several meters by black fire. Even with top-level steel body defense, Rain's chest broke skin after repeated severe hits. Erickson pulled out the short spear from his abdomen. He intended to ask, "How did you discover my weakness?" But immediately Erickson realized that asking this would lower his morale. "You think you've won?" Erickson, filled with rage, tossed the short spear and glared at Rain. The round hole-shaped wound on his knee began to close, sprouting dense granulation, and within a few seconds it healed completely on its own. "Young man, you have some strength, but do you know, I was only using half of my power earlier because fighting at full power requires transformation, which consumes too much. However, you have earned this privilege. Prepare your last words," Erickson said with a sneer. "Oh, transformation." Rain looked at the opponent with a meaningful gaze. Simultaneously, he muttered in a low voice that others couldn't hear. "Transformation. Actually, I can do it too, but it's really too ugly." Suddenly, Erickson's entire body split open. To be precise, the black lines on his skin surface cracked abruptly due to the intense changes inside the body. In an instant, Erickson grew to about 3 meters tall. His skin remained but felt like small sticky paper patches stuck on a significantly larger blood-red puppet. Woo! The opponent swung a punch toward Rain, blasting out a white sonic barrier. Boom! With an enormous increase in strength and speed, Erickson's punch instantly sent Rain flying more than 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a depression while smoke and dust rose tens of meters high. Immediately, Erickson, taking advantage, didn't let up. His massive figure swept a gale and swiftly dashed into the smoke and dust. The scene made Anna and Merita's hearts hang instantly. "No, I have to help Rain." Anna impulsively rushed forward, but just then a hand reached out to stop Anna, saying, "Miss Anna, if you go up, you'll only distract Lord Rain. From what I see, he doesn't seem afraid of the opponent, probably has a trump card in hand." This, Anna understood. Indeed, earlier she acted out of concern. Upon closer thought, from her impression, Rain always managed to defeat formidable enemies. This time he should too, as Erickson charged into the smoke and dust, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Rain. Suddenly, his fist the size of a stew pot was firmly grasped by the claw of some huge creature. An ugly monster covered with scales instantly came into his view. Just when Erickson was wondering where this monster came from, the monster suddenly spoke in human tongue. "This is your transformation, indeed so weak." Erickson's eyes widened immediately. At this moment, how could he not know that the nearly 5-meter-tall monster before him was actually the handsome young man from just now? The opponent could also transform. Crack! In the moment of his daze, his fist the size of a stew pot was squeezed by the opponent with a crunching sound, each finger bone rapidly deforming. "You? Who the hell are you?" Now Erickson was completely shocked. Damn it, with this kind of strength, there's not much difference compared to the Dragon Knights of the Dragon Empire. Looking throughout the Dragon Empire, the opponent must not be some unknown figure. Boom! What answered Erickson was Rain's giant fist the size of a basin. With one punch, Erickson's entire head nearly twisted 90 degrees, and over a dozen white teeth sprayed out, his whole figure was slammed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Massive fists, one punch after another. Soon, Erickson's body began to shrink. All his limbs started twitching uncontrollably, resembling someone having an epileptic seizure. At this moment, Rain realized he'd already beaten Erickson's head clean off. The scattered mix of red and white shattered bones and flesh around proved the opponent's skull once existed. Whoosh! Rain exhaled deeply, calming his mind, and his whole body began to shrink rapidly. But after the entire battle, a sense of weakness surged up, and thinking about it, Rain added a bit on his spirit, allowing a surge of heat to flow through his body, instantly restoring his physical condition to peak state. At this point, the dust surrounding him also began to disperse gradually. Previously, due to the dust's concealment, Rain's dragon man form from moments ago hadn't been exposed to outsiders. The crowd watching from afar was left staring, dumbfounded at the scene ahead. Funny how Rain's physique, aside from a pleated undergarment, was fully exposed, and surrounding him was a giant crater-like depression with a 4 to 5 meter diameter. As for the black-robed person earlier, now had his head buried in the earth, and his limbs seemed to no longer twitch much. The outcome was obvious, yet just now it was clear the black-robed person had the upper hand. How in just a few seconds did he end up killed? For a moment, the crowd felt a strange sense of being unable to accept how quickly things had changed. How come Lord Rain is wearing just a? Merida exclaimed, after being stunned for several seconds. Actually, she added silently in her mind, why would Lord Rain wear pleated underwear? How strange. Does he like pleated skirts? Anna too watched as her face flushed, but she immediately rushed to the blood-feathered horned eagle beast, seeming to want to fetch another wizard robe for Rain after all. Rain being seen by others made Anna feel like she suffered a big loss herself, just as Rain was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned back and began to search the black-robed person, quickly pulling out a heavy waste bag from the opponent. At this time, the bearded great knight cautiously approached Rain from afar, looking at him, saying, This wizard, sir, at the Beverly Pass, the Empire strictly prohibits fighting." He said this, swallowing nervously, clearly tense. He seemed worried Rain might kill him out of anger as well, but with such a big incident happening, if he said nothing, he would likely face imperial repercussions tomorrow. After hesitating several times, the bearded great knight decided to leave at least one sentence before departing. This way, he could say he'd fulfilled his duty. As for whether the opponent would listen, it seemed not to matter anymore. "Sorry, my apologies." Rain smiled slightly, nodding towards the bearded great knight. As if thinking of something, Rain pulled out a transparent medal from his embrace, tossed it to the bearded great knight, and handed over the official letter signed by Admiral Edwards, saying, "I belong to the Imperial Swordsman. The opponent is a cultist of the Black Flame cult. Duty-bound, sorry about it. You are a Diamond Star Swordsman, then there's no problem." The opponent seemed familiar with the sword-bearing system, recognizing Rain's insignia immediately. His face showed relief, smiling. The bearded great knight glanced carefully at the text behind Rain's insignia and sighed. "Your sword-bearer's branch in Minster Province is indeed strong. I originally thought, with your abilities, you must be a top expert at the Imperial Swordsman headquarters." Rain was stunned upon hearing this, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound echoed. "Not good, Lord Rain, the commotion from your battle earlier was too big. Wind rocks have been drawn here." The bearded great knight's expression changed drastically, anxiously looking up to the sky, said. Rain looked up, seeing in the sky to the left dozens of yellow dots suddenly appearing, rapidly approaching from the horizon, and their shapes becoming clearer. A flock of dozens of wind rocks was approaching, their speed extremely fast, and within a few blinks of an eye. They had already drawn much closer to Rain's position. "Quick, prepare the crossbow arrows. Get the purple swollen wood fruits ready. Everyone else, hide quickly." The bearded great knight seemed experienced as he calmly and methodically issued commands one after another. Soon, the purple watermelon-sized purple swollen wood fruits were launched into the sky and burst open violently. Puffs of faint purple fog spread out immediately. Upon smelling this strange scent, the wind rocks started hovering and no longer approached, seemingly quite wary of this mist. After releasing a few wind blades, the rocks surprisingly turned around and left. Thankfully, they are finally driven away. The bearded great knight breathed a sigh of relief. Rain was quite surprised. He initially thought he would face a battle with the wind rocks, but didn't expect it to dissolve so effortlessly. At this moment, Merida and Anna walked over, bringing along 3 nearly frozen great knights who had just teased Merida. These 3 saw their great priest killed and immediately tried to escape, but were cornered by Merida and Anna. "Speak, who exactly are you?" The men exchanged looks, seemingly not wanting to be the first to speak. "Lord Rain, leave the interrogation to me. I guarantee they will confess everything truthfully." The bearded great knight pat his chest, assuring, "All right, I'll leave it to you then. All right, give me half an hour, take them down and interrogate them separately." With a wave of his big hand, the bearded knight had the guards escort them away. Taking advantage of this pause, Rain opened the waist bag of the tall, black-robed figure, and with a glance, his face lit up with joy. Huh, soul energy crystals and blood crystals. Inside the waist bag were 5 soul energy crystals, 3 blood crystals, and a letter. Rain understood why the other party needed blood crystals. Why the soul energy crystals too? Rain was a bit puzzled. In fact, Rain misunderstood. These soul energy crystals were originally used by Erickson to win over some powerful wandering wizards, but now Rain had picked up a windfall. After a brief consideration, without much hesitation, Rain decided to use all these soul energy crystals immediately. After all, he had already tried using the system before. Rain could absorb the soul energy crystals instantaneously with no side effects, thereby significantly enhancing the progress of his spiritual power fogging. Rain held the 5 soul energy crystals in his palm and activated the Steel Heart advanced meditation method. Several seconds later, the soul energy crystals resonated, emitting strands of transparent, strange energy which were quickly absorbed by Rain's body. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, detected soul energy crystals capable of increasing fogging degree of spiritual power. Accelerate absorption." Note, system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb all at once. Yes. Instantly, Rain felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly increase, soon expanding to about twice its original size. Simultaneously, a feeling of clarity and refreshment filled his mind. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 64, fogging 42%, 5 pieces, an increase of 21% at once. That average is less than 5%, roughly around 4% each. Indeed, these soul energy crystals are not omnipotent. The effects diminish as it progresses. But Rain wasn't dissatisfied, because these 5 soul energy crystals were practically free. And calculating based on fogging degree, for every point increase, the power of witchcraft increases by 0.5 points, meaning Rain's current witchcraft power had increased roughly by another 1/10 compared to when it was at 21%. The interrogation wasn't over yet, so Rain began reviewing the previous battle records. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy, earning 15 golden skill points. Congratulations, your hidden will attribute has been improved. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has increased. With this battle, the King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level had smoothly reached level 9, granting Rain another attribute point and a skill point. Adding his remaining point total, he now had a total of 8 attribute points left, 2 skill points remaining, and 36 golden skill points in total. At this moment, the serious-faced Merida approached holding a white letter and handed it to Rain, saying, "Lord Rain, this is a letter found on another black-robed figure. Perhaps you should take a look." Oh, Rain took it with curiosity and quickly read through it, but after a brief glance, Rain's expression also turned serious. "Rain, what's wrong?" Anna asked, concerned. "Take a look." Rain handed the letter over to Anna. Caught between the black flame church and white-furred bear monster, then Lagare is. Anna gasped as she read it. Immediately, she also sensed the gravity of the situation. "Yes, it seems we must depart immediately. The situation with the barbarian tribe, where Lagare is located, isn't looking good." The letter was sent by a chief priest from the Black Flame Church named Crowley, who also served as the vanguard leader of the Black Flame cult. The recipient was the great priest Erickson lying on the ground. The gist of it was that Crowley and the white-furred bear monster had begun a pincer attack on the Norton tribe. However, the Nortons' combat prowess was strong, requiring reinforcements. At the same time, the defending troops at Beverly Pass also extracted relevant information through interrogation. With mutual verification, the news within the letter was confirmed without a doubt. However, does this count as solving their reinforcements in advance? Rain, riding on the blood-feathered horned eagle, glanced down at the headless corpse in the pit with a peculiar expression. North slope of Coldfall mountain range. 2 black flame monks wearing black robes, with flame patterns on cuffs and collars, along with several tall white-furred bear monsters, were on a high spot of hillside, observing the battle below. In the narrow valley area, a migrating barbarian tribe was simultaneously engaged in battle at both the front and rear ends. Of course, the intensity was vastly different. The enemies at the rear of the barbarian tribe included a few black-robed individuals leading some knights and numerous mercenaries. The battle wasn't intense, and it seemed more like a harassment contact fight. In contrast, at the front of the barbarian tribe, the enemy consisted entirely of white bear monsters wielding huge wooden hammers or spiked hammers, where the battle was clearly far more intense. In terms of numbers, the white bear monsters seemed to slightly outnumber the barbarian warriors. However, some barbarians had extraordinarily strong combat abilities, especially a particularly burly one with a double-edged battle axe who was almost unstoppable on the battlefield. A bear monster leader with fiery red feathers on its head was steadily pushed back, relying on 3 extra strong bear monster guards to barely withstand the opponent. Crowley, the chief priest of the Black Flame cult, watched this scene through a copper monocular telescope, involuntarily twitching his eyelids. Mad, this barbarian clan leader is truly fierce. Fortunately, there are white-furred bear monsters as the main force to attack this time. Otherwise, his followers would have suffered heavy casualties. "Is there any news from Erickson, the great priest?" Crowley asked in a low voice, turning his head. "Reporting to you, sir, Erickson, the great priest, just sent a message saying they've arrived at Beverly Pass. It will take half a day more, and then we can join forces." The other black robe replied respectfully, "That's good." Crowley breathed a long sigh of relief, nodding. Such opponents are best dealt with by the great priest. But now let him be arrogant for half a day more. "God of Hunting's follower, you mentioned the arrival of the great priest earlier. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Apparently overhearing Crowley and the others' whispers, a white-furred bear monster holding a white bone staff and wearing a colorful feather crown questioned with fluent common language. "Priest, rest assured, Erickson, the great priest from our cult, will arrive in half a day to deal with the barbarian clan leader of Norton." I hope you do not break your promise. Our brave clan warriors are already severely injured. If your great priest doesn't come, you will only receive a third of the spoils," the bear monster priest said with an unpleasant expression. The cooperation of the Black Flame Church, which involved exerting minimal effort, was extremely displeasing to him. "Of course not. By the way, priest, we can send a signal to retreat for now. We'll launch a full assault in half a day." Crowley smiled. He did not heed the threats of the bear monster priest. When Erickson, the great priest, arrives, whoever dominates is up to whoever is stronger. Bickering with the bear monsters now is meaningless. The bear monster priest's complexion improved a little upon hearing about the retreat. At least, the casualties among his warriors could be reduced. At this moment, a white-furred bear monster suddenly ran swiftly from one side of the hillside, speaking a series of words to the bear monster priest, who immediately looked delighted. This made Crowley curious, and he asked, "Priest, is there good news?" "However, the great crown Calexius has recovered from his injuries. If these foolish barbarians choose to resist rather than join our king's court, their doom has arrived." The bear monster priest, despite being wiser than most bear monsters, lacked human sophistication. Faced with Crowley's inquiry, he gleefully revealed the situation. Crowley's eyes flashed with astonishment. The injuries of the ancestor dragon healed so quickly. It's not a good sign. The relationship between him and the white-furred bear monsters was based on mutual exploitation. If Calexius, the ancestor dragon, arrived, Black Flame Church would have no say. He was confident in Erickson, the great priest's strength. But the opponent was a giant dragon. When the time comes, even Erickson himself could not afford to anger such a powerful ancestor dragon. He hoped Erickson would arrive quickly, to launch the full assault as soon as possible. Crowley thought to himself, "God of Hunting's follower, if our king arrives, I won't have any say over the distribution of spoils. Everything will belong to our king." At the height of excitement, the bear monster priest suddenly recalled something and spoke bluntly. Of course," Crowley chuckled dryly in response. Yet inwardly, he cursed loudly mad. A brute is just a brute, not a bit of contractual spirit. Damn, as the white-furred bear monsters withdrew. The battle seemed to have ended somewhat hastily, since the Norton tribe consisted of the entire clan, including the elderly. Women, children, and baggage in the middle. Even clan leader Dalius did not launch a counterattack on the bear monsters, instead seizing the time to heal the wounded and calm the people, in the center of the yak caravan. Inside a newly erected tent, the elite barbarian captains, including Lagare, were all summoned to hold a brief wartime meeting. "High Priest, Clan Leader, this is the third wave of white-furred bear monsters we've encountered. The warriors aren't getting adequate rest. Fighting consecutively, and the number of injured is increasing, said the barbarian captain named Jorn, wiping blood from his face and speaking in a deep voice. What about the Reach people? How long before they can get here? Dalius turned to ask his trusted aide. The Reach people said they were also attacked by the Black Flame cult, and it's estimated they'll take another 3 days to get here. 3 days. Dalius frowned deeply, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this number, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. Lagare, too, was panting heavily. After continuous fighting, she had several shallow wounds on her body, and the edge of the giant shield in her hand was also heavily worn, but her eyes still shone brightly. At this moment, the messenger at the door came to report. High Priest, clan leader. A female wizard has arrived outside. She says she's from Winterford Academy and has important information for the clan leader and High Priest. Winterford Academy? Invite them in, said Dalius. As the barbarian clan leader, he had naturally heard of this wizard organization also from the Northland, but the two sides almost never interacted. Soon, a dignified middle-aged woman wearing a white robe walked in and bowed. High Priest Rom, clan leader Dalius, good day to you both. I am Wordy, Vice President of Winterford Academy. I came here abruptly to inform you of very important news. The ancestor dragon Calexius in the icefield has started moving in this direction. It will take at most half a day, or at most a day more, for it to arrive here. This news was like a thunderbolt, immediately changing the color of everyone's face present. What, so soon? Dalius's eyes widened, staring at the female wizard before him. Currently, just Calexius's followers, this considerable number of white-furred bear monsters, have already brought them great trouble. If that ancestor dragon comes in person, the consequences are imaginable. Knowing that the Reach people haven't arrived yet, even with Dalius's confidence, he doesn't think just their Norton tribe alone can defeat the reportedly powerful Calexius. Barbarians are brave, but they are not foolish. Yes, clan leader Dalius, that's why we've come. Winterford Academy, Calexius is also an enemy. Its savage nature has slaughtered and disrupted the peace of the Northland. You may not know, but our Winterford Academy has already had a great war with this ancestor dragon before. Winterford Academy. Since I've informed you now, I'll return immediately to organize the Academy's defenses. After explaining this, the dignified middle-aged woman Wordy took her leave. Thank you, Vice President Wordy. The Norton people will remember this in their hearts. Half a day passed by in a flash. Then the horn sounded. White-furred bear monsters lined up densely again, and together with the wandering knights and mercenaries recruited by the Black Flame Church, launched another fierce attack on the Norton tribe back-to-back. But this time was different. The elite barbarians, including Lagare, all sensed the rising momentum of the bear monsters. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield looked up at the sky. Roar, in the distant horizon, a creature resembling a giant dragon appeared. Though the other party should be at a great distance, its colossal size was quite conspicuous. And as the resounding dragon roar echoed, it flapped its enormous wings, rapidly closing in. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? Many courageous Norton barbarians widened their eyes, looking at the huge creature flying in from the horizon. They saw that it was completely different from the dragons in their impressions. The other party didn't have a long neck, nor did it have large, shimmering scales. Even the head lacked the kind of dragon horns seen on the 5-colored giant dragons. Its bare head was more like a lizard, with a massive lower jaw that clearly indicated a powerful biting force, a short and thick neck, and moreover, extremely robust hind legs. If Rain was on the scene, he would definitely exclaim, "This is just a hybrid of a Tyrannosaurus and a pterosaur. Barbarians of the tundra, submit or be destroyed." A grand and deep voice echoed across the battlefield, resonating with the shock from the ancestor dragon's chest. And as the enormous shadow was cast down, Calexius's overwhelming presence, along with the buzzing resonance still in the air, even the bravest barbarian warriors felt fear at this moment. A sense of impending doom almost arose in every barbarian's heart. This had nothing to do with courage. Simply put, it was an instinctual fear of a superior being. High Priest Battle Song. Among the barbarians present, only a few, including clan leader Dalius, were not panicked. Of course, this was also thanks to the prior notification from Winterford Academy, which acted as an early warning. He quickly turned his head and shouted to High Priest Rom at the rear. Earlier in the discussion, they had prepared for the worst-case scenario. The reinforcements from Reach couldn't arrive in time, and the ancestor dragon Calexius arrived first. Ancestors of the Norton tribe, please hear the call of your descendants. The heroic spirits bless us. As High Priest Ram chanted in a low voice, an inexplicable aura spread out, calming the once panicked barbarian warriors. Simultaneously, they started responding to the High Priest's battle chant, shouting loudly, "Ancestors' blessing! Ancestors' blessing!" Soon, the cries of the barbarians, like a spark, gathered together, forming a mighty force capable of contending with the momentum of the ancestor dragon Calexius. Clearly, this act of the Norton barbarians infuriated Calexius circling in the sky. "Foolish and lowly barbarians, what awaits you is death and destruction." With a deep roar from the dragon, the massive ancestor dragon began diving from the sky. A blue phosphorescence, extremely cold ice flame spewed from Calexius's gaping maw, targeting the center of the barbarian battle formation where the Highland yak caravan was. In an instant, more than 10 yak carts were frozen by the icy breath. Not only the yaks, but the elders and children of the Norton tribe on these carts were instantly turned into ice sculptures, their facial expressions eternally frozen in the moment of fear before being frozen. Subsequently, as if to further crush the fighting spirit of the barbarians, Calexius landed with a thunderous crash in the most densely packed area of the barbarian warriors. Boom! As its body, weighing over 100 tons, landed, dozens of barbarian warriors were directly crushed into a bloody pulp, with blood mist spreading everywhere. At the same time, a powerful shockwave scattered, instantly sweeping hundreds of barbarian warriors away. For a moment, the ancestor dragon Calexius was invincible, but with the blessing of the battle chant, this action by the ancestor dragon did not intimidate the barbarians. Instead, it enraged the elite barbarians. Damn, including Lagaray. The barbarian captains spontaneously gathered behind clan leader Dalius. Every face showed extreme determination, as they were about to launch a charge where survival was almost impossible. "Warriors, this massive reptile dares to threaten the Nortons with death. Tell it what death means to us." The 2.5-meter-tall barbarian clan leader Dalius raised his double-edged battle axe high, shouting loudly. "Death is glory." The elite barbarians behind Dalius also raised their weapons, roaring in agreement. "Warriors, there will be a place for us in the heroic spirit hall. Nortons will never be slaves." In an instant, Dalius led this group of elite barbarians in a suicidal charge towards the newly landed massive ancestor dragon Calexius. Because most of the frost wolves, in the presence of the ancestor dragon Calexius, tucked their tails and let out low whimpers. Therefore, including Lagaray, the barbarian warriors were now relying on their legs to launch a fearless and brave charge. Though the barbarians were all tall, compared to the colossal Calexius, it was like the difference between a hen and an ant. The gigantic ancestor dragon, 6 to 70 meters long, was far larger than its kin, nearly twice the size of the Red Queen Rain had seen before, inspiring awe. Watching the charging barbarians, even Crowley of the Black Flame Church, watching from a mountainside as an enemy, couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "These are truly fearless warriors." Facing the charge of the Nortons, Calexius lifted its paw slightly and swatted 3 barbarian warriors, whose strength rivaled senior knights, flying 20 to 30 meters away. The disparity in strength caused these barbarian warriors to lose all combat capabilities in mid-air, with broken tendons and bones, spewing blood. "Ah!" The furious Norton clan leader Dalius leapt high and swung down his double-edged battle axe forcefully towards Calexius. Sizzle! A deep wound was slashed across Calexius's forepaw and wing, but the next second, Dalius was also sent flying by Calexius's huge strength. "Petty and lowly barbarians, you will pay for your stupidity and recklessness." Astonishingly, it wasn't over yet. Calexius was furious at the barbarian clan leader who wounded him. With a roar, it launched another icy breath at the airborne Dalius. A mass of blue phosphorescent dragon's breath instantly enveloped Dalius. In mid-air, the barbarian clan leader suddenly felt his entire body stiffen. A bone-chilling cold swept over him. Clan leader Lagaray, witnessing this, also showed determination, tightening her grip on her battle axe and giant shield. Her gaze fixed on the fierce and mighty ancestor dragon Calexius as she charged. Unfortunately, she would never see that person again. Rain's figure flashed briefly in her mind. But at this moment, in the southern sky unnoticed by the battlefield's crowd, a small dot rapidly enlarged. A blue and purple horned owl beast was rushing in at high speed. In the high sky, on the rapidly flying blood-feathered horned eagle. Anna pointed anxiously to the canyon on one side of the cold fall mountains. Rain, look over there. Following Anna's direction, Rain looked far away and saw, in the winding canyon below, a huge creature resembling a winged lizard rampaging among the people. Rain squinted his eyes and immediately controlled the blood feather, diving down toward the canyon. As the distance quickly closed, the enormous figure of the creature became clearer, and the brave fighting figures against it quickly caught Rain's eye. Horned helmet, animal hide, battle axe, rugged appearance. Several words instantly flashed in Rain's mind. Barbarian tribe, oh no, Lord Rain, this seems to be that ancestor dragon Calexius. Merida also saw the situation below clearly at this time and immediately said in shock. White-furred bear monsters are attacking the front of the barbarian formation. Ancestor dragon Calexius is rampaging in the middle, and a group of humans dressed as mercenaries, led by several people in black robes, are attacking the rear of the barbarian formation. It's over. This situation is simply a foregone defeat. Merida was shocked and murmured. The entire scene of battle had already made its way into Rain's sight. The situation was indeed as Merida described. Although the barbarians were attacked from both sides, Rain saw that they were still valiantly counterattacking, and the situation was not entirely hopeless. To break the siege, it's clear that the focus is on the ancestor dragon Calexius. Only by dealing with it can there be a chance to turn the tide of battle. Rain continued to control the blood feather, quickly diving towards the canyon area. Meanwhile, a black flame monk, observing the battle from the heights of the cold fall mountains, also spotted the blood feather's trace, immediately turning his head to alert Crowley. Chief Priest Crowley, look, what is that? Following his subordinate's direction, Crowley looked confusedly at the small dot gradually enlarging in the sky. Could it be the Great Priest? But why would it be just one person? Ah, it doesn't seem to be Great Priest Erickson. No one in our sect has a flying mount with a purplish-blue color. Besides, Great Priest Erickson loves grand scenes. He never travels alone. The two exchanged glances, unable to understand the origin of the person. After all, with the battle below, anyone with a normal mind wouldn't involve themselves. In this situation, only a dragon knight from the Dragon Empire could possibly repel ancestor dragon Calexius and turn the tide. Otherwise, anyone else coming would be pointless. But the opponent's flying mount clearly was a bird, not a giant dragon. It couldn't be an Imperial Guardian-level character. Could it be reinforcements summoned by the barbarians? The two simultaneously had the same thought. Crowley watched the blood feather's flight trajectory and realized the opponent was truly heading toward the center of the battlefield, straight at ancestor dragon Calexius. He shook his head, sighed, and said, "Where did the Norton folks find such allies, bold, not afraid to die? Unfortunately, it's just seeking death." Another person in the black robe shook his head and said, "By the way, why hasn't Great Priest Erickson arrived yet?" Calculating the time, he should be arriving soon. Crowley furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. The same thought flashed through the mind of a white-furred bear monster priest running below. By now, several of them had rushed down from one side of the mountain. After all, as vassals of ancestor dragon Calexius, upon seeing their master appear, they naturally wouldn't stand by and watch like before. Assisting in battle is a must. As Bloodfeather got closer to the center of the battlefield, Rain swiftly assessed the combat prowess of ancestor dragon Calexius. At this moment, he saw a familiar giant shield and a familiar figure charging towards Calexius. Lagare? Anna also widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed. Clearly, she also saw Lagare. The female barbarian warrior holding a giant shield was remarkably conspicuous even in the fierce battlefield. However, the next second brought a surge of anger. Because Lagare, as well as 4 or 5 other barbarian warriors, were all sent flying tens of meters away by a strike from Calexius' dragon wing, heavily crashing onto the ground, clearly suffering serious injuries. "Anna, you control the blood feather. Find a chance to rescue Lagare." Rain's voice was unusually calm and cold at this moment. "Rain, then you." Anna instantly guessed something, turned her head, and saw Rain's frosty face, making her inability to utter a word of persuasion. Indeed, if it were her instead of Lagare injured now, Rain would undoubtedly charge down without hesitation. Merida still intended to suggest to Rain to consider things carefully, as judging from the entire battle, it seemed impossible to reverse the defeat. unless an individual could openly defeat Calexius. But how could that be possible? Given this unfavorable circumstance, even if the wizards from Winterford Academy came out in full force, it would be difficult to help the barbarians turn the tide. In Merita's heart, at this moment, there was no possibility of salvaging the battlefield. If Lord Rain's intention was to rescue the person named Lagare, the best choice now would be to have blood-feathered horned eagle seize them and flee. Regarding ancestor dragon Calexius, naturally, the best course is to first go to Winterford Academy, and after discussing with the Academy's high level, make further plans. But in the next second, Merita was shocked to find that Lord Rain before her suddenly stood up. And several hundred meters up in the air, he suddenly leaped, diving toward ancestor dragon Calexius. Ah, this elicited a sharp scream from her. Oh my, Miss Anna, Lord Rain has gone down. This, is Lord Rain going to fight the ancestor dragon? Merita asked, her face pale with fear. Yes, because the other party injured someone very important to Rain, Anna replied, much calmer, although she had hidden worries but seemed to possess a mysterious faith in Rain. In the swift descent, Rain activated the core skill-weakness control of his epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades for the second time. Instantly, a three-dimensional pattern of Calexius' enormous form unfolded in Rain's vision. Marked with blue, yellow, and red dots to indicate varying defensive strengths. About 4/5 of the opponent's area glowed blue, signifying a strong defense. The remaining areas mostly gleamed with yellow, indicating intermediate defense. Only the tips of the fleshy wings, the inner thighs, and some side scales on the abdomen had faint red dots. Of course, these points weren't constant. As ancestor dragon Calexius shifted body positions during the battle, these weak points, red dots, would transform into yellow dots. Evidently, the ancestor dragon's body is exceptionally tough. Precisely matching the intel provided by Olna, its melee abilities are extremely powerful, with almost no physical defense weaknesses. However, my strength happens to be close combat too. Rain narrowed his eyes, making a swift decision. Upon sensing the sudden approach of this little dot in mid-air, Calexius naturally noticed it but didn't care. The scales on its back were particularly thick, one of its strongest defensive areas. If any enemy intended to launch a threatening attack from its back, it would definitely scoff at the notion. Simply laughable. At this moment, it was annoyed by those barbarian warriors in front. These thick-headed fools still attacking fearlessly, just like a person being stung by dozens of bees. While bees may inflict a single sting just before death, it's painful nonetheless. Thus, Calexius focused its attention primarily on these bees. Meanwhile, Rain in the air canceled the floating technique, his entire body accelerating downward due to gravity. A gust of fierce wind ripped through his white wizard robe, revealing the glimmering secret silver engraved plate armor underneath, while his hardened essence gold instantly morphed into a long riding spear. This rendered his descent toward the battlefield like a plunging silver meteor, with a target set straight for the back of ancestor dragon Calexius. Look, what is that? Everyone, allies and foes alike, noticed the silver meteor. It was far too conspicuous, being directly overhead of ancestor dragon Calexius, impossible to ignore. It looks like it's going to attack that monster. But isn't that where the ancestor dragon's defense is strongest? Much too reckless. The elite barbarian warriors surrounding Calexius exclaimed in amazement. A few hours ago, the wizard from Winterford Academy had provided them with some combat notes regarding Calexius. Like how Calexius's physical defense was incredibly strong, especially its back and limbs, boasting absolutely epic-level defense strength. A Winterford Academy highly advised against close combat with Calexius, but for the barbarians, it seemed they had no other choice. They could only focus on attacking Calexius's eyes, fleshy wings, and other relatively weak spots. Just like clan leader Dalius did earlier, choosing to hack at Calexius's fleshy wings rather than its mighty limbs or thick-scaled back. Lying on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, Lagare also noticed the straight downward silver meteor nearby. From this distance, she could naturally discern its form and general appearance. This familiar figure and face. Lagare's beautiful eyes widened, mouth slightly gaped, bearing an incredulous expression as she watched Rain descending from the sky. Oh my God, Rain. How could it be him? How could he be here in Frostwind Prairie? And at this precise moment? For a fleeting moment, Lagare's feelings were tangled, hoping it was Rain while wishing it wasn't. like a princess about to be taken by a villainous dragon, encountering the very hero she yearned for to rescue her. Yet she wished her hero wouldn't come. Because the dragon was too powerful. No. The back is where the ancestor dragon's strongest defense lies. You fool, don't attack there. Just as Lagare turned red with urgency, wanting to shout to warn Rain, a mouthful of blood surged forth. Cough, cough, cough. It's over. Having just broken out from the blue ice, severely wounded Norton clan leader Dalius saw Rain actually opting to attack the ancestor dragon's back, and couldn't help but shake his head sadly. He could tell Rain's strike was powerful. Had he chosen to attack the fleshy wings of the ancestor dragon, it would likely yield some result. But the backbone... Sai, the high priest Ram, also frowned as he watched this scene. He too couldn't understand why this unexpected flying knight chose to attack the strongest defensive part of the ancestor dragon Calexius. Could it be that the other party really didn't know the specific situation of the ancestor dragon Calexius and suddenly launched an attack? Shadow Step, Armor-Breaking Strike, PFFT. Rain was shocked to find that the more than 4-meter-long riding spear in his hand, after piercing the gap in the scale armor on the opponent's back, only penetrated about half a meter deep before encountering an extremely tough resistance. This was achieved even with the advantages of gravitational descent and the application of 2 top-secret techniques. Yet even so, it was difficult to pierce any deeper at this moment. Just then, Calexius instantly reacted from the prick of pain. It hadn't expected that this tiny one, whom it had ignored, actually had the capacity to hurt it. However, such a degree of harm naturally wouldn't cause significant damage to Calexius, the ancestor dragon. You despicable worm, do you think you can hurt the great Calexius? With the vibration of its chest and abdomen, a rolling sound wave emerged. What you're doing is simply seeking your own demise. Dragon man form. Roar. With a dragon roar, Rain suddenly swelled up, and the components of the secret silver-engraved plate armor on him began to emit cracking sounds, bursting open. In an instant, only some fragments remained hanging on Rain's continuously expanding body. At this moment, Rain's entire skin had turned completely dark gray, with dragon scales the size of fingernails surfacing, and his originally flat fingernails had also become sharp and slender like those of a fierce beast. At the position of his tailbone, a more than 1-meter-long tail covered in dragon scales quickly grew. Now, holding the 4-meter-long riding spear with dragon claws, as large as wash basins, Rain seemed to be grasping a dagger. PFFT. With Rain's exertion, the 4-meter-long riding spear was thrust entirely into the back of the ancestor dragon Calexius, and synchronized with metal morphing spell, the spear head transformed into the shape of the chrysanthemum flower, the golden silk emperor chrysanthemum. Each petal of the chrysanthemum seemed like a fishhook at this moment. Although Calexius had exceptionally strong defensive power, perhaps with organs much more resilient and elastic than those of humans, even several times stronger. But internal organs are internal organs, after all. The chrysanthemum leaves formed by metallic barbs instantly pierced into the soft internal organs. With bone-penetrating pain arriving, Calexius let out a thunderous scream, almost fainting from the pain. Just then, in its moment of stupor, the tiny figure in its eyes transformed into a dragon beast emanating the same dragon breath. Roar, who? On earth are you? For the first time, the ancestor dragon Calexius felt a bit of panic, realizing it had completely misjudged the opponent's strength. That one attack, though it didn't hit its heart, had deeply pierced into its internal organs, causing extreme pain. When Rain transformed into the first form, a dragon, man warrior, and thrust the riding spear into the ancestor dragon's back. Everyone around recoiled with widened pupils. The 2 women on the blood-feathered horned eagle, their beautiful eyes widened in shock, especially Anna, who spent every day with Rain yet never knew Rain possessed the ability to transform, let alone Merida. Last time, during Rain's battle with the high priest of the Black Flame cult, although he transformed, due to the smoke and the extremely short duration of the transformation, the 2 women mistook Rain for a normal enemy defeat. Distantly on the slopes, Crowley, watching the battle, was close to having his eyes pop out. Your heavens, what did he just witness? Is this even human? Running downhill, the priest among the white-furred bear monsters stumbled, almost falling to the ground, only to be steadied by a guard bear monster next to him. How is this possible? Even Calexius' crown is injured. The bear monster priest muttered, his face full of disbelief. The Norton clan leader Dalius and High Priest Rom were also stunned on the spot. Exchanging glances, they saw horror in each other's eyes. But at this moment, the situation in the center of the battlefield dramatically shifted again. It was seen that the seriously injured Calexius became furious and immediately started rolling on the spot like a crocodile's death roll, apparently wanting to shake Rain off its back. Oh, the opponent didn't run. Calexius was overjoyed, thinking with its 100-ton body, if it pressed down, the opponent would surely be crushed to death. Boom! The next moment, the whole back of the ancestor dragon Calexius slammed heavily onto the ground, followed by an earth-shattering shockwave, like an earthquake level 8, with dust rising up everywhere. Amidst the pervasive dust, the massive ancestor dragon Calexius seemed to have flipped over, as if the original position of Rain on its back had been crushed underneath. Rain, the two women on the blood-feathered horned eagle, and Lagray on the ground, all involuntarily exclaimed, "It's over." Facing such a colossal body crushing, everyone present felt Rain was surely doomed, though his transformation just now was indeed stunning. But that was like a meteor from the heavens, its brilliance lasting only a few seconds, fleeting away. Daring to challenge Lord Calexius is truly foolish, ignorant human. Led by the bear monster priest, the white-furred bear monsters heaved a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. They had thought a formidable figure among humans had emerged, but now it seemed their worries were unfounded. On one side of the mountain's base, Crowley shook his head with regret and said, "What a shame that young man just now had commendable courage, but was as dull-minded as a barbarian, not knowing to dodge, only knowing to fight head-on. Otherwise, if he could have heavily injured the ancestor dragon Calexius when great priest Erickson arrived, he might have reaped a significant advantage." Suddenly, the expression of Calexius in the field changed. It felt something rising beneath its body, and at the same time, the stabbing pain on its back became more pronounced. As for the crowd around, they were all staring agape at Calexius, because they saw Calexius' enormous body in a convex shape. A tremendously strong dragon man, glowing with a blood-red light all over, had lifted a segment of Calexius's body with a riding spear. PFFT, PFFT. The spear continuously stabbed, causing Calexius immense pain as if being sliced by knives, immediately letting out a miserable scream. And with Rain repeatedly withdrawing his spear, a large amount of pale blue dragon blood, carrying a chill, poured over him like a blue waterfall. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Host detected receiving a dragon blood baptism from the giant ancestor dragon Calexius. Large number of absorbable dragon gene fragments. Found absorb them. Note, after absorbing these dragon gene fragments, the upper limit of the host's dragon bloodline concentration can be greatly increased. Rain was stunned for a moment. Substantially increase. Rain immediately chose yes. Just like last time, in an instant, Rain felt the skin stained with the giant ancestor dragon Calexius's blood suddenly grow hot, as if something was seeping heavily into his body. And Calexius, apparently unable to withstand such pain, unwilling to continue fighting, took advantage of Rain's brief hesitation to drag its tired body and flap its wings to quickly escape. Rain's absorption process also took significantly longer than before, taking nearly 6 seconds to return to normal. It didn't advance another level in bloodline concentration. Rain could feel the power surging through his body, but his dragon bloodline concentration remained at the pure level and did not advance to the next tier. However, upon sensing slightly, he realized perhaps it was due to insufficient amounts of dragon blood. He was currently in a state on the verge of advancing. Most likely, when he finally kills Calexius and bathes in dragon blood once again, he will be able to enhance his bloodline concentration. When Rain looked up at Calexius again, he saw the enormous creature dragging its injured body flying north. After some thought, Rain chose not to pursue. It's not that he didn't want to chase, but his current physical state wasn't good either. Not to mention the aftereffects of transformation. Even his previously indestructible dragon scales cracked under Calexius's pressure. It was the first time Rain got injured in his dragon man form. Yet it was this injury that allowed Rain, for the first time, to unlock the bloodthirsty frenzy core skill of his epic-level profession King of Thousand Blades, massively boosting his combat power to lift the over 100-ton body of Calexius more than halfway. Moreover, Bloodfeather still had Anna and Merida. He couldn't take them to aerial fight Calexius. Rain wasn't worried about Calexius seeking him out after recovering. He was eager for it, because time was on his side. As time progresses, he will only grow stronger. The next time he encounters the ancestor dragon Calixius, the latter likely won't have the chance to flee again. This. Rain suddenly paused, because he saw in the system prompt a string of words. Congratulations, with the enhancement of bloodline power, you have unlocked the second form of the mutated dragon man. Just as Rain was about to take a closer look, he suddenly felt a shadow overhead. He saw the blood-feathered horned eagle start to descend by flapping its wings, and soon, Anna and Merida both jumped off. However, both of them had a peculiar look in their eyes when they looked at Rain, a mixture of surprise and concern. Rain, was that your transformation ability just now? Comparatively, Anna, who also possessed transformation abilities, was more accepting of Rain's transformation into that dragon man form. However, it was Anna's first time seeing Rain transform, so she was extremely astonished at the moment. Rain glanced down and immediately understood. He had never displayed his transformation in front of others before, and this time, revealing this ability in public, it was natural for others to be shocked. Yes, it's considered a special bloodline ability, one I only recently awakened. Rain explained. Bloodline ability. Anna's beautiful eyes gazed at Rain with doubt, a strange thought flitting through her mind. But she'd never heard of Aunt Emma having any special bloodlines, nor did Bohi. How did Rain suddenly have a special bloodline? Aren't bloodlines normally inherited through families? Could it be that Rain isn't Aunt Emma's biological child? Even though Anna was puzzled, she didn't press further, but instead considerately handed Rain a white wizard robe, draping it over him. After all, just wearing a pair of shorts was detrimental to Rain's image, especially since they had a pleated design. Anna finally understood why Rain's shorts were of such a peculiar design, likely due to the transformation. Pleated shorts are practical, they don't tear. If it were ordinary shorts that tear easily. Well, the thought of that scene made Anna's face flush. Upon hearing Rain's explanation, Merida's view of Rain transformed drastically. After all, Merida wasn't familiar with Rain. And for a moment, she thought Rain might not actually be human as a wizard. She'd seen plenty of special possession or symbiotic cases, so her gaze at Rain was quite wary. Now listening to Rain, Merida felt relieved and became more convinced of her previous guess. Rain must be a direct descendant of some top-level bloodline noble of the Dragon Empire. Otherwise, how could his abilities be so strong, and how could he have an official empire background at such a young age? Lord Rain, your abilities are truly admirable. With your help, I believe the crisis at the Academy will be easily resolved. Merida slightly bowed, her respect growing. Rain waved his hand, about to say something, when suddenly his expression froze. The two women followed Rain's gaze and turned their heads to look. They saw a barbarian female warrior with a giant shield, her body vigorous, appearing in front of Rain. Rain, is it really you? Lagare stared blankly at Rain. If earlier Lagare was still a bit uncertain, considering how vast the world is, it wasn't uncommon to encounter people who looked somewhat alike. But now, with Anna beside Rain, it confirmed Lagare's speculation and affirmed Rain's identity. Lagare. Anna joyfully ran over, grabbing Lagare's hand. Last time you left without a word. This time you faced difficulties but didn't tell me. Do you still see me as a friend? Well. With Anna's words, Lagare felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since before she left she had some in-depth conversations with Rain, all done secretly without Anna knowing. Sorry, Anna, back then I thought the farewell would make you sad. Lagare warmly embraced Anna, her voice slightly guilty. Lagare, long time no see. Rain naturally had many questions for Lagare, but in the end he simply smiled and said this. Rain, long time no see. How did you know I was here? And how did your abilities become so strong? Lagare's beautiful eyes constantly sized up Rain, her expression astonished. Beside her, Merida's eyes widened after hearing Lagare's words, her gossiping heart burning bright. Obviously, Lord Rain's journey to the Frostwind Prairie was for this vigorous, barbarian beauty. Indeed, such a beauty could only flourish in the prairie, nowhere to be found in the imperial city. Considering the chaotic private lives of the upper nobles of the Dragon Empire was almost common knowledge. Lord Rain's previous abilities surely sounded far weaker than now. Merida immediately imagined a storyline of a top-level noble's descendant who had to leave his beloved due to family opposition, but returned to find her once his powers grew and his family's influence increased. For the past 6 months, Anna, and I haven't received any of your letters. So recently I asked someone to look into the situation here in the Frostwind Prairie, only to find out that you might be in trouble, so we rushed right over, thankfully. With the blood feather, we made it in time. Rain patted the blood-feathered horned eagle, saying, as for my abilities, that's a long story, just as Rain was pondering where to begin. He suddenly stopped, because Rain saw a group of people walking over, surrounded by a dozen tall and strong barbarian warriors. Lagare, aren't you going to introduce your friend? The Dalius clan leader laughed heartily and said. He and Ram the high priest walked over together, both smiling. Rain, this is Ram the high priest of our Norton tribe and the Dalius clan leader. High priest clan leader, this is Rain, Lagare quickly introduced. However, when she introduced Rain, she noticeably paused, because Lagare initially wanted to introduce Rain's identity as the deputy chief of security of Flashgold Town. But she immediately realized that the current strength of Rain in front of her far exceeded what she previously imagined. How could he still be a town's deputy chief of security? Therefore, she only introduced Rain's name without specifying his occupation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Dalius and Ram both solemnly bowed deeply to Rain and said, Lord Rain, the Norton tribe thanks you for your help. Following this, more than a dozen barbarian captains and elites all bowed to Rain in respect. Ram the high priest, Dalius clan leader, brave warriors of the barbarians, you're all too polite. Rain, who had a great fondness for straightforward and honest individuals, quickly helped the two up. Lagare is a good friend of mine, what I did was just a small gesture. Good friend, that might not be as simple as it seems. Many barbarians exchanged glances after hearing this, but they couldn't hide their amused expressions. After all, when it comes to relationships between men and women, there are only two kinds that compel people to risk their lives in battle. Either they are direct relatives, or they are lovers, and not just ordinary lovers. Therefore, Ram the high priest and clan leader Dalius looked at Rain with a kindly expression, as a father would upon seeing a prospective son-in-law. This made Rain feel quite uneasy. After coming to the central tent of the Yak convoy, since Dalius clan leader's injuries were severe and needed treatment, and Ram the high priest had to console the injured warriors and the families of those who perished. Thus, Lagare took on the heavy task of entertaining and accompanying Rain and distinguished guests. After a short while, Anna glanced at Lagare, then at Rain, and tactfully dragged away Merida, who was reluctant to miss out on the gossip. At this moment, inside the tent, only Lagare and Rain remained. Lagare's beautiful eyes watched Rain without blinking, as thoughts rose in her mind like mushrooms after rain. Compared to the Rain she remembered, the current Rain appeared more robust and taller, his height and physique placing him in the upper range even among the barbarian tribe, just slightly below the likes of the 2.5-meter-tall Dalius clan leader and certain others. Moreover, Rain's strength had reached a level beyond her imagination. Lagare, what are you staring at? Rain, feeling a bit odd from Lagare's unblinking gaze, walked over and waved a hand in front of her pretty face. Rain, thank you. You know, when facing that ancestor dragon, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Is there really a need for thanks between us? By the way, why didn't you write to me earlier? When I returned to the Frostwind Prairie, I first planned to pass the trial and then head to Meister to find you after my promotion. But unexpectedly, after lucking through the trial and successfully advancing, the tribe had already begun intermittent skirmishes with the Black Flame cult, with constant minor clashes. Naturally, I couldn't leave the tribe. After all, the Norton tribe is the place that nurtured me. Then why not write a letter? At the time I just thought I couldn't let you worry, nor could I drag you into this, so. Lagare lowered her head, saying, so you arbitrarily decided, preferring to die in battle rather than tell me. Rain pretended to be a bit angry, saying, The next second he felt something warm pressed against his lips, as Lagare suddenly leaned in to kiss him. Rain, will you forgive me? Lagare, her face flushing red, asked while gazing deeply at Rain. I will, but the compensation isn't enough yet. As evening approached, in the Norton tribe camp, at the bonfire banquet site, Lord Rain, what are your plans next? Dalius clan leader asked with a smile. I plan to make a trip to Winterford Academy and then, together with the wizards of Winterford Academy, find an opportunity to quickly slay that ancestor dragon Calaxius. As Rain spoke, he glanced at Merida. Merida smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, I had previously invited Lord Rain, hoping he could assist Winterford Academy in defeating that ancestor dragon. that Ancestor Dragon's regenerating ability is extraordinary. Waiting too long would indeed be a major issue. Rom the High Priest nodded, saying, "The Norton tribe is extremely grateful for your rescue, Lord Rain. If you're going to slay the Ancestor Dragon, the Norton tribe will certainly provide strong support. Lagare, you select 20 elite tribal warriors to accompany Lord Rain in slaying the Ancestor Dragon," the Dalius clan leader declared with a wave of his hand. But Rain glanced at Lagare, showing hesitation on his face. If it were someone else, Rain would naturally refuse without hesitation. But since clan leader Dalius asked Lagare to lead the team, there's the implication that Lagare should accompany him officially. Although from his perspective, he naturally didn't want Lagare to take the risk. He couldn't take Anna and not Lagare, could he? "Lord Rain, actually our migration destination this time is the Jikar Creek Valley at the northern end of the Frostwind Prairie, which is, you could say, very close to the territory of Ancestor Dragon Calexius. So, helping you is actually helping ourselves as well," the High Priest Rom advised from the side. "All right. Then I thank the High Priest and clan leader for their support," Rain nodded. Having no choice but to agree. "Lord Rain, if you want to express gratitude, then drink this." Clan leader Dalius laughed heartily. What followed was the Norton tribe's segment of drinking, singing, and dancing. Rain, of course, was toasted by the barbarian warriors in turns. Anna, under Lagare's persuasion, drank a small amount of milk wine in the warm and joyous atmosphere. At the moment, her face was flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and it wasn't long before she became drowsy. Merida, on the other hand, held her liquor quite well. At night, back in the tent, Rain naturally felt little impact. Alcohol seemed to be considered a low-level toxin, and under the influence of his poison-resistant constitution, no matter how much he drank, Rain would remain in a slightly tipsy state. At this time, Rain calmed his mind and began to check the prompts about the Dragon Man's second form that appeared at the end of the day's battle. Rain switched directly to the attribute section to check specifically. Mutated Dragon Bloodline, Pure Effect. Greatly increased affinity with water, fire, and earth elements. Possessing danger perception, dark vision, weapon mastery, extraordinary understanding, huge strength, steel body, and dragon roar top-level talent effects. Possessing the ability to transform into the first and second forms of the Mutated Dragon Man. Mutated Dragon Man First Form. Dragon Man Warrior Form. Mutated Dragon Man Second Form, Dragon Man General Form. After activation, the body will grow larger based on the first form, with keratinization on the surface, possessing super defense and resistance, immune to low to mid-level toxins and disease effects, immune to witchcraft damage below 40 degrees. Note: duration is positively correlated with bloodline concentration and constitution. The bloodline concentration indeed hasn't advanced, it's still at the pure level. But, Dragon Man General, Rain raised an eyebrow. This title sounds much more impressive than Dragon Man Warrior. Moreover, there is a widely circulated saying from the previous life. Soldier who doesn't want to become a general is not a good soldier. Immediately, Rain began to read word by word carefully. His immune to witchcraft damage below 40 degrees. Doesn't that mean I can be immune to most first-level witchcraft? Rain's eyes lit up. Previously, the Dragon Man Warrior transformation was immune to zero-level witchcraft. Now the Dragon Man General is immune to almost first-level witchcraft. This second form is quite impressive. The practical combat ability of the transformation has greatly advanced forward. Also, does the body grow larger again? This immediately gave Rain the urge to test it. Thinking of this, Rain lifted the tent flap and walked out quickly. Soon, with blood feathers soaring into the sky, a few minutes later, Rain arrived on the slope of a side of the Coldfall Mountains. Finding a relatively flat place with a high mountain lake, Rain controlled Blood Feather to land. Under the starlight, Rain jumped off the horned owl beast and came to the open space by the mountain lake. He took off the white wizard robe, leaving only a pair of shorts on his body. The previously damaged secret silver engraved plate armor he hadn't had time to repair, so naturally he wasn't wearing it. Rain took a deep breath of fresh air and began to silently chant for the transformation into the second form in his heart. Suddenly, Rain's entire body began to undergo rapid and intense changes. He saw his hands suddenly grow larger, the skin on the palms becoming rough and thick, while large patches of dragon scales appeared on the backs of the hands. If in the first form his hands had even a slight trace of humanity, at this moment, his hands were entirely like the claws of a beast. Rain turned around casually, but found that driven by instinct, he had lashed out with his tail at the air. He turned to look. The tail that was only 1 meter long in the first form had now grown to more than 3 meters. Its shape had changed, becoming thicker and more powerful with 3 spikes at the end. The spikes were the kind that pierced through, crossing the tail in a cross shape. It was as if a spike had pierced through the tail with points showing at both ends, but in reality it had grown naturally. This effect basically pierced 3 bloody holes with 1 stab. Moreover, Rain tested it and found tail control extremely easy. With just a slight thought, he could precisely control whether to swing or strike. Papa! The 2 massive boulders on the ground nearby were instantly smashed into rubble. The flexibility was comparable to a third hand. Does this count as having another limb besides the 4 limbs, a 5th limb? Rain couldn't help but muse. At this time, Rain touched the top of his head, having felt as a horn seemed to grow there during the transformation. Just wasn't sure what kind of horn it was. Is it the shape of bull horns? The first thing Rain felt was approximately on the sides of the temples, where a pair of sharp, skyward pointing horns similar to bull horns had grown. No, there's more in the middle. But quickly, he touched them again on his forehead. Somewhere between the 2 large horns closer to the front, there were 3 sharp, but obviously slightly smaller, singular horns. These 3 horns were not arranged in a straight line, but rather in a triangular pattern. If they don't grow, fine, but when they do, it's 5 at once. As for the height, Rain estimated that this Dragon Man general form was nearly 7 or 8 meters tall, which was almost double from the Dragon Man warrior form. If an ogre were now to appear in front of him, Rain could kick it to death with 1 kick. It's like an adult kicking a kindergartner. Boom, boom, boom. However, Rain currently did not have a direct impression of his overall appearance. Immediately, Rain walked with steps that made loud shock sounds, heading to the edge of the mountain lake nearby. The Emerald Mountain Lake was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the stars in the sky, and under the moonlight, this green had a somewhat deep dark hue. As Rain approached, the lake's surface slightly rippled, but it did not affect him observing himself in the second form on the lake's surface. Horns on top of the head shooting up, face fierce, claws, scales, spiked tail. Is this still human? Rain looked at his completely unhuman form and felt rather speechless. I wonder if this is because my baptism was with the blood of a brawling-type giant dragon, so I'm still charging relentlessly on the path of melee. It's not necessarily a bad thing. This matches very well with my current epic-level profession King of 1,000 Blades. However, if there were further forms, being able to enhance in the direction of a wizard would be quite perfect, with a slight movement of his mind. Rain instantly transformed all the hardened essence gold in his hand into a dual-handed greatsword. But unfortunately, at this moment, the greatsword was at most a dagger in his second form. Not enough metal weight. At least 200 to 300 kilograms of hardened essence gold are needed to use the greatsword in the Dragon Man general form. However, there's a way to solve it. I can mix in some steel first to make up the weight, Rain pondered. After all, even if he returned to the sword-bearer's branch, it was uncertain if the branch had sufficient stock of hardened essence gold, but steel was easier to gather. Dragon Man general form plus King of 1,000 Blades combat skill. Just thinking about it is exciting. Rain slightly felt that in the second form, his combat strength was nearly doubled again on the basis of the first form. In other words, in the normal state, the melee combat strength is 100 in the first form, it's about 200, and in the second form it reached 400. Now, meeting that ancestor dragon Calexius again, Before, compared to the ancestor dragon Calexius, Rain was still slightly weaker, gaining the upper hand by surprise. This was also another reason why Rain did not chase quickly. Now he was confident that in a head-on collision, he could directly take on the enemy in their strong points. Suddenly, a strong sense of weakness came over. Rain found his body size rapidly shrinking back to human form. This second transformation lasted how long? 30 seconds. The body size is getting bigger and combat strength is getting stronger, but the duration is getting shorter. Shaking his head, Rain rode Bloodfeather and returned to the Norton tribe camp tent. In the dead of night, Rain's tent was suddenly lifted at one corner, and a hot figure flashed in. Who is it? But in the next second, the familiar aura made Rain instantly react. SHH, it's me, At this time, not far away in a nearby tent. Merida, being a wizard with sharp senses, vaguely heard some kind of woman's voice coming from outside. This made her rub her eyes and get up to listen. Soon, she determined the direction, and at the same time, her fair face turned red. Although she's never eaten pork, she's at least seen pigs run. What kind of sound is this? Merida naturally figured it out. TCH, this is really too loud. Seriously. Lord Rain is so careless about the impact. But Miss Anna is right next to me, isn't she? Merida glanced at Anna, who was sweetly sleeping due to drink, and felt quite surprised. If it's not Miss Anna, then who could it be? Merida frowned. Could it be that barbarian girl? Seems her name's Lagare. Well, barbarians do have an open culture indeed. This gossip-loving Merida instantly perked up. She just planned to sneak out to listen, but realized that with Rain's strength, she might be discovered just by getting close, which would be awkward. After thinking about it, Merida could only open a small gap in her tent and listen as intently as possible. 10,000 words omitted here. After 3 fierce battles, Rain smiled at Lagare lying in the crook of his arm. The barbarian girl in her sleep had a relaxed and serene expression. Her large, fair beauty on her chest revealed in front of Rain, and her blonde hair was damp with sweat, dangling in disarray. Her exquisite face and wild aura blended perfectly, possessing a special charm. Thinking of the intense battle just earlier, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Rain's mouth. The sky was just starting to lighten. Oh no, I forgot to go back. Lagare suddenly opened her eyes, quickly got up, and started putting on her clothes. Rain, of course, was also awakened by Lagare's movements. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Lagare glanced around and then hurriedly ran out of Rain's tent. But as luck would have it, someone came out of the opposite tent as well, and Lagare immediately turned around, also slowing her steps. Lagare, you're up early. Are you here to see Rain? Just waking up and drowsy-eyed, Anna saw Lagare suddenly appear nearby and asked, Morning, Anna, yes. Lagare blushed but pretended to greet Anna casually. As expected, innocent Miss Anna, tusk. You don't even know how wild this barbarian girl was last night. Watching this scene, Merida couldn't help but shake her head in her mind. After a while, Anna returned to her tent. At this point, Anna noticed Merida's somewhat haggard face and couldn't help but curiously ask, Merida, why are your dark circles so heavy? Didn't you sleep well? I remember last night you rested early with me. Oh, yes. Is it that obvious? Merida absent-mindedly replied before immediately casting an ice crystal technique to use as a mirror to check. Oh my gosh, it's really noticeable. Looking at herself in the ice mirror, Merida's expression was quite dejected. Didn't sleep well last night? Yes, recently having insomnia and many dreams. Don't worry, don't fret about the academy, Rain will handle it for you. Anna seemed to have thought of something, suddenly understanding. She thought Merida was worried about Winterford Academy's safety. Merida had a mixed feeling of crying and laughing about Anna's consolation. Actually, it's Lord Rain who gave me the dark circles. Merida thought to herself. After breakfast, at the center of the Norton tribe's migration team, led by High Priest Rom and clan leader Dalius, a group of barbarian elites were bidding farewell to Rain. Lord Rain, we wish you a smooth journey. By the way, this is a small token of gratitude we have prepared. High Priest Rom handed a black bag to Rain from a tray held by a barbarian girl beside him. Inside the bag are soul energy crystals, the spoils of war from many battles with the Black Flame cult, which they used to hire several powerful wandering wizards. This is too precious. Your Eminence, you're too kind. Rain was stunned to hear this and waved his hand, refusing. The Norton tribe had suffered significant casualties and was in desperate need of resources, making these soul energy crystals immensely valuable to them. Lord Rain, please accept it. The entire Norton tribe, I no longer need to use it, and almost no one else can use it either. High Priest Rom pointed to the burly figures of barbarian warriors who clearly followed the path of strength, standing nearby. Rain frowned slightly, knowing the truth in his heart. Let's do this, I'll accept the soul energy crystals, but I also have a return gift that you must accept. After thinking, Rain took the black bag containing the soul energy crystals and retrieved a radiant bar he had exchanged from the sword-bearer's branch from Bloodfeather's belongings, handing it to High Priest Rom. This is a radiant bar according to high-purity holy stone, clan leader Dalius exclaimed before Rain could explain. Yes, according to your terms, it's a holy stone. Blend it into a weapon to craft a radiant stone weapon, which is quite effective against some wicked creatures, Rain said with a smile. Dalius and Rom exchanged a glance, smiling bitterly. Well, honestly, Lord Rain, this is an irresistible gift for the Norton tribe. in their confrontation with the Black Flame cult. The middle and low-level barbarian warriors did not have an advantage in the battle. But if there was the blessing of a large number of radiant stone weapons, the situation would be completely different. Seeing this scene, the barbarian girl Lagare looked at Rain with even softer eyes. However, when it came to the mounts, Rain was stumped again. The 20 elite members supported by the Norton tribe had Frost Wolf mounts and knew the location of Winterfort Academy well, so they didn't need Lagare to guide them and could arrive later. This was the problem. Rain had originally brought Anna and Merida, riding the blood-feathered horned eagle all the way here. Now there was Lagare as well. However, the barbarian girl was not anxious at all and looked at Rain with a smile. "Merida, why don't you sit in front of me?" Fortunately, Anna helped Rain out of his predicament. "Oh, okay, Miss Anna." Merida, aware of the close relationship between the two women and Rain, nodded helplessly and obediently sat at the very front. Behind her in sequence were Anna, Rain, and Lagare. Fortunately, all three were petite, and with Rain having taken down the radiant bar, this addition and subtraction didn't make the blood feather seem particularly burdened. After several hours of flight, the distant ice plains came into view before everyone's eyes. Amidst the snow-covered frozen ground, a towering white tower stood silently, the smattering of low houses vaguely dotting the surroundings. "Is this Winterfort Academy?" Anna curiously surveyed around. "Yes, Miss Anna. This is Winterfort Academy, the strongest wizard school in the Northland. We mainly recruit ice mages, but because they are rare, we also take in a small number of other mages, but the overall number is not large." From afar, Rain saw the white wizard tower standing like a ground spike rising from the permafrost. Moreover, the tower's surroundings clearly swirled with white cold winds, seeming to be some form of protection, which appeared quite powerful. This was also the first time Rain saw another wizard academy, and he was a bit curious. It also made him wonder what his Bixu Mechanization School's base looked like. As they approached on the blood feather, more details of the wizard tower unfolded before Rain and the two women's eyes. The tower seemed to be constructed entirely from pure white ice blocks. The base was relatively broad, while the top was rather pointed, giving an overall impression of great stability. The tower would occasionally light up with mysterious, intricate runes, which emitted a powerful energy wave. Foreign raptor-sighted, prepare defenses. Wait, there are people on top, signal a warning. External flying knight, you have trespassed into Winterfort Academy's territory. Please state your purpose. Rain saw a large bird resembling a white owl carrying a male wizard in a white robe swiftly approaching them. The voice just heard had come from him. "Oh, that's a rare ice-plane giant vulture." Anna's eyes lit up as she saw the others flying mount, whispering softly. "Michael, it's me, Merida." Merida, sitting at the front, immediately greeted him. "Huh, Merida." Sure enough, the male wizard named Michael, following the voice, saw a familiar face at the very front of the blood-feathered horned eagle. "Looks like you received the Academy's message." Seeing someone from her own academy, Michael's expression relaxed significantly. "By the way, Michael, this is Lord Rain. I specifically invited him to help us deal with Ancestor Dragon Calexius." Merida hurriedly introduced. "Huh." Michael looked suspiciously at Merida, then at the people seated on the horned owl beast. "Lord, what lord?" The young man in front of him wore a white wizard robe, looking not even 20 years old. The two women were about the same age, none appearing to be someone of significance. From the aura, they were just first-level wizards. Even weaker than himself. Able to deal with Ancestor Dragon Calexius, what a joke. "Merida, you weren't there during the Academy's battle with Ancestor Dragon Calexius. Perhaps you're not quite familiar with Calexius's strength. In battling them, a first-level wizard has very little impact. High-end strength is what's needed. Think about it, even your mentor, Dean Battleov, was heavily injured. That's the power of the ancestral dragon. However, since they're your friends, you should entertain them well." Michael said deeply. "I still need to invite Lord Luther goodbye." Saying this, without waiting for Merida to say anything else, Michael swiftly flew off, controlling the ice-plane giant vulture. "Michael's you." This left Merida utterly speechless. "I wasn't at the Winterfort Academy during the fight with Ancestor Dragon Calexius, sure, but I was on another battlefield, watching with my own eyes as Lord Rain repelled Calexius's attack on the barbarian tribe." Foolish Michael. Ah, it makes me so angry. In her mind, Merida cursed Michael no less than 100 times. "Lord Rain, please don't mind. Our Winterfort Academy welcomes you. Michael's just lost his mind today for some reason." Merida forced a smile, apologetically speaking to Rain. "It's all right." Rain waved his hand, saying Rain wasn't too concerned about Winterford Academy's attitude. The reason was simple. He hadn't come due to an invitation from Winterford Academy. But because of a deal with Merida, he had come to aid Winterford Academy. As for defeating ancestor Dragon Calexius, Rain now possesses the ability of the second transformation form. He believes he can kill Calexius single-handedly. Therefore, facing Merida's indignation, Rain's demeanor was quite calm. Soon, led by Merida, Rain and his party of 3 arrived at a side building of Winterford Academy, also a place for entertaining guests. "Lord Rain, Miss Anna, and Miss Lagaray, please take a short rest. I will report your arrival to my mentor," said Merida, bowing slightly with a face full of apology. "It's fine," Rain nodded and replied. His room was conveniently located between Anna and Lagaray's rooms. The room was decorated quite uniquely, with snow deer antlers, white bear pelts, and ice worm specimens on the walls, representing the features of the ice field. Rain thought for a moment and took out the black bag given by the high priest of the Norton tribe. Opening it, he saw 3 soul energy crystals quietly lying inside. "Oh, not bad, there are actually 3, he remarked. Previously, when Rain defeated the great priest, he only obtained 5 from the opponent. Considering that most wandering wizards use soul energy crystals as soon as they get them, the Norton tribe having saved 3 means they must have defeated more than 10 wandering wizards. If calculated as a 4% increase per crystal, it can enhance his fogging progress by 12%, not bad." Rain smirked slightly. Without much hesitation, Rain decided to absorb these 3 soul energy crystals immediately. He held the 3 crystals in his hand and quickly activated the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. As the soul energy crystals resonated with the Advanced Meditation Method, strands of transparent, strange aura emitted, and a system notification sounded. Ding. Detected soul energy crystals that can enhance the degree of spiritual power fogging, accelerate absorption. Note: system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb completely at once. Yes, instantly Rain felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly increasing, and soon a new area expanded. Thus, nearly half of the mental sea was filled with silver mist. At the same time, a feeling of clarity and refreshment arose in his mind. Rain glanced at the system interface. Spirit, 64, fogging 53%. Oh, previously it was 42%. Logically, with 3, at the minimum increase of 12%, it should reach 54%. Why is it only 53%? Rain keenly noticed that the fogging progress was 1% less than his minimum expectation. So, 1 soul energy crystal barely enhances by 4%. Indeed, the effect of the soul energy crystal diminishes as the fogging progress advances, Rain mused. After surpassing 50% fogging progress, the effect is likely only around 3%, he thought. However, Rain was not displeased. These 3 soul energy crystals were gifts from the Norton tribe, a pleasant surprise, and his fogging progress had already exceeded 50%. This speed was unimaginable before he set out. Rain originally estimated that it would take about a year to reach the threshold of a second-level liquidization wizard. But based on the current progress, it would take at most half a year, or even just a few months, to become a second-level liquidization wizard. This speed was unprecedented. Of course, this was mainly due to the system's absorption of soul energy crystals without any side effects, which was a significant advantage. After all, for the Empire's top nobles, giving some soul energy crystals to outstanding descendants wasn't particularly difficult, but the side effects were unavoidable. Calculated by an increase of 0.5 points in witchcraft power for each point of fogging degree, Rain's current witchcraft power had increased by about 26% compared to when he first became a wizard. This witchcraft amplification was already considerable. At this time, Rain remembered the record of his previous battle with Ancestor Dragon and started reviewing. Congratulations, you defeated a formidable enemy and earned 13 golden skill points. Congratulations, your hidden will attribute has been enhanced. King of Thousand Blades, Epic, LV9 required too much experience to level up, so this battle didn't lead to an upgrade, but the golden skill points obtained were considerable. Including his remaining points, the golden skill points reached an impressive 49 points, while the remaining attribute points and skill points remained unchanged at 8 points and 2 points, respectively. As for how to use the golden skill points, Rain had long planned, but due to insufficient points earlier, he dared not use them rashly. Now an upgrade could be worthwhile, he thought. Given Rain's current strength, casting witchcraft during high-speed battles requires increasingly higher precision. If a spell's casting time is too long, it has little practical value. Generally, the reaction speed limit for ordinary people is around 0.2 seconds, while top athletes, according to reports from his previous life, could reach 0.1 seconds. But in this world, 0.1 seconds is merely the reaction speed of a third-level knight attendant, while transcendents typically have a reaction speed of 0.05 seconds. So, if Rain wants his witchcraft to seamlessly integrate with his close combat skill, further reducing the casting time is necessary. For example, the 0.25-second spell Metal Barrier, although it has reached LV12, still isn't fast enough. As Rain invested 8 golden skill points in the first-level Witchcraft Metal Barrier at once, the Witchcraft Metal Barrier instantly rose from LV12 to LV20. In a flash, a vast memory regarding the Witchcraft Metal Barrier surged into Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain seemed to arrive in a mysterious space, practicing the Witchcraft Metal Barrier for over 100 years, with the chanting of spells becoming almost instinctual and the syllables compressed with increasing speed. In the end, Rain merely had to move his lips for the casting to be completed. After Rain digested the memory, he found the casting time for the first-level Metal Series Witchcraft Metal Barrier was reduced from around 0.25 seconds to about 0.04 seconds. This reached a level even an official knight couldn't react to. This couldn't help but make Rain exceptionally satisfied. Using the same steps, Rain applied them to the Witchcraft Sharpness technique, with 4 golden skill points invested. The Witchcraft Sharpness also rose from LV16 to LV20. The casting time was also compressed from about 0.1 seconds to approximately 0.04 seconds. Regarding these 2 witchcrafts that reached LV20, Rain could say they basically attained a level where the spells moved with the heart's desire. With a thought, the witchcraft was cast. As for the other witchcrafts, Rain planned to gradually improve them and find the few most compatible ones to enhance further during battles. After all, his regular skill points were quite limited. He could only focus on elevating a few most practical witchcrafts. Deep within the ice field, amidst the white snow-covered glaciers, it was almost impossible to see a hint of green. This place was even colder and harsher in climate than the Frostwind Prairie. In a tall cave within a white glacier, a gigantic ancestor dragon was devouring seal-like creatures, unmistakably Calexius. Beside it, the white-furred bear monsters were hauling one struggling sea cow after another, with seals lined up waiting. After Calexius was injured, it needed to consume large amounts of food to accelerate the recovery of its wounds. This important task naturally fell on the shoulders of the white-furred bear monsters as followers. These foods don't contain enough energy. I need better food. Calexius's chest vibrated, immediately causing a buzzing voice to echo in the ice cave. The white-furred bear monsters exchanged glances. Even the bear monster priest looked troubled. It's important to know that food was already scarce on the ice field, and they had gone to great lengths to hunt these walruses and seals. Moreover, their own people hardly ate anything due to the hunting and transport efforts, yet Calexius, under the crown, still seemed dissatisfied. While the bear monster priest was at a loss, suddenly, a white-furred bear monster hurriedly reported, "Great King, Lord Diam is here to visit." Diam was also an ancestor dragon wandering on the ice field, but its size was only over 20 meters. Usually, it wouldn't dare to loiter near Calexius, but upon hearing Calexius was badly injured, it dared to come over. Clearly, the other party's visit was to probe the reality of Calexius's condition. "Oh, let it in." Calexius's huge dragon eyes flashed with a bright light, pondering something. "Lord Calexius, I've heard you were injured, so I've come especially to visit." With the sound of heavy footsteps, a normally sized ancestor dragon folded its meaty wings and crawled into the cave, saying, "Yes, those damn barbarians injured me quite severely." Calexius feigned weakness, exposing the bloodied side of its back to Diam. The barbarians have such strong combat abilities." Diam looked initially puzzled, but upon closer inspection of the wounds, confirmed that Calexius was indeed seriously injured, and his heart was instantly put at ease. "Yes, Diam, if you're interested in subjugating the barbarians, you can give it a try. They are currently in the canyon on the eastern side of the Coldfall Mountains. Lord Calexius, you've been injured, so my strength is even less adequate. Diam felt a bit tempted by his words. He always envied how Calexius could gather so many bear monsters as vassals. Look, even when injured, he still has bear monsters helping to hunt those sweet prey without having to do it himself. This is the life of a dragon. Unlike myself, who still has to exhaust myself hunting. After my attack, their strength is greatly diminished. With your power, you completely have a chance. Moreover, I'll tell you a surefire way to succeed. Come a bit closer. Calexius enticed. Ugh. Diam glanced at the seriously injured Calexius, but still couldn't resist the temptation and took a few steps closer to him. Yes, in the barbarian tribe, there's a guy with extraordinary strength. My injury was caused by that guy. As Calexius narrated, Diam listened intently, stepping even closer. But in an instant, Calexius opened his blood-red mouth, leaned forward, and suddenly bit Diam's head. Crack, with a form 3 times the size of an ordinary ancestor dragon, Calexius immediately crushed Diam's head. His thick, short neck whipped vigorously, quickly tearing Diam's head off and gulping it down with large bites. For a moment, Diam's headless body still convulsed and struggled violently. He obviously hadn't expected Calexius to be so devious, and furthermore, to dare to kill his own kind so directly. Chomp! Calexius devoured the body of his kind with great mouthfuls. The nearby white-furred bear monsters all widened their bare eyes, dumbfounded. The crowned Calexius actually ate the ancestor dragon of his own kind. This is so damn brutal, and Calexius's mouth, full of bloody remnants, curved slightly upward, showing a satisfied expression. He could feel that every bite of flesh and blood gave him tremendous energy, warming his stomach, and his injuries were healing rapidly. Besides, he also sensed another benefit. That is, by devouring his own kind, his bloodline concentration would further increase. In other words, his power would further enhance. Although devouring one's own kind brings many benefits, this behavior is naturally a great taboo among dragons, as it would incite other dragons to rise against him. However, Calexius didn't care. In the rarely trodden ice field, as long as he didn't speak of it and his vassals remained silent, no one would ever know. Damn vermin, you're dead. The triumphant Calexius couldn't help but recall the figure that injured him. Soon, very soon, I'm going to take a nap, and you go watch the migration direction of the barbarian tribe and that human who injured me. When I wake up, what awaits them will be pain and death. Calexius instructed his white-furred bear monster vassals. At your command, crowned Calexius, simultaneously. In Winterford Academy, a knock suddenly came from Rain's room door. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Rain, are you there? It was Merita's voice. Just a moment. Having just finished his enhancements, Rain opened the door. Seeing Merita standing awkwardly at the doorway with a sheepskin scroll in her hand, she said, Lord Rain, the mentor is currently holding an emergency meeting, and you may need to wait a while longer to meet him. Oh, and here's the map of the former residence of the second-level liquidized wizard nicknamed Cutter. The improved Metal Series Witchcraft cutting net should be inside. Thank you, your mentor, as the headmaster of Winterford Academy, is understandably busy. Rain smiled faintly, unbothered. He didn't mind not meeting Merita's mentor. However, he was quite intrigued as he took the sheepskin scroll Merita handed him. Just as he was about to open the scroll for a look, suddenly, a sound akin to fireworks exploding came from the sky, and 3 snowflake-shaped patterns appeared up above. Oh, Lord Rain, this is Winterford Academy's emergency assembly order. Merita's expression changed, quickly explaining. Soon after, a commotion echoed in the corridors, and many white-robed wizards with an ice shard patterned on their chests appeared, most with serious faces. Along the way, Rain learned from Merita that the wizards at Winterford Academy generally wore white wizard robes, with ice element wizards having ice shard designs on their sleeves and chests. First-level wizards had 1 ice shard. Second-level wizards had 2, and the highest, Merita's mentor. The headmaster of Winterford Academy had 3 ice shards, representing the powerful status of a 3rd-level crystallized wizard. As for the apprentices, they adopted a snowflake pattern, differentiated by 1, 2, or 3 snowflakes for 1st to 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Merita, why aren't you going to the assembly? Michael, whom they had met once before, asked in surprise, looking at Merita. What's wrong, Michael? The Academy just received the latest news that Ancestor Dragon Calexius was suddenly injured yesterday and has returned to his cave in the ice field to recuperate again. Just now, Director Badalov, and the Academy's top officials decided to immediately summon all official wizards within the Academy and take this opportunity to eliminate this ancestor dragon, Michael said excitedly. No wonder I couldn't find my mentor earlier. He must have been in an emergency meeting, Merida murmured to herself. Merida, aren't you coming? Michael urged before quickly leaving. I'm coming now. At this moment, Anna and Lagray also naturally heard the commotion and walked out of their rooms. Lord Rain, don't the three of you want to? Merida hesitated as she glanced at Rain. After all, since Rain arrived at Winterford Academy, he hasn't received the respect he deserves. In Merida's view, it's very normal for Lord Rain to feel a bit emotional, so in this situation she naturally wanted to see what Rain thought. Let's go and have a look together. Rain waved his hand and smiled. Great, I thought you would be upset. Merida immediately smiled and said. When the four of them arrived at the training ground of Winterford Academy, they saw a number of second-level liquidized wizards, led by a white-bearded elder, talking to a middle-aged male knight. Not far from the male knight, there was a flying mount slightly larger than a griffin, but with a peculiar appearance. It had two different heads, one resembling a lion and another resembling a goat, and its body was the same, with the front half having ferocious lion-like claws and the back half ending in pair of goat hooves on each side. It also had bat-like wings, giving it a fierce look. Meanwhile, over 20 first-level wizards were listening respectfully to the side, and there were hundreds of wizard apprentices in total. Compared to the solemn expressions of the wizards, the apprentices' faces looked much more excited. Lord Rain, that is my mentor, Director Battleov. Merida pointed from afar at the white-bearded elder and introduced him to Rain. Rain scrutinized the elder. The elder didn't deliberately hide his strength, and from his aura, it was undoubtedly that of a third-level crystallized wizard. This was also natural. As the head of a wizard school, it would be difficult to command respect without the power of crystallization. However, his aura seemed a bit obscure and inconsistent, likely due to the mentioned injuries not yet healed. That knight is Lord Luther, a Chimera knight, and it's said he is qualified to take the Dragon Knight Reserve examination this year. Chimera Knight, Rain nodded while looking at the two-headed creature. Is he also taking the Dragon Knight Reserve examination? What a coincidence. I'm also planning to take the Dragon Knight Reserve examination this year, so I can check out the strength of Lord Luther, Rain thought to himself. I didn't expect there to be a chimera here. I thought they only existed in Ferdinand Forest. Anna blinked her big eyes, carefully observing the chimera. Oh, are there also chimeras in Ferdinand Forest? Rain couldn't help but curiously ask. Yes, actually in ancient times, chimeras were the exclusive flying mounts of elves, and later they gradually spread. Anna nodded and said, an adult chimera's strength is roughly between a first-level wizard and a second-level wizard, however. This ice plane chimera and the forest chimera show significant variations and could be considered subspecies, Anna discerned and added. Miss Anna truly is knowledgeable, Merida couldn't help but praise. The arrival of Rain and his group did not cause much of a stir, since they all appeared young, and both Anna and Rain were dressed in white wizard robes, making them look like Winterford Academy's own students at first glance. However, Lagaray's barbarian girl appearance did attract quite a few people's attention. Merida, you're here, join the ranks. This time all first-level wizards are mobilized. A young male wizard greeted voluntarily. Hey, is this the helper you found? Looks quite strong, a rare barbarian female warrior. And, quite beautiful, Merida, if you don't mind, could you introduce us? The male wizard said with a playful smile. Krutz, shut up and stop talking nonsense. Merida quickly glanced at Rain, her heart pounding. Krutz, you idiot, if you anger Lord Rain, you're doomed. The male wizard Krutz was a bit puzzled. Sorry, I'm not interested in you, Lagaray said seriously. This made Krutz's face a bit embarrassed and he walked away sullenly. Lord Rain, please don't mind. Krutz thinks he's handsome and suave, but he's actually not a bad person, Merida said with apprehension, just as Merida was still looking for the right opportunity to introduce Rain to her mentor. It seemed like everyone had already arrived, and soon, the beautiful Lady Wordy, serving as deputy director, began a brief pre-battle deployment. For this operation, first-level wizards will mainly intercept the white-furred bear monsters. That's the old nest of Calaxius, and there are quite a few white-furred bear monsters. As for that ancestor dragon, it will be handled by Director Battleov and us. After hearing this battle plan, the first-level wizards all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, given their strength, if faced with the Ancestor Dragon, they might not be up to the task, as first-level witchcraft struggles to cause significant damage to the defensively powerful Ancestor Dragon. Merida, you and your friends joined Squad 1, responsible for dealing with the white-furred bear monsters on the left side of the nest, Krutz said, and then hurried off. HM. Letting Lord Rain handle the white-furred bear monsters. Merida's eyes widened, wearing an expression as if she was looking at an idiot, staring at Krutz, who was responsible for the specific action arrangements of the first-level wizard. However, Rain just laughed. For him, this actually counted as a good thing. At the time, Merida and he had agreed to help Winterford Academy slay that Ancestor Dragon, but they hadn't specifically discussed how to help. Logically speaking, according to Winterford Academy's request, Rain assisting in blocking the white-furred bear monsters was in line with the agreement. As long as he got a chance to obtain a bit of dragon blood in the end. Merida, if Winterford Academy can manage that Ancestor Dragon, that would be a good thing too. Sigh, let's hope so, Lord Rain, let's just go over there first. After hearing that, Merida sighed but didn't insist on going to Krutz to change the battle task. Don't worry, Merida, if anything really happens, do you think Rain would just stand by and watch? Anna tugged Merida's sleeve, comforting her. That's true. Merida suddenly understood something, her eyes lighting up, nodding. Winterford Academy raised a number of ice-plane giant vultures, generally allowing 2 official wizards to ride on one together. So after the battle task deployment was complete, very soon, more than a dozen ice-plane giant vultures, plus an ice-plane chimera, flew towards their destination, the lair of Ancestor Dragon Calexius. Since the horned owl beast was relatively slower, Rain took the 3 women with him, trailing far behind on the blood feather. This made the official wizards of Winterford Academy gnash their teeth in frustration. Bringing 3 female companions? Damn, is this a fight or something? About 2 hours later, when the group arrived near Calexius's lair, they found that the initially more frequently appearing white-furred bear monsters seemed to have suddenly decreased in number. The numbers of white-furred bear monsters have significantly decreased. Is it because the frequent battles have caused heavy casualties? No. If the Ancestor Dragon is indeed injured, most of the white-furred bear monsters should be inside the lair for defense, as it's their duty as vassals. Exactly, let's go to the lair entrance and see. As the ice-plane giant vultures landed, a small number of white-furred bear monsters in the vicinity didn't even have time to sound the alarm before being quickly eliminated. Under the lead of Winterford Academy's high-ranking members, the group charged forward with unstoppable momentum, making it all the way to the main entrance of Calexius's lair. At this moment, Rain and his party, who had just arrived, also reached the lair entrance. Though called a lair, it was actually a huge glacial cave. Moreover, seemingly due to the Ancestor Dragon Calexius's exceptionally large size, this cave alone rose to a height of 40 to 50 meters, with a slightly smaller diameter but still over 30 meters. At this time, it seemed the white-furred bear monsters inside had also reacted, as successive roars echoed from within the cave. Immediately afterward, a dense swarm of white-furred bear monsters rushed out, organizing a defense at the entrance. Seeing this scene, Battleov and Wordy exchanged a smile and said, "Looks like Calexius is indeed heavily injured. You see, the density of bear monsters here is much higher than outside. Moreover, given Calexius's temperament last time, seeing us provoking at the entrance, it would have come out to battle a long time ago. This means the opponent's injuries must be severe this time." Hearing the two's analysis, the Chimera Knight Luther, holding a giant spiked tower shield, appeared slightly more at ease. Meanwhile, the tension of the first-level wizards behind him dissipated greatly. That's great. However, you all need to be cautious. Even a heavily injured ancestor, Dragon Calexius, its desperate counterattack is not something you can withstand. The graceful Wordy turned to the first-level wizards behind her and reminded them, "Your main focus should be on dealing with the white-furred bear monsters, not aiming for the title of Dragon Slayer." Soon, the battle erupted. Under the leadership of 2 legendary-level crystallization wizards, Battleov and the Chimera Knight Luther, the wizards from Winterford Academy were unstoppable. A sky filled with various ice crystal techniques, ice arrows, and even second-level witchcraft blizzards ravaged the inside of the lair, forcing the white-furred bear monsters to retreat continuously. For a while, the battle progressed with unstoppable momentum. "Mentor, I have something important to report to you," Merida, at this moment, managed to squeeze next to her mentor. Merida, you are here too. Batalov glanced at his cherished disciple and nodded. Mentor, I specifically invited. Just as Merida was about to introduce Rain to her mentor, suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the depth of the cave. Roar, it's Calexius. Batalov's face became serious and he said to Merida, Merida, let's talk about it later. Sir Luther, next I'll have to trouble you to step forward. As you command, President Batalov. Holding the spiked tower shield, Luther replied with a solemn face. Wordy, summon the ice elements and blizzard elements along with the others to cooperate with Sir Luther. As you command, Mr. President. Wordy and several second-level liquidized wizards nodded in agreement. Seeing her mentor having no time to pay attention to her, Merida anxiously hopped about. Thud thud, at this time, the massive form of ancestor dragon Calexius emerged with a slight tremor of the ground. And Batalov and the others, upon seeing the appearing ancestor dragon Calexius, were pleased because they clearly saw the evident scabs on its back. Last time Batalov and Calexius ended their battle. The opponent's injury wasn't on the back, meaning it's a new wound. After all, any regular wizard would know that the ancestor dragon's back is one of the strongest defensive points, and it's basically impossible to choose to attack the opponent's back. The opponent indeed got injured, said the beautiful Lady Wordy and others with excitement. Great. Luther's face also showed a slight smile. In that case, the strength of Calexius must be weakened by the injury, consequently reducing his risk by quite a bit. Winterfort's wizards, you are courting death. Upon seeing the newcomers were indeed Winterfort's wizards, Calexius's vertical pupils flickered a few times, and in an instant he triggered a certain plan. It pretended to be angrily shouting the sentence, and then without a trace took a small step back. The scene was clearly observed by the attentive Batalov, Luther, and others. Dean Batalov, I'm going up first. Seeing this situation, Luther hesitated no more, and as he left these words, he immediately grasped his spiked tower shield and rushed forward rapidly. But in the next second, something happened that left everyone present stunned. Bang! Calexius swung his door-sized claw, advancing instead of retreating, and fiercely struck the spiked tower shield. With just one strike, he blasted Luther, a legendary-level flying knight, off to the side. As easily as a tiger swatting away a rabbit. Luther seemed as if hit by a train, swiftly embedding himself into the icy wall of the nest. With the surrounding ice rapidly spreading with huge, web-like cracks, which showed the remarkable strength of Calexius's casual strike just now. This can't be. Batalov's eyes widened in shock, his white eyebrows and beard flying up. How can he be so strong? The beautiful Lady Wordy also displayed a little gasp of astonishment. According to their previous plan, Luther, holding the spiked tower shield, should have no major issues defending against the injured ancestor dragon Calexius at the front. It might be tough to defend, but as long as they could last for a few seconds, and after casting some negative energy witchcraft on Calexius, they should be able to hold even. Next, with him at the lead, Winterfort Academy wizards could calmly launch their witchcraft attacks. Just as planned, the opponent shouldn't have any chance to turn the tide. What's happening now? A legendary level knight can't withstand even a single move. How are we supposed to fight now? Dean, look, Calexius's injury, it seems completely healed already. Wordy's beautiful eyes stared intently at the scab on Calexius's back, as the previous attack caused the scab to fall off, exposing fresh skin and flesh that had fully healed. What? How could it have healed so fast? This is utterly unreasonable. No, the opponent's aura is even stronger now. Batalov, someone who faced the ancestor dragon Calexius directly in battle, felt it most distinctly. Just now, due to Calexius intentionally masking it, plus Batalov's preconceived notion that Calexius was injured, he didn't notice the difference. But now, as the ancestor dragon launched an attack, the whole momentum was finally revealed. In an instant, Batalov's heart plummeted like falling into an abyss. Last time, he exerted all his strength but failed to kill the opponent, resulting in mutual injury. Now, with his injuries not yet healed. Not to mention the opponent not only healed, but became stronger. How to deal with this? Witnessing this scene, all the wizards present felt a cloud descend upon their hearts. It's over, and Luther at the forefront, embedded in the icy wall, struggled to climb out, feeling a chill in his heart. Damn it, I should have been more cautious. He was invited by Winterfort Academy to slay the dragon, and originally he wouldn't have rashly agreed. It was because Winterfort Academy confidently informed him that the ancestor dragon Calexius was severely injured, presenting a golden opportunity. He thought, right before the Dragon Knight reserve selection. Perhaps he could earn the honor of Dragon Slayer through this chance. As in the eyes of the Empire's 5 colored giant dragons, slaying an evil dragon is an extra merit in the selection process. But unexpectedly, not only did he fail to slay the dragon this time, he might actually end up leaving his life here. Everyone, retreat swiftly. As the Dean of Winterford Academy, Battleov was seasoned in battles. Realizing the situation was untenable, he rapidly made his decision, shouting. And he immediately started chanting spells, seemingly intending to cover the retreat of the Academy's wizards. 3 massive ice spikes, 7 to 8 meters long, appeared out of thin air, hurling towards Calexius. Calexius smirked disdainfully, quickly extending claws to block the giant ice spikes, and the next second he crushed them suddenly. Vile insects, do you think you can escape? Watching the wizards scattered and fleeing, Calexius's face showed a mocking expression. This time you all will be buried here. Death is your true end, scream in despair. As the ancestor dragon's chest throbbed, the harsh declaration echoed within the nest like a high-volume speaker. Arg! A breath of ice-blue dragon breath swept all around. The situation took a drastic turn for the worse, causing Merida at the back of the team to look anxious. Just as she was about to request Lord Rain to take action, before she could open her mouth, she saw a white silhouette swiftly flash by. While all wizards were running towards the exit, the figure swiftly moving upstream stood out remarkably. Lord Rain. Merida's beautiful eyes lit up, almost moved to tears. The other Winterford Academy wizards, including Michael, were all amazed watching Rain rush towards the ancestor dragon Calexius, thinking, is this person courting death? A first-level wizard daring to challenge Calexius. He must be crazy, right? Curious, these individuals unconsciously slowed down, turning their heads towards Rain. And the ancestor dragon Calexius, at this moment, was tauntingly watching Luther, who had turned into an ice sculpture after being hit by its ice flames, motionless. Luther, as a legendary titled knight, naturally has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, although he couldn't move, his body was emitting an earthy yellow light. This witchcraft light was blocking the cold damage of the ice flames from affecting him. Compared to the power of Calexius's ice flames, this earthy yellow witchcraft light felt like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Calexius particularly enjoyed those little bugs that had some resistance, as they provided some amusement without the risk of losing control. It planned to let this little bug in front of it continue to despair for a while longer. As for itself, it intended to start with the old white-bearded thing that had wounded it last time. When the slit eyes of ancestor dragon Calexius locked onto Battleov, the injured third-level crystallization wizard suddenly felt a chill grip his heart. He knew that this time, it would be nearly impossible to escape alive without fighting desperately, unless he let others from Winterford Academy cover his retreat. But as the headmaster of Winterford Academy, he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing, especially since this operation was his own suggestion. Now, saying he felt no regret would be impossible for Battleov. Alas, if only he had been more cautious. Suddenly, the gigantic body of Calexius stiffened, his slit eyes skipped over Battleov and Wordy, the beautiful second-level liquidization wizard, and focused on a fast-approaching figure at the entrance of the nest. It's you. Seeing that the newcomer was Rain, who had ambushed and severely injured it last time, Calexius's anger flared instantly, and it roared. But the next moment, Calexius thought of something and felt secretly pleased. It had recently become significantly stronger, and originally planned to find a chance to get revenge on the barbarian tribe and Rain, who would have thought that the opponent would deliver himself today. Where else could one find such a stroke of luck? The old white-bearded thing is here today. This guy is here too. Today is indeed a great day for Calexius. Despicable sneak attacker, this time I will devour you, roared ancestor dragon Calexius in a low voice. Suddenly, rolling sonic waves reverberated inside the nest, with shards of ice cascading from the icy cliffs atop. Calexius had discovered last time that this human named Rain seemed to possess a considerable concentration of dragon bloodline. It sensed that if it devoured Rain, its power could likely increase further. Thus, at this moment, Calexius gazed at Rain with a food-like greed. Luther, Battleov, Wordy, and the others, meanwhile, were bewildered, watching Rain, who had suddenly attracted Calexius's full attention. Totally clueless about the situation, seeing Calexius's furious expression, it seemed akin to a grudge stemming from a stolen wife. The opponent's power has increased too. Interesting. As Rain got close, he immediately sensed the change in Calexius's aura. The opponent's aura was notably stronger than during their last battle. This only heightened Rain's fighting spirit, because he had grown stronger too. Whoosh! The ancestor dragon Calexius took the initiative to attack, swinging a claw at Rain with an intensity surpassing its attack on Luther. Yet, Rain used Shadow Step to dodge the strike instantly. Boom! Calexius's giant claw smashed against the glacier wall, instantly producing a wave of white mixed with ice shards, completely shattering a section of the glacier wall. Ice shards flew, and white icy mist filled the air. This made it impossible for the retreating first-level wizards from Winterford Academy to see the continuation of the battle clearly. Meanwhile, Rain transformed his hand into a dual-handed greatsword, activating weakness control, and dealt a heavy slash to Calexius's side abdomen. TSS sparks flew, creating merely a few-inch deep wound. The defensive power has increased significantly. Clang! Clang! TSS Rain flickered, creating a spread of afterimages aimed at various parts of Calexius, stabbing or slashing, but with little effect. For the ancestor dragon Calexius, whose thinnest layer of skin was nearly half a meter thick, such attacks were mere trifles. Despicable sneak attacker, is this all you've got? Although Calexius missed hitting Rain after several consecutive claw strikes, seeing that Rain can inflict almost no damage, it felt relieved and taunted. Use that transformation ability of yours. Perhaps it might bring me some amusement. Oh, as you wish. Rain narrowed his eyes, replied in a deep voice. Transformation. Adalov and the beautiful Wordy exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The sudden appearance of this young man had already given them great delight. Although it couldn't be said that the tide of the battle had turned, with his joining, at least the situation wouldn't degrade quickly. But what had they just heard? The young man could transform. Suddenly, under the astonished gaze of Luther and the high-ranking members of Winterford Academy. Rain's form began to change dramatically. Rain's head started to grow horns, his tailbone began to sprout a tail, his white master robe burst instantly, with muscles swelling like inflating balloons, and his whole body became covered with scales. In almost the blink of an eye, Rain's figure expanded several times. Calexius, with its vertical pupils watching the transformed Rain before him, also showed a look of surprise. Was this guy this big last time? It didn't seem this big in my memory. When Rain rushed at Calexius again, his size had already ballooned to around 8 meters. Although there was still quite a big gap compared to Calexius, it was impressive enough. It had reached the point where Calexius could no longer ignore it. It was like a person fighting a cat. While the cat's claws were sharp, a person wouldn't be particularly worried, it would only result in some scratches. But now, this cat had suddenly doubled in size to become a lynx, making the situation quite different. The threat level skyrocketed, especially when Rain held a greatsword weighing 200 to 300 kilograms. Mixed with hardened essence gold, and over 5 meters long, the vertical pupils of ancestor dragon Calexius sharply contracted. So huge! The two gigantic beasts, one big and one small, immediately began to fiercely battle. The air was filled with deafening roars and ice shards splattering everywhere, making it impossible to see the combat situation of the two giant creatures clearly. Although Calexius, with its 100-ton physique, still had a massive strength advantage over Rain, it couldn't withstand Rain's swift movements. The Dragon Man uses combat skills that no one can. Block. Exercising the Shadow Step, Dragon Man General Rain slashed down with his sword, immediately leaving an almost meter-deep gash in Calexius's abdomen, pale blue blood and other body fluids instantly spurting out. When the pain-stricken Calexius furiously clawed downward, Dragon Man General Rain, transformed, had already flashed to its back. PFFT, the greatsword over 5 meters long, stabbed in more than 2 meters at once. When quickly withdrawn, pale blue dragon blood splattered all over Rain. Ong! Calexius rolled in agony, crashing into surrounding glacier walls causing massive collapses. At this time, Merida brought Anna and Lagare racing to Balataf's side. The words she had dragged out for so long finally burst forth. Mentor, Deputy Dean Wordy, the ancestor dragon's injuries were caused by Lord Rain. That person is Lord Rain. Upon hearing Merida's words, the two couldn't help but turn to look at Merida, then pointed at Rain, who was battling the ancestor dragon. Seeing Merida nod, they excitedly exclaimed, "Merida, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lady Wordy shrieked in surprise. "Indeed, this kind of strength is among the top in the entire Empire's youth. Most are arrogant. We've been quite rude this time. I fear this Lord Rain might hold a grudge against our Winterfort Academy. Balataf nodded in agreement. This made Merida immediately frustrated. Mentor, did I not want to say earlier? It's because you two didn't give me a chance. Forget it, let's not think about that now. Currently, Lord Rain is battling fiercely with Ancestor Dragon Calexius. Let's rescue Lord Luther first, and then see if there's an opportunity to assist Lord Rain. Balataf quickly clarified the tasks at hand. After all, with Rain and Calexius engaged at such an intense level, their forms shifting rapidly, there is a high risk of collateral damage if outsiders attempt any witchcraft. I don't believe you can maintain this transformation for long. When you're exhausted, it will be your time of death. Calexius roared angrily. It seemed to have employed some ultimate move. As the wounds just dealt by Rain on Calexius's body, regardless of size, sprouted pink flesh buds, exhibiting a high-speed healing effect. Within mere seconds, most of the opponent's injuries were mostly healed. This caused Rain's eyes to narrow sharply. In fact, Calexius's guess was not wrong. Rain's second form, the Dragon Man General form, could only be sustained for 30 seconds. The several folds increase in size and power consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. More than 20 seconds had already passed. Logically, he was indeed about to exhaust his stamina and revert to his original form. But fortunately, he had preserved many attribute points. As Rain added a point to his spiritual attribute, a warm current pumped from his heart and quickly surged throughout his body. Instantly, Rain felt filled with strength again. Immediately, Rain, once again invigorated, maintained his Dragon Man General form, continuously employing top-secret techniques, and fiercely fought against Ancestor Dragon Calexius. Sharpness technique. Every time Rain transformed his weapon into a sharp tool, it would instantly be imbued with a level 20 sharpness technique, further enhancing its destructive power. Armor-breaking strike. PFFT. Calexius's right hind leg at the knee was instantly pierced, creating a hole the size of a wash basin with a gigantic riding spear. Immediately, Rain once again utilized the shadow step, rapidly changing positions, and before Calexius's attack arrived, he flashed to its abdomen. His weapon transformed again, instantly becoming a gigantic axe. Sharpness technique, flash cut, whoosh. Against the relatively soft abdomen of Calexius, Rain delivered a top-level secret axe technique strike, performing what was almost a appendectomy surgical incision on Calexius. This made Calexius howl again in pain and swiftly begin mobilizing inner energy to heal the wounds. The battle seesawed back and forth. By the time Rain made the fourth attribute point addition, the energy Calexius stored internally seemed depleted, as the wound recovery noticeably slowed down. This made Rain's eyes brighten involuntarily. But the look Calexius gave Rain at this moment no longer showed any joy he had towards food. It was full of sheer terror. It wanted to flee. It couldn't continue fighting like this any longer. The energy it stored after devouring its kin Diam last time was completely expended in this battle, yet even so, it couldn't take down this monster in front of it. Come to me, my servants, fight to protect your king. Ancestor Dragon Calexius began summoning the white-furred bear monsters, its vassals, over to help it fend off Rain. Whether out of blind loyalty or fear of Calexius's long-standing tyranny, upon hearing Calexius's call, the white-furred bear monsters, who were initially launching a counterattack against the Winterfort wizards, obediently and quickly split off a portion, charging towards Rain. But these white-furred bear monsters were naturally intercepted by Balataf, Wordy, and the others. What a joke! Even if the main battlefield wasn't successful, if they couldn't even stop the vassals summoned by Calexius, then this extermination battle initiated by Winterfort Academy would be a laughingstock. Seeing this, Ancestor Dragon Calexius could only swiftly flap its fleshy wings and take off, intending to break through the glacier wall at the top of its nest to swiftly fly away. Trying to escape now, too late. In an instant, Rain understood its intention and immediately charged rapidly towards Calexius, his rough dragon claw this time covered with a layer of sharp finger tiger. Sharpness technique. Rapid cutting. In an instant, Rain's claws danced rapidly, stirring up a flurry of claw shadows, directly tearing off most of Calexius's right wing that was spreading open, leaving only a few slender wing bones. Ang! Like a kite with its wings broken. Calexius had just shattered the glacier wall at the top of its nest, intending to flap its wings and escape, but now it fell back down again. Like a Boeing 787 crashing down loudly. Boom! In that instant, a huge pit was smashed into the ground inside the nest, a white airwave sweeping around. Just as Rain was about to deliver a fatal blow to Calexius, suddenly he heard Calexius pleading. "Wait, human warrior, I am willing to surrender. The great Calexius is willing to obey your command and serve you as my master." Calexius lowered its head, its body covered in scars, speaking weakly. "Serve me as its master?" Rain squinted his eyes slightly. This could be considered. "Lord Rain, be careful. Calexius is extremely cunning." Batalov shouted a reminder from afar. Die? Suddenly, just as Rain appeared to be lost in thought, Calexius suddenly widened its vertical pupils, exerting all its strength to deliver a heavy blow to Rain. But faster still was a dark stream of light flashing by. As a giant riding spear pierced through Calexius's jaw, into its skull in an instant. In that moment time seemed to stand still. Calexius froze in the ferocious claw-striking pose, motionless. Ancestor dragon Calexius fallen. Rain, having experienced so many battles and being rich in experience, how could he not be wary of Calexius? When he withdrew the riding spear, SZZ, a large gush of light blue dragon blood, like a small waterfall, poured onto him. At this time a system prompt sounded, ding. Detected host being baptized by the blood of the giant ancestor dragon Calexius. Found absorbable dragon gene segments, absorb. Yes/no note. After absorbing this dragon gene segment, it can moderately enhance the host's upper limit of dragon bloodline concentration. This momentarily stunned Rain, because this description had changed. It changed from large amount to part, but Rain soon realized. Because it wasn't the first time he absorbed the genes of ancestor dragon Calexius, this time was equivalent to a second absorption. So, it should be because a significant part was repetitive. The next second Rain chose yes. Just like last time, in an instant, Rain felt a surge of heat rising from the skin stained with dragon blood, as if something began to seep into his body. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations. Mutated dragon bloodline concentration has been elevated to dense. Congratulations. Under the enhancement of bloodline power, you have awakened the top-level talent high-speed regeneration. Not bad. Finally elevated the dragon bloodline concentration to meet the requirements for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard. Rain felt a surge of joy in his heart. The three major requirements for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, he finally completed the first one. And the giant ancestor dragon Calexius, which had been causing havoc on the ice field and Frostwind Prairie since its revival, finally fell at Rain's feet. Great. Luther, who had just freed himself from the ice sculpture, felt a wave of emotion seeing this scene. Going through this battle, he realized that surviving was the most important thing. As for who killed Calexius, it was no longer that important to him now. Besides, the strength of this Lord Rain was obvious to all. Would he really compete with such a strong one for the title of Dragon Slayer? That would be insane to do such a thing. And all the bear monsters, including the white-furred bear priest, looked upon Rain, who stood with a giant sword in hand, 8 meters tall, exuding a strong dragon aura, and felt a sense of awe and worship. Engraved in their bloodline for thousands of years was the worship of the strong, especially the worship of the dragon clan. This is also why they chose to submit to ancestor Dragon Calexius. However, now Calexius is lying in a pool of blood. For them, they have witnessed the rise and slaughter of the new king. Lord Rain truly lives up to his name. He's truly remarkable. Merida couldn't help but genuinely praise upon seeing this scene. Batalov and Wordy, along with several leaders of Winterford Academy, exchanged looks for a moment before quickly regaining their composure, and immediately stepped forward quickly, saying, "Lord Rain, I deeply apologize for Winterford Academy's previous negligence." Batalov slightly bowed, saying, "Dean Batalov, you're too kind. As the person in charge of Winterford Academy, it's normal for you to be busy with official duties. Moreover, Lady Merida's arrangements were quite thoughtful. You don't need to worry." At this moment, Rain also released his Dragon Man general form and returned to normal size, saying, "Lord Rain, thank you for not holding back and rescuing Winterford Academy from a crisis." The beautiful Wordy also stepped forward, performing a wizard's salute, expressing her gratitude. Only her beautiful eyes, without leaving a trace, briefly stayed on the distinctive creased shorts of Rain. Rain waved his hand, just as he was about to say something. Suddenly, the surrounding white-furred bear monsters spontaneously gathered around with a swish. "Be careful." Everyone couldn't help feeling tense. the bear monsters are not weak in strength, mainly because they are numerous. If a fight breaks out, it will be a bit tricky. Just as Rain's eyes narrowed, thinking the opponent was about to attack in groups, hundreds and thousands of bear monsters suddenly dropped their weapons and crouched down, kneeling toward him. "Great King, please accept our allegiance. The Icefield Bear Monsters tribe is willing to serve you as their master," the white-furred bear monster priest lead, crouching and saying. Following this, a tsunami-like declaration of allegiance reverberated in the lair, the echoes lingering. "Great King, please accept." Gasped, "This is the first time I've heard that the white-furred bear monsters are actually willing to pledge allegiance to a human." Merida couldn't help but take a deep breath upon witnessing this scene, murmuring to herself. Her gaze towards Rain became increasingly reverential. Has no human ever gained the allegiance of the bear monsters? Isn't it possible for the Empire's Dragon Knights? Anna couldn't help but ask curiously. Actually, if the Dragon Knights came, they could naturally gain the bear monsters' allegiance. However, here's a detail. To the bear monsters, they actually pledged their allegiance to the dragon that the Dragon Knight rides, not to the Dragon Knight himself. The beautiful wordy beside her explained with a smile. But Lord Rain is different. Lord Rain's transformation ability makes the bear monsters believe that Lord Rain is actually a giant dragon transformed into a human, so they pledge allegiance to Lord Rain himself. "I see." Rain nodded, saying, "Interesting. Who would have thought that the Dragon Man general form could bring him a bunch of vassals?" After thinking for a moment, Rain decided to accept these white-furred bear monsters as vassals. Don't look at the sparse vegetation on the ice field, where there's almost no green in sight, but actually many special herbs like ice cover grass, snowdrops, and others are only found on the ice field, along with some special minerals like cold iron ore. If ordinary people were organized to search ore, mine, it would be extremely difficult, not to mention the manpower and resources needed. The frequent wild beasts and fierce species emerging from the ice field would certainly make the plan fail. But the white-furred bear monsters are different. They are natives of the ice field, and their numbers are large, widely distributed, with a sense of smell far superior to humans, making them the best searchers on the ice field. Moreover, the mentioned items are almost completely useless to the bear monster tribe, so there's no possibility for them to privately stash away. All Rain needs to do is provide a little incentive to motivate the bear monsters. "Good. I accept your allegiance, Rise," Rain nodded, saying aloud. At this time, Rain's peripheral vision caught the ancestor dragon's corpse, still gushing pale blue blood. A thought passed through his mind like a flash of light. He suddenly thought of something, the third condition for the dragon vein wizard transition, a complete giant dragon blood essence. Isn't the ancestor dragon right in front of him? As for whether this ancestor dragon's blood essence would be recognized by the system, that would have to be tested to find out. Rain beckoned to the bear monster priest with the colorful feathers on his head and said, "You are." "Respected king, my name is Ulu Sen, responsible for the tribe's sacrificial work." The bear monster priest, seeing Rain greeting him, was delighted, immediately stepped forward quickly and bowed deeply. Rain looked up and down at this white-furred bear monster, noting that with a height of about 1.80 meters, he appeared very small compared to other bear monsters who often reached 2.30 meters or 40 meters. Yet, among the many white-furred bear monsters present, it faintly took the lead. It turned out to be the priest among the bear monsters, no wonder. As for strength, it roughly possessed the power of a second-level liquidized wizard, which was quite formidable. Considering that he would not remain in the ice field for long, Rain planned to rely on this Ulu Sen to control the white-furred bear monster tribe, so he decided to issue a few orders to see the others' execution capability and efficiency. "Very well, Ulu Sen, arrange for people to take ice buckets and help me collect Calaxius's blood." Rain issued the first command to the recently allied bear monster priest. "As you command, my king." Ulu Sen bowed again and retreated. These white-furred bear monsters, under Ulu Sen's command, started placing freshly carved ice buckets beneath the ancestor dragon's wounds to collect blood, while some scraped up and collected the blood that had already dripped onto the ice surface. Upon seeing this scene, Rain nodded slightly. Evidently, the intelligence of ordinary bear monsters was only equivalent to that of 7- or 8-year-old children, but the intelligence of this bear monster priest was far beyond that. This was indeed fortunate, because it meant that the other party could understand his more complex orders. Noticing that Rain seemed to begin dealing with the corpse of the ancestor dragon, the nearby chimera knight Luther couldn't help but say enviously, "Lord Rain, the ancestor dragon Calexius is particularly large in size. You can preserve its head. Perhaps you can place it on the wall of the banquet hall. It will be the best testament to your strength." "A very good suggestion," Rain said with a smile. At this time, the beautiful Lady Wordy blushed slightly, quickly glanced at Rain's lower body, and said, "Lord Rain, are you planning to deal with the ancestor dragon's corpse? The elasticity of dragon skin is very good. Perhaps you could consider making a set of inner armor from it." Very good elasticity, inner armor. Rain naturally noticed the beautiful lady's sneaky glance just now, and upon hearing her words, he immediately understood Wordy's meaning and nodded. After all, the design of pleated shorts was ultimately too niche. Leather shorts would be somewhat better. At this moment, Anna stepped forward and handed Rain a new set of white wizard robes, allowing him to regain a decent appearance. "Lord Rain, do you have specific plans for the utilization of the dragon corpse?" The headmaster of Winterford Academy, Batalov, slowly stepped forward and asked with a smile. "Well, to be honest, other than being interested in dragon blood, I don't have any other plans." "Headmaster Batalov, do you have any suggestions?" Rain thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. His current combat strength, especially after transforming into the Dragon Man general form, was comparable to the legendary peak. But in terms of knowledge foundation, he was far outstripped by Batalov, who was a third-level crystallization wizard and had lived for over a century. Although the ancestor dragon is not quite the same as a real giant dragon, it is still a treasure trove. Dragon skin can be used to craft top-level leather armor, and dragon sinew is the best bowstring material for bow and arrow-type witch artifacts. Batalov explained with a smile. Additionally, I wonder if Lord Rain has heard of the Dragon Soul Potion. Dragon Soul Potion. Headmaster Batalov, are you referring to that ancient potion known to significantly enhance spiritual power? Isn't it said that the formula was lost? Luther suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He, as expected of Lord Luther, well informed indeed. Yes, it's that ancient Dragon Soul Potion. I can assert that this ancient compound formula is very likely not even available within the Royal Alchemist Association. A few years ago, I happened to come across a Dragon Soul Potion formula during a relic exploration. Batalov stroked his white beard with a smile as he talked about the Dragon Soul Potion formula. Its effect is singular to significantly enhance spiritual power. Even for third-level crystallization wizards, it has a strong effect. Batalov began to explain the ancient Dragon Soul Potion in detail. After the explanation, Rain learned. This Dragon Soul Potion does not really require the actual spirits of dragons, but rather the brain of a giant dragon. Perhaps it would be more aptly named the Dragon Brain Compound. For an ancient compound that can significantly enhance spiritual power, Rain was naturally very interested, especially upon hearing that it was very effective for second-level liquidized wizards and even third-level crystallization wizards. His eyes shone bright. One of the preconditions restraining him from advancing to become a Dragon Vein wizard was spiritual power. He needed to reach the level of a third-level crystallization wizard as soon as possible. If he had this so-called ancient Dragon Soul Potion, his enhancement rate would surely be as swift as adding wings to a tiger. However, aside from the Dragon Brain, other rare materials are needed, such as Purple Lotus, Nightmare Vine, Molten Lava Heart, etc., which Winterford Academy is currently collecting. So, Lord Rain, I have a proposition. If you agree, why not let our two parties cooperate to make the ancient Dragon Soul Potion together? According to the brain size of the ancestor dragon, it could at least produce 5 portions of ancient Dragon Soul Potion. Batalov looked at Rain and shared his thoughts. By the way, the effect of taking the ancient Dragon Soul Potion is best the first time for each person, after which the effect greatly diminishes. As if remembering something, Batalov quickly added this. Rain thought for a moment and agreed, nodding. Of course, then it would be up to Dean Batalov to handle the creation of the ancient Dragon Soul compound. First of all, he did not have the recipe for the ancient Dragon Soul compound, so making it himself was not an option. Secondly, collecting the other raw materials was also a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. In fact, if it weren't for his timely action in killing the ancestor dragon Calexius this time, avoiding huge casualties for Winterford Academy, Batalov, the dean of Winterford Academy, might not have revealed that he had the recipe for the ancient dragon soul potion. "Don't worry, Lord Rain, I will personally oversee this matter, as I also need the ancient dragon soul compound to see if I can take another step forward," Batalov said with a full smile. "Dean, you have a chance." Beside him, the beautiful woman Wordy quickly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "Slightly insightful, but it is still very difficult to break through." Batalov nodded and smiled. "That's great." The high-level members of Winterford Academy congratulated one after another. "Congratulations, Dean Batalov." Rain also smiled slightly and congratulated him. A third-level crystallization wizard, taking another step forward, would become a fourth-level wizard. That would be a power almost equal to that of an Imperial Dragon Knight, an epic-level battle power, but very rare in number. He had previously heard Admiral Edward mention it by chance, saying that over 70% of the Guardians of the Dragon Empire were Dragon Knights, with the rest being fourth-level wizards. "Lord Rain, compared to you, it's nothing." Batalov waved his hand with a wry smile. "According to Merida, you are only about 20 years old. You may not know, but it took me 159 years to go from a wizard apprentice to where I am now. Even so, it's already considered a very fast promotion speed in the history of Winterford Academy. Dean Batalov, you flatter me." Rain was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, compared to him, Batalov's current battle power was slightly below the legendary peak, which might cause him some distress, but would definitely not be a match for him after he transformed into the Dragon Man General. Moreover, Rain was also roughly aware of the difficulty of a wizard's advancement. The further one progressed, the harder it became. But 159 years was still considered fast, which was somewhat beyond his expectation. It shows how challenging it is for a wizard to advance to the level of a fourth-level Dawn Wizard. Fortunately, he had a system that greatly compressed this advancement time. At this moment, Merida suddenly stepped forward, pointing to the dragon's corpse being processed, and solemnly said, "Lord Rain, Mentor, I think you too need to take a look." Out of curiosity, Rain immediately, along with Batalov and others, followed Merida to the abdomen of the ancestor dragon, only to see that its belly had already been cut open, revealing scattered undigested giant bones in its stomach. For a moment, Rain was puzzled. "Lord Rain, after appraisal by several wizards from our academy, these are the bones of the ancestor dragon," Merida said in a deep voice. Rain raised an eyebrow. He instantly understood Merida's implication. "Are you saying that Calexius might have devoured a fellow kind?" Rain looked at Merida. "Yes," Rain gestured towards the bear monster priest, directing the other white-furred bear monsters not far away, and Ulu Sen immediately ran over quickly, bowing respectfully. "Great King, please command." "Ulu Sen, did you know that Calexius once devoured a fellow ancestor dragon?" "Yes, indeed, there was such a thing. Lord Diom was devoured by Lord Calexius before." Ulu Sen confessed without much hesitation, since Calexius was already dead, and there was nothing to hide. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the bear monster priest Ulu Sen's answer. What a brutal guy! If other dragons knew, Calexius would surely be hunted down by the giant dragons. Beside him, Wordy lamented. "Yes, so brutal and cunning, it's hard to imagine such a cunning creature appearing among the ancestor dragons." Batalov couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's important to know that most ancestor dragons, although violent, are not very intelligent. In this aspect, ancestor dragons are far inferior to the Empire's 5-colored giant dragons, the gap being comparable to the difference in intelligence between an adult and a 7- or 8-year-old child. Perhaps because of the lack of intelligence, ancestor dragons are almost unable to cast witchcraft, relying only on hand-to-hand combat and dragon's breath to fight. This also makes the 5-colored giant dragons look down on this evolutionary level of ancestor dragons, even to the point of classifying ancestor dragons as dragon beasts. Since it was Rain's first time entering a giant dragon's lair, after delegating the task of handling the corpse, he wandered around the lair with Anna, Lagare, and others. "Wow, Rain, look, this large patch must be snow moss. Isn't it? It's very rare in the outside world." As a druid, Anna had a natural advantage in herb identification, pointing to a corner of the glacial wall and exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, why does it seem a bit different?" As Anna quickly walked over and crouched down to pick one plant, she frowned slightly and said, "Miss Anna, if I'm not mistaken, this should not be ordinary snow moss, but the extremely rare and precious dragon saliva moss." Winterford Academy's headmaster, Battleov, walked up, examined it closely, and said with a smile, "As a potion master, he's even more adept at herb identification than Anna, the young druid. Wow, dragon saliva moss, that's incredibly precious." Anna looked at the white herb in her hand, resembling an oyster mushroom, and her beautiful eyes couldn't hide her shock. Soon, the group discovered several other herbs inside the lair that had mutated due to dragon breath. All exceptionally rare and valuable. This made Rain's smile grow even more pronounced. Now these things naturally belonged to him. Perhaps because Calexius had just awoken not long ago, the lair didn't contain the legendary glittering dragon treasures, only some shiny knight armor, weapons, and a pitiful few hundred gold coins. Judging from the outdated style of the armor, it seems to be equipment from recent times. Rain naturally wasn't impressed with these items. "Huh, Rain, what's that?" The barbarian girl, Lagare, pointed to the ground at the deepest part of the lair. Rain followed Lagare's direction and saw the northern side of the lair's ground seemed to be shimmering with a faint golden light. This such a large piece of nugget gold note, exposed mass of shiny gold resembling a dog's head. Luther exclaimed in surprise upon identifying it, but immediately after, he seemed to realize something and quickly started digging the ground for inspection. "Indeed, there's a rich gold mine here," Luther said excitedly. "Rich gold mine?" Rain raised his eyebrows and quickly stepped forward to inspect it. Upon hearing there's a gold mine, Battleov, Wordy, Anna, and the others gathered around. "It's indeed a rich gold mine. The gold content in this mine exceeds 40%. I estimate the purity to be about 60%. Battleov, a third-level crystallized wizard, affirmed after careful examination. Everyone analyzed the situation thoroughly in no time. Adding rich to a gold mine signifies the gold content far exceeds that of typical mines. Furthermore, most of the ore veins in this gold mine are exposed near the surface, making excavation easier. Plus, rich mines often contain rare minerals more valuable than gold." Hearing Luther and Battleov's confirmation, Rain's eyes lit up as he waved to the bear monster priest, Ulusen, in the distance, saying, "Ulusen, there's actually a rich gold mine here. Did you know about it previously?" "My lord, I really didn't know. For us, food is more useful than a gold mine." Ulusen looked at the freshly mined nugget gold on the ground in confusion. "All right, never mind, go about your business." Rain began to ponder. Whether on the knight path or wizard path, upgrading requires vast resources. In other words, wealth aids in enhancing strength efficiently. At this point, Luther seemed to have an idea, shook his head, and lamented. "Lord Rain, what a pity. Located deep in the ice fields, it's unlikely for miners to come to extract, but such a large piece of nugget gold can be taken easily. If this rich gold mine vein were in Frostwind Prairie, he'd invest greatly for extraction, but this location is too remote. Not to mention the lurking dangers en route, it's challenging to transport living supplies for miners to the ice fields. Even a nugget of gold as large as a washbasin holds little significance for someone like Luther. Yes, what a pity. Not just mining, but smelting here is also improbable." Balataf glanced at the surrounding glacier walls and shook his head. In the glacier lair, the internal temperature is extremely low. Setting a furnace for smelting here would be inefficient and risk collapse. Most likely, they'll need to excavate the gold ore and transport it outside for smelting. Transporting refined gold ingots might gain some assistance from Winterford Academy's ice plane giant vultures. Balataf added, "No, perhaps the bear monsters can do it." Rain chuckled. Rain pointed behind Ulusen, and soon a bear monster guard handed over its rough iron stick. Upon receiving it, Rain transformed the iron stick into a miner's pickaxe in a blink. Moreover, Rain thoughtfully covered the pickaxe tip with a thin layer of hardened essence gold to prevent quick wear during excavation. "Ulusen, let your people try it." "As you wish, my lord." Soon, a strong bear monster began mining with clanging sounds. In just a few minutes, the bear monster excavated quite a bit of gold ore. "This," Luther's eyes bulged. "Can it really work like this? Let the fierce white-furred bear monster mine." Battleov and Wordy exchanged glances and saw shock in each other's eyes. They've heard of icefield kobolds mining, but never of icefield bear monsters doing it. Simultaneously, they instantly realized,